Brother Tushin. PZZZZZZZT-. As soon as the order was given, the fighting kings flew in all directions, leaving behind their afterglow. The believers who discovered the Ming dynasty first were unable to leave even a single piece of the white priestly clothing they were wearing, and were completely engulfed in blue lightning and reduced to ashes. The place where the Ming dynasty arrived after crossing the portal was a subspace where the first temple of the Sun God Church was located. In other words, it was a place no different from the headquarters of the Sun God Church. The Sun God Church had to use pieces. To use Nurgand, and the power of the largest temple was essential to procure the territory of the 5 kings of the Black Sea where Nurgand was located. And the portal that opened in this temple to the point where the Sun God first met Nurgand was never closed. This was the reason why the Ming dynasty attacked the headquarters of the Sun God Church at once. Ugh! Among the fighting kings there was no sign of them laughing and talking nonsense as if they were about to execute Ozdak and an idiot. There was not a single trace of mercy in their attacks on the nearby believers. It was filled with a fierce murderous intent to kill everything living and breathing within this temple. The destruction of the Sun God Church was not only for Jin's sake, but also because it was a matter directly related to the honor of the Ming dynasty. This is the group that their old fighting spirit Luke committed suicide to. Every time Baba and Baltarog's long swords and Ko's great bow flashed somewhere in the cultists' bodies rolled on the floor. When you scream, lightning strikes that area again, and the sound of your running footsteps cannot exceed 3 steps. The blood evaporated in the heat before it even hit the ground, and the weapons and artifacts that were hastily removed crumbled like dry twigs. Among the cultists there were quite a few dead people who could be said to have some level of inaction, but they were all like mere ants in front of the Ming dynasty. Literally massacre. Within 10 seconds after the Ming dynasty passed through the portal, more than 100 cultists lost their lives. That number amounted to 30% of the believers in the first temple. Even within the Sun God Church, since it is a temple that only those with outstanding faith can visit, there were not very many believers staying there to begin with. It's a very shabby temple for someone who once ruled La Perosa to be satisfied Luke. It's even hidden in subspace like a den where dirty rats live. I'm so embarrassed. Boom boom. Every time Ben took a step, a crack appeared on the temple floor, and a vibration spread throughout the temple. She was in no hurry. From the moment they passed through the portal, they were convinced that even all the troops in this temple would not be able to stop them. It was a subspace anyway. If I wanted to escape, I had no choice but to use another portal, but that was also impossible. This was because the entire temple could not escape Van's range. She was already aware of the number of people in the temple, their breathing, and the flow of various energies, including solar energy. Therefore, if a suspicious energy was detected that seemed to be trying to open a portal, all that was needed was to send thunder there. A distant scream was heard. It was the screams of the believers who were coming to an end at the hands of the brothers who dispersed to find and close the passage. Kellic, you together with Tigran block the western sector. I'm going towards the east gate. The south needs support. Is the high priest there yet? The 3 fighting kings were thoroughly trampling on the believers, flocking to their respective areas. Occasionally, a particularly outstanding Kyoto would make a save against the Tuangs. In other words, he survived about 15 rounds without dying from a single blow. Those who endured that much were all legendary figures who left their mark on the history of royalties during their lifetime. The group entered the center of the temple and began walking along the main road stretching north. The road was called Sacred Road by the believers, and at the end stood an icon of the sun god. Ah no, a saint. How dare you take the sacred path to the sun god? The teacher who screamed like that was suffocated by the brain energy emitted by Ban and died. The temple, shining as dazzlingly as the midday sunlight, was being eroded by the cerebral energy. It was breaking apart as if it were nothing more than a bunch of insignificant rocks. As it was a sacred road, the largest number of believers were flocking to stop the van. The most faithful and courageous believers. Nevertheless, they could not recklessly draw their weapons or scream like the believers who went to stop the Tuangs. Horror. The first emotion the believers felt upon seeing the class was fear, just like the vast majority of enemies who faced her always did. After the fear passed, I felt a strange desire to worship her. It was because I was caught up in an illusion. Could it be that the person who is now ruthlessly trampling on the saints is the sun god, or has he come to scold us? Otherwise, how could they have such power? The believers were suddenly falling into such an illusion, and most of them died before they woke up from their illusion. Either suffocate from brain energy or burn like the prisoner who died earlier. Black smoke was rising from all directions of the temple. The fact that the first temple could be destroyed so vainly was something no one in the Sun God Church could have predicted. The buildings that had been shining beautifully in pure white just moments ago were nowhere to be found and were only filled with ashes and corpses. There are only a few dozen steps left to reach the shining white saint. There were no more screams. Now there were only 5 living believers in the temple. One was Luke and the other 4 were priests who did not know how to fight. Luke looked beyond the closed door of the sanctuary and saw priests kneeling in front of the door and praying. Chi Kinjalo will punish you. The Lord will protect us. The great Lord has made us. Half of the priests who prayed while trembling did not take their lives. There was information to be gleaned from them, because the temple is not just here. If possible, Van planned to dig up information from them within today and destroy all temples of the Sun God Church. Brother Ko came to the side and bowed his head to Ban. Let them live. There will be a battle with the traitor soon, so take him with you and retreat. Yes. Ko grabbed the priests and retreated to the rear. Baba and Baltarog naturally followed Ko. Van had no intention of receiving help from his brothers when punishing Luke. It wasn't because it wasn't helpful, it was because it meant that Luke would meet a more miserable end. Half of the sanctuary soaring high into the sky of subspace held onto the tightly closed gate. Then he lightly waved his hand twice as if cutting through a bush, and the huge iron door tore on both sides and fell to the floor. Boom boom. The vast interior of the sanctuary was the only area that had not been eroded by the brain energy of Ban and Tuong. Until now, Luke's energy had been blocking all the incoming brain energy. Van looked alternately at the back of Luke kneeling and praying and at the huge icon in front of him. Unlike the icon in the second temple, the icon in the first temple was that of a baby with an old face, and in its arms was the body of the sun god shining softly like a lump of gold. Luke, you have already had everything a person can enjoy in life. Once as the King of Light you walked the world at will and all things bowed to you. But what more did you want that made you throw away that glory? Eternal life or meeting someone who has passed away again? In Luke's time there were only 2 things that the Pluto clan warriors could not accomplish. Luke gave an answer that Ban was not expecting at all. More power. Strength? Surprisingly. In your time you were an absolute being with more power than anyone else. No matter how much you conquer, it is a land without end. A fight that lasts forever, day and night. Infinite struggle and victory. That is the right and destiny that the Ming dynasty should have. Luke stood up. When he turned around he had an expressionless face, but an incredibly large amount of madness was stirring in his dry eyes. I decided to serve the sun god, to choose such a world. To choose a world where the true Pluto clan exists, one that will not be blocked by lesser gods or special mortals, and that will not change one bit even after eons. Van was speechless for a moment and stared at Luke. The physical light of the icon was gathering on Luke. In other words, can I understand this as meaning that only the Ming dynasty has fallen into a cult to forcibly create a world where only the Ming dynasty will win and shine forever? Luke shrugged his shoulders at those words. I'm disappointed. If you had more brothers and land than me, but then became consumed by struggle and recklessly challenged even the gods. I thought you could understand me a little bit. This is a huge disappointment, Luke. It makes me wonder what kind of face our ancestors lived, who accepted this kind of scum as their fighting spirit. I have not forgotten our essence, and you have only forgotten half. We are beings born to do anything to become strong. After putting so many of his brothers to death, escaping destruction with the help of one of the gods, he hated so much, and hanging out with a special mortal, who is that god's plaything, the blood of the Ming dynasty is bound to be blurred. The speed at which the sun god's body permeated Luke increased. Unlike Nurgand, that power did not strengthen Luke. Luke simply strengthened his resolve to fight while carrying the god he had chosen. In that sense you do not deserve to be called a Tusan. Because fighting isn't just about the strongest among us. It is a title given to those who can lead us to be ourselves the most. After a moment of silence, Ban shook his head. You listened to that squeak for too long. Come, it is time for your name to be recorded as the most shameful member of the Ming dynasty in history. As soon as Van finished speaking, Luke immediately closed the distance between her and her. The blue greatsword stained with brain energy was slowly falling towards Ban's head. The space between Ban and Luke was cut by the blade of a dull sword that transcended sense and perception. You cannot escape into a distorted space. The moment you touch that space, the sword energy that fills your insides will tear your entire body to pieces. Nevertheless, Ban walked lightly into the distorted space without any hesitation. This was Luke's first experience. The enemies he had faced so far, even if they were gods, had never entered a half-collapsed space head-on. Jean also did the same during the battle to rescue Iran. Jean also responded by offsetting the space collapsed by the blunt sword with his own sword. It's so loud. It's not even funny. Kududuk dash. As Ban stepped forward, the distorted spaces appeared to move backwards at her speed. He is pushed back because he cannot overcome the repulsion she gives off. In other words, Van was destroying Luke's blunt sword and space collapse purely by force. It was a disaster that Luke had never thought about before. I'll just warn you once. Luke, today is the last day you can fight. Instead of using trivial techniques, fight against me with all your might. It means that you ask me to carry out any and all of your will. The space collapsed by the blunt sword was crowding in front of Luke. His face was blurred by the broken spaces. Luke struck again at the center of the attack. This time it was not a blunt sword but an extremely fast and destructive blow. The spaces collapsed by the blow regained their original appearance. He could barely conceal his astonishment. He had a good idea that Ban would be stronger than him, but he thought it would only be a slight difference. He suffered significant injuries in the aftermath of the La Perosa Liberation War, and he must have captured Nurgand before coming here, yet he is unbelievably strong. So much so that it reminds me of the moment when Kingelo's sculpture appeared. The fighting spirit that used to ignite when he was a young man, when he faced a powerful enemy, was once again stirring in his heart. The fighting spirit that turned so many impossible situations into possibilities. But in Ban's eyes, even that seemed laughable. Ah! Was the spell too difficult for a rotten ghost? Sigmund drew a flash. The thunder energy that fell from the left to right blades drew a sharp blue line in the center of the battlefield, followed by a wave of wind pressure that shook the entire sanctuary. Luke spread his sword energy in the same way and closed the distance between himself and Ban again. However, the more her brain power broke through, the more tightly it tightened, and the distance was not easily narrowed. Felt like I was chasing a fantasy. It felt like wandering through a maze full of tricks, even though the only thing between them was a sword and a thunderbolt. It's been a long time since I felt like I'm working hard to achieve something, Luke, so the true meaning of struggle has been abandoned. Borrowing the power of a huge being is fundamentally very convenient. Fit. A ray of light escaped from the clashing brain machine and passed by Ban's cheek. It would be easy if all you did was borrow strength. But I fought to resurrect him. For a long time, I never once forgot my dream. It's a dream. I shook my head, wiping away half of the blood that had spilled. Keeping such things is only allowed for living people. Someone like you who should have died and rotted away a long time ago continues to talk nonsense about it being a dream, and all that, so the world is more chaotic than it was 1,000 years ago. Isn't this your story too? You should have already disappeared 1,000 years ago. My brothers and I will leave when the given time is up, so you don't have to worry. The fact that Luke's sword reached Van first didn't mean much. Rather, Luke became more aware the moment he cut Ban's cheek. The enormous gap between you and your class. It couldn't possibly be said to be the same Changxiang. Just now, Luke had forcibly broken his balance in an attempt to turn the fight into a melee. It was judged that the more dizzy the battle, the more blurred the gap would be. However, Ban's attack was completely blocked with only a light cut on the cheek. The battle was clearly in order. The two men's swords were always where they should be, Their footwork was always aimed at a predetermined space, and clashes occurred only at designated moments. That was why Ban wanted to fight so much. No matter how corrupted he was, it was true that Luke was a prodigy, so it was most efficient for the class to fight while suppressing the variables. Therefore, force the enemy's movement as needed and sometimes inflict small wounds to do so. That was how Van dealt with Luke now. It was also a method that could only be practiced from a position of achieving a much higher level of martial arts regardless of the level of creativity. Blue swords rose like wings behind Luke's back. It was the Mianwang sword, Fighter God blade, and Thunder God sword. The first temple of the Sun God Church was still avoiding being engulfed in flames with only the area protected by Luke. As the battle began, the area naturally narrowed, and now only the Sun God statue in the center of the sanctuary and some parts near it were intact. Luke had a determined look on his face as if he wanted to protect that at all costs, but of course he had no intention of allowing half of it. A person who ascended the ranks of Luke Tussin and established Reincarnation. But now none of us uses that sword. Because it's old. The blades of the Thunder God sword were hitting Ban like crazy. To those who can't keep up with the speed, it will just appear as dozens of lights flashing and disappearing repeatedly. However, half of them completely understood Reincarnation. She was able to easily avoid the Raisin sword by just moving 1 or 2 steps. So what you said about not forgetting your dream is a lie. If that were really true, your sword now should have been of a different form from the one I learned while studying the feats you accomplished when I was young. Just as water that stops flowing inevitably rots, so does your sword. Sigmund stabbed the air. However, the space that looked like empty space could be said to be the core of the Raisin sword, and Luke's great sword lost its bearings at once. Of course, this does not mean that Luke's inaction itself was lowered, but his sense of purpose was broken by a simple stab. And now Luke didn't know how Ban had destroyed the Thunder God sword. Even when I was alive, I became a high priest of the Sun God religion even to this very moment. The sword that removes all the fatal weaknesses of your 5 righteousness is the Mianwang Rain sword. You probably already experienced it once through Brother Jean. Ban's eyes began to burn blue. The 10th sword of the King's sword fighter. Mianwang Rain sword dog. I'll show you again so you can know with honor. The wind gets heavier. A blue wind filled with brain energy instantly enveloped the entire first temple, which was burning outside the sanctuary. Is this the result of evolving the Reincarnation? Looks similar. The Emperor's rain sword that started in front of Luke clearly resembled the Raisin sword. Everything from how the brain energy is developed, the direction the sword moves, and the way the user dominates the space. I didn't get this feeling when dealing with Jean in the underworld. The Mianwang Rain sword he unfolded bore no resemblance to the Raisin sword. Nevertheless, the swords that Jean and Ban unfold are the same. That inexplicable sensation confused Luke's mind for a moment. Even if it's called Changxiang in the end, a sword is something that people use, and swordsmanship is just a way to kill an opponent. Even though you were resurrected by the power of the Sun God, you did not develop the method and were only bound by the illusion that you were Changxiang and that you did not lose your fighting spirit. A person who has spent so much time and has not even been able to advance even a single sword technique will complete the world? A sneer appeared on Ban's lips after he spoke. If you put everything aside and eventually defeat me, what you say will become true. Break this sword. Luke roared and rushed towards Ban. Before he knew it, he had formed a new Thunder God sword, wrapping his entire body with a blue blade like armor, and the white shining great sword looked like it could split the sky with a single blow, just as everyone who has reached creativity can do so. But this time too he was unable to close the distance as he wanted. Even though both legs were clearly moving forward, Ban was still far away, and the sword energy that was shot forward from the blade suddenly disappeared somewhere before reaching Ban. The Mianwang Rain sword has no weaknesses. At least that was Luke's perception. Even though I hurriedly looked around to take down the Mianwang Rain sword first, I couldn't find any weak points. Where are your brothers who ran the world together now, Luke? Those words pierced Luke's heart like a knife. Wow! A bolt of lightning fell from somewhere and struck the statue. The statue, which had been protected without a scratch the whole time, was reduced to a broken stone, and Luke could not look back. This was because Ban had suddenly narrowed the distance between him and him. Luke tried to calmly walk, but Ban's sword was already piercing his shoulder. A piece of flesh fell to the floor. If it had been a little late, fragments of the light heart would have rolled on the floor instead of flesh. Luke calmly swung his great sword, but Ban was already there. Sigmund scratched Luke's chest again. In the blue fog of the Emperor's rain sword, Ban was appearing and disappearing repeatedly like a shadow. Luke couldn't keep up or predict her speed. If they had been there, this sword would have looked less perfect to you now. You would have been strongest with them. You should have chosen them, not the sun god. The Pluto King's sword's brain energy became brighter and brighter, and Luke's vision continued to darken. Tisk dash. Sigmund swinging like a whip struck Luke in the side. Luke managed to block the attack with his sword but was thrown into the rubble of the collapsed statue. I'm crying. Luke hurriedly looked away, spitting out the hot blood that had formed in his throat. I saw Van approaching slowly as if there was no need to rush. She was already confident of victory. To be precise, I was sure of it even before the fight. This was because, by the class's standards, Luke was just an ordinary enemy. Although it is called Changxiang, its will was twisted a long time ago, and it was said to be a fighting spirit, but its sword is old-fashioned. For Van, the current Luke was an easier opponent than his fighting brothers or the Alliance's superhumans. A person who doesn't even know what the Ming dynasty is. Who are they trying to teach? Luke said, glaring at Ban. You're so desperate that you start talking nonsense. It's getting worse. Luke, I'm honestly hoping there's something I can admit to before I kill you. It's because I want to think less lightly of the ancestors who believed in you. I meant it. However, Luke continued with a story that was completely different from the class's expectations. The half-our Ming dynasty is fundamentally a race blessed by the sun god. So, it means that we are indebted to the sun god Kinjalo in the first place. Do you think that the power you have was achieved entirely through your own efforts? Before Ban could answer, another thunderbolt struck. The remains of the icon splashed out, spreading thick stone dust. Luke swatted away the subsequent thunderbolts and then straightened his posture. You have received the most blessings among the Ming dynasty. The same goes for your successor, Jean Runkund. Even if I fall today, you will ultimately follow the blessings and will of the sun god. At those words, Ban stared at Luke with his eyes closed for a while. Then after a while, he burst out laughing so hard that he broke his back. Ha ha ha! It's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. Even though Luke saw Ban laughing defenselessly, he couldn't help but attack him. Contrary to what you could see, there were no gaps at all. Background or environment ultimately rules everything. I guess that's what you mean, Luke. It is true that our Ming dynasty is born with particularly strong fighting skills compared to other creatures. The hypothesis that it is because of the blessings of the sun god is also quite possible. But then what? Luke didn't answer but concentrated so that if Sigmund flies at you at any time, you can hit him back. Even if you are not the sun god, everything in this world is given its own background from birth. Some people overcome the unfairness of life, while others resent the world even though they were lucky enough to be born rich and strong. In the end, the only thing that matters is whether you can endure your life or not. Now Van decided not to expect anything from Luke. He was nothing more or less than a rabid bug. Whatever the sun god has given us, we have no intention of becoming his playthings, because we never expected anything from him. I had one major failure in my life, and now I'm getting back on my feet, instead of falling into vain delusions like you. Then let me ask you this. If I have a sun god, you have Jean Runkundle. In the end, aren't you accomplishing things that you couldn't overcome with your own will with the help of Jean Runkundle? This is sophistry that is so poor that it is almost regrettable. Still, if I were to give you an answer, how could it be the same between people relying on each other and relying on an illusory being? It's a fundamentally different area. The conversation is over. Half of the smiles were gone, and the eyes were cold and hard. Luke had a feeling of death. The shaman would have realized by now that the first temple had been attacked, but there was no point in sending reinforcements. In the first place, the power of the Sun God Church was concentrated on one person, Luke. The old heroes who were resurrected were not at a level comparable to Ban and Tuong. All that's left is to pray that the shaman takes the believers and hides safely, fast as light. Sigmund fell on Luke's forehead. Luke reacted perfectly this time and was able to strike with his great sword. Whoops! However, the moment the swords collided, blood poured out from every pore of Luke's face. And behind him, a vast sword mark was left across the entire subspace that went beyond the sanctuary and made up the first temple. A condensed blow from the king's rain sword, the destructive power that even Luke, who had climbed the castle, could not fathom, was compressed into a small object called a blade and a single slash. Even if you know it, you cannot avoid it, and even if you block it, you cannot be complete. Even if it's Changxiang. One knee was buckling under the pressure. Luke barely managed to stop Sigmund with his trembling body, trying to muster his strength. The brain energy that stretched out with the power to split subspace was constantly forming shock waves. There was no longer a single object left in good shape behind Luke's back. Even the space was distorted and turned into hundreds of strange whirlpools into which the remains of the first temple were constantly being sucked. Ha ha ha! On the other hand, Ban's two hands holding the sword do not even move. It just overwhelmed Luke. Then Ban struck Sigmund once more. Luke stood up again and struck with his sword, but as soon as they collided, he had no choice but to fall down again. There was a sound of my kneecap breaking. My molars were broken in my clenched mouth, and I could feel my brain bouncing around in my head. My vision went out and came back again and again quickly. Luke tried to concentrate somehow and read Ban's movements, but she still wasn't in a hurry. I did not attempt to attack while Luke's vision was blurred, nor did I take advantage of his broken posture. Because there was no need for that. You are a disgrace to the Ming dynasty. Quang dash. The third blow landed on Luke's greatsword. My knees were already shattered, and my lumbar spine felt like it was about to collapse. A will that transcends the body, a fighting spirit that transcends death. Only then did Luke realize. He said he forgot that a long time ago. That's why his broken legs don't move and he can't fight like usual. It is confined to a limit, due to the limitations of faith as a sun god religion. So the fact that he ascended to Changxiang in the distant past was meaningless from that moment on. Sigmund continued to strike. The battle was already closer to one-sided violence than a fight. The dry face of Ban, who was wielding a sword, made her look like a merciless punishment rather than a person. You're still breathing, but you lost the sword? After completing the 26th bell cut, Ban paused for a moment and opened his mouth as if he was dumbfounded. Shit wash shush. Luke was letting out an uncomfortable breathing that sounded like a whistling sound. He was barely alive, and his face was unrecognizable. The arm that had cut my shoulder earlier fell off and disappeared somewhere, and only the leg remained above the knee. The light heart was crushed like a broken watermelon, and the holy body of the sun god that he had embraced before the battle was flowing out through the cracks. Then he just dropped the great sword on the ground. Ki Kinjalo will find you. Well, I'm glad I found the sun god until the end. If you suddenly found the brothers you abandoned at this moment, I would be so disgusted that I wouldn't be able to sleep today. The brain energy of the Emperor's reigning sword was converging on Ban's light heart. After gathering his energy for a moment, Ban raised his sword for the last time. Then he immediately stabbed Luke in the heart. The blade that entered the crack rotated roughly once, and Luke met his end. The solar energy flowing from the optical heart continued to slowly gather into the air. Ban was displeased and stopped his sword while trying to cut down the energy. I thought it was necessary to watch what Tiangi was trying to do and where it was heading. If one were to leave subspace and go somewhere else, there was a high possibility that it would be another stronghold of the sun god religion. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Tushin. The fighting kings approached Ban's side. They were disappointed. It was natural that Ban won, but it was absurd that the former warrior died without even being able to properly counterattack. Isn't this level weaker than the fighting kings here? That's right. In an action itself, Luke would have been superior, but no matter which of the brothers had fought, he would have been able to win in the end. I was limiting myself. When you go back, tell all your brothers that they must not forget this shabby end. All right. Ban looked at the sun, which had suddenly turned into a sphere, and the priests he had saved earlier. The priests were still looking for Kinjalo. Ban put his hand on the shoulder of one of them. Unlike the three guys next to you, you are not a dead person. And you don't smell blood. Yes, I am. No, I am. From now on, if you tell us the way to get to the other headquarters of the sun god religion, we will give you a chance. A chance to break away from the cult and live a decent life. There is nothing in this rotten world that can reward us. Ugh! Another priest shouted instead, but Ko lightly snapped his fingers and turned his chin. He lost consciousness with his face half distorted. Of course, as Brother Jean said in his speech, proper trial procedures will be followed. This means that if you have not killed an innocent person or committed a serious crime equivalent to that after becoming a member of the Sun God Church, you can make a fresh start. Priest no. Evil. The other two priests whom the class classified as dead also lost consciousness. What are you going to do? The remaining priest looked back and forth between the fallen priests and the class and trembled. He even saw Luke's gruesome corpse in front of him, and for the first time he felt his faith wavering. Even if he didn't help, from Van's perspective, it was enough to just take the priests to Valeria. And the priest also knew that very well. Choi, I will help you to the best of my ability. Well, first of all, there is a path that leads to the second temple from here. If it hadn't been destroyed. Van nodded as if satisfied. Guide me. We are leaving right now. Ko took care of the three fallen priests just in case. The three people caught with one hand looked like rabbits caught by a hunter. The sun flag, which had changed into a sphere shape, was collected separately by half of the class. If it's nonsense, it won't be fun. Sun God human. Of course, I was a pretty enthusiastic believer. Or rather a believer. So even though I was not resurrected by grace, I was able to stay here at the first temple. The shaman has granted me quite a lot of authority. They gave you a lot of power just because you were enthusiastic? If that's true, doesn't that mean that your Sun God Church is a rather lax group? Because you betrayed me so easily. The priest lowered his head as if embarrassed. It was believed that once a non-combat priest like me entered the temple, he would never go outside again until the sun god returned. I actually believed that too. Above all, the shaman often emphasized the importance of ordinary believers like me, not the dead. It seems there is a connection between the faith of the living and the resurrection of the sun god. Yes, Mr. Ban. Except for Temple 1, there are many ordinary believers like me in the remaining temples, especially temples 3 and 4. I will first offer them the same conditions as you. Is that Shaman Sana the leader of your sect? That's not it. The Sun God Church does not have a separate religious leader. They only worship the sun god. However, when compared to other religions, it is safe to say that the shaman played the role of the religious leader. The shaman heard the voice of the Lord and spread it to us. What were the details? It was a place where the law that a religious person must follow, or the body of the sun god sleeps. Then the high priests and other battle priests will secure it. That is how I received the Eucharist that you are receiving now. Collect the flesh of the dead sun god and resurrect him. That was the method chosen by the sun god to bring back the sun god Kinzalo. That is why the shaman has encouraged each force to destroy the world in order to find a piece of flesh. Do you know how much flesh we got? I'm not sure about that. However, there has been one big change at the denominational level recently. All I know is that the sun god gave an important revelation to a biological weapon obtained by the shaman and the high priest. Ban stopped walking. The meaning of biological weapon was clear. Timar's left arm. Is it? At the time of rescuing Elthiot, Jean confirmed the existence of Timar's left arm and the demon Timar Beement created using it in the underworld Maisel. The Sun God Church currently possesses Aaron Beement and Timar Beement, and Ban also knew that fact. Friend. To Van, Timar was like his only friend. My friend who had already died 1,000 years ago was still unable to rest and was being used and suffered by his enemies. The will of the sun god Timar revealed something of great interest to him in relation to his resurrection. Considering the special nature of Timar, this is entirely possible. This is something that the ancestor Eltiot predicted right after he was rescued in the first place. Ban calmed down his anger and nodded. The priest watched her and the Tuangs and guided them on the way to Temple 2. Thank goodness it wasn't destroyed. There was an entrance leading underground in the southeastern part of the temple. The thick iron door was dented beyond recognition in the aftermath of the battle, but the mobile device inside was still shining. It was a mobile device exclusively for the sun god temple that existed in subspaces. When the priest lightly hit his staff against the device, a pure white portal opened. It was a portal leading to Temple 2. The Ming dynasty boldly entered the portal once again. After a flash of light, the group was able to see the scenery of the second temple just as it had seen the first temple. However, almost every visible part of Temple 2 was on fire. There had already been a battle. The priest looked in despair at the second temple engulfed in flames, and the Ming dynasty quickly grasped the situation. In particular, as soon as Ban arrived, he felt a familiar yet unfamiliar energy. His eyes widened and he screamed, "Timar!" The reason the energy is familiar is because it feels the power of Timar, and the reason it is unfamiliar is because it also contains the power of the sun god. Amalgamation. Ban recognized at once that something like that had happened. A strange being that was a combination of Timar's left arm and solar energy. He was destroying the second temple. TSK. Ban, who was concentrating on that energy, suddenly grabbed the light heart as if in pain. "Brother Tushin, are you okay?" During the series of battles against Nurgand and Luke, the remaining solar energy was penetrating Ban like poison. Although I was aware of it, I decided that it was not a problem. But now things have changed. Not Timar. The monster that used that guy's body is controlling the solar energy that infiltrated me. In particular, the sun flag that had just been taken care of after dealing with Luke shook the most violently. However, I couldn't throw away the solar flag. In that case, the solar energy sphere would immediately threaten the brothers. Ban calmly adjusted his brain skills and directed his brothers. Something is wrong. There is a dangerous being that combines Timar's body and solar energy. The brothers avoid fighting him and secure portals that lead to other sun god temples or royalties. All right, Ban. I am familiar with the devices of Temple 2. It looks like the western section hasn't been destroyed yet, so I'll take a look at the remaining devices there with them. Van immediately sent his brothers and priest to the west of the temple. Then he quickly read Timar's energy and moved forward. The corpses of the prisoners were trampled all along the way. Like the believers in the first temple who were attacked by Ban, they seemed to have died without any resistance at all. As the energy got closer, the pain in the light heart became stronger. After a while, Van was able to see the Magian Timar Vimant with golden wings like a veil rising to the center of the temple. In his right hand he was holding a sword that looked exactly like Barasada, and in his left hand he was holding an Aaron Beamant that looked like a corpse. And below, a wounded shaman screamed, "Timar Vimant, this demon, what are you doing?" "Accept destruction, shaman. Anyway, even if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to stop the author today," Timar Vimant said while looking at the class without even looking at the shaman. Until just now, the shaman had noticed the misfortune at the original temple and was preparing to escape. Then suddenly, Timar Vimant, who was receiving blessings in the basement, began attacking the temple. As a shaman, this was incomprehensible. The shaman clearly received a revelation to prepare for the resurrection of the sun god, centered on Timar Beamant. And Timar Beamant did not express any objection to receiving the holy host that the sun god church had collected so far. On the contrary, he seemed to be satisfied, but that suddenly changed. "Timar Vimant, the sun god bestowed blessings and revelations on you, who were nothing more than a lowly demon. But the idea of forsaking that grace. Caw! Wood duck dash." Timar Vimant waved his hand in the air once, and the shaman's legs twisted as if they were tied together. "You are blind. That's why it happened so vainly. Even though the being you worshipped is right in front of you, do you still see me as a useful tool that you were lucky enough to obtain?" So, if you are the manifestation of the sun god, and you are really the one who gave me the word, then why did you, shaman, wait for the completion of the world? Then everything will flow properly, and everything will be in its place. The shaman's eyes widened at those words. The eyes that were full of suspicion, distrust, and anger were quickly sinking. Soon only faith remained in those dark eyes. Eventually, the shaman crawled on the floor and approached Timar Vimant. She prayed with a face full of joy, forgetting the pain of her legs that were tied together like strings. I give you everything I have. The shaman's body dyed in gold was turning into particles and dispersing. The particles flew around like dust and were absorbed by Timar Vimant. Those particles were the flesh of the sun god that the shaman was carrying. Timar Vimant's eyes were still fixed on Van. He didn't even care about the shaman who had just sacrificed her flesh to him. Van adjusted his light heart and focused his mind to figure out what he was and what kind of being he was. A part of the sun god Kinzalo who appeared in his body, not Timar. For example, one aspect of the one god who created the world in the beginning. You seem to be offended by my use of the name Timar. He read Ban's emotions at once. The body you have manifested belongs to my friend who should have rested long ago. You only borrowed Timar's body and are not him. For you, it was a long time ago, but for me, it was just a moment. Call me Bligiat. I also don't want to use a mortal's name. Bligiat. It was one of the many names used in the beginning for the sun god. You are a very considerate god. Are you avoiding Kinjalo because it is already the name of a group? It's my failed name, so it's the ugliest name of all. It's a shame. In fact, the name I detest is being used by mortals who claim to serve me. Van paid attention to Aaron, who was held in Bligiat's hand. Even if he pretends to be the most powerful god and the only god, he ends up needing his body and the corpse of Aaron Beamant. I'm embarrassed, but I can't help it. Every time Bligiat spoke, pain spread as if my heart would break. And apart from the pain, Van felt like a witch from Bligiat. You may not know, but you are a mortal who has attracted my attention even more than Timar, the owner of this body. Without Sodaret, I would have appeared in the world through you. Sigmund slipped out of the scabbard, but Bligiat had no intention of fighting her. Can you cut me with that sword? You yourself know best that it cannot be done. From now on, I will go to lift the restrictions that Aaron Beamant left on this body. It's funny because this bug has taken over everything I have. As soon as Ban heard those words, he intuitively thought of a group. It looked like Zippel Bligiat was going to find them. Okay? Thank you for letting me know. Psy-dash. A blue sword energy flew towards Bligiat. The sword energy could not reach him, but it cut down the Aaron that was attached to his left hand like a fruit in one go. Aaron's lower body cut by sword energy was falling to the floor. That's strange, you wouldn't be able to attack me. Bligiat shook his head as if he was shocked, and Ban wrapped his sword around his blade again. Ban cannot attack himself. The reason why Bligiat was so sure was because he thought she was part of the sun god. So when Van extends his sword to Bligiat, it is like sea water inflicting harm on the sea. Cannot have meaning. Van had the idea exactly right. You are of such great stature that you can be compared to Soderets and witches, but you are not like them. Also you keep saying that I have the blessings of the sun god, but I am not you. Sus-dash. A transparent wall unfolded in front of Bligiat. Ban's second shot was blocked by the wall and scattered. It was the sword of the Tushan Ban and no one else. A protective shield that perfectly offset the sword energy was deployed in an instant without any warning. As soon as he confirmed Bligiat's ability, Ban smiled in satisfaction. Now I'm going to fight like a fight. Understanding the information and purpose of Bligiat, who appeared out of nowhere, is absolutely important for the Alliance. He even revealed himself as the sun god. But from an anti-individual standpoint, Bligiat was a provocative enemy. Unlike Nurgund or Luke, he can satisfy his hunger as a fighting god. The pain that felt like my heart was going to explode only amplified my fighting spirit. Are you happy? A mortal? Enduring that pain. For Bligiat, it was a series of shocks. None of the ancient mortals he remembered could withstand the pressure of the solar energy. Although my status is imperfect, it is difficult to understand the world I created. In fact, I cannot even solve the limitations left by this bug with my own strength right now. Bligiet recovered Aaron's lower body from the floor. The blue light waves continued to pound the shield, but Bligiet leisurely snapped his fingers. Then solar energy spread across the cut area of Aaron's waist, and the lower half of his body became attached. After I first learned about the existence of the sun god, I was often curious. Will my sword be able to cut it down? I can't cut it. Now it's just an error on your part because my rank has fallen. If I can't cut you, it'll be an excellent motivator, and if I can cut you, it'll be pretty good training. The Great King's rain sword was beginning once again. Following the opening, the class opened the second chapter of Fighting God's 5 Wisdom faster than ever before. The entire sky of subspace was covered with thunder, and the ground trembled heavily every time she took a step. The marching song of Tushin was echoing. The pleasure of finally meeting a powerful enemy, the desire to trample on that enemy like always, and the confidence that one can defeat such a lofty deity with just a single sword. All that will turns into blue, overflowing madness and strikes countless thunderbolts. It depicts a person who reigns over the king. Only she could do that. I am the fighting god of the great Ming dynasty. The only thing that can compel me is my hunger for my enemies and the voices of my brothers, not random stories like the blessings of the sun god. A voice that went like a gust of wind shook Bligiet's protective shield. And before the vibrations stopped, it had already torn through the black wall of the fighting spirit and was flying into Bligiet's face. Unique and dead. A god with a friend's face. Hair just like him, a posture that resembles him, and eyes like him. Anger soared in the joy of battle and the deep madness. At the moment the sword touched the god, half of the anger was refined and refined again. One point was sharpened with the tip of a knife. Bligiet couldn't feel the speed. I could neither see the pale blade nor hear the ear-piercing sound of the blast. However, the reason he can avoid it is simply because he has a high level of deity. I avoided it? Blood spouted from my forehead. Bligiet, looking at the position where the class rushed in, reflexively raised his sword and took a stance. This time it was not the godhead but the physical memory that was responding. Are you saying you were afraid of the mortal sword? My heart felt like it was pounding. The fact that I was dominated by that emotion for a moment of fear was causing an indescribable sense of humiliation. I dare you. You are just a fragment of me. I created this world. When Bligiet shouted, the fighting spirit that filled the subspace went out as if it were a lie. But it was only for a moment. It was long enough for my eyelids to close and open once. Noigi was again besieging Bligiet. They were rushing towards a being that claimed to be a god of gods. Bligiet, the protective layer that melts like a bubble, chose it. I had no choice but to move like a mortal. He could not shake off that persistent brain energy just by radiating his will and unleashing his power to raise the sun energy and block the brain energy. Just as my body remembered, I twisted my body, stepped, touched the ground, and rolled on the floor. Ash and dust, the flesh and blood of the cultists, stained Bligiet's entire body. Iran was annoying. I felt like I could avoid it more easily if I just threw away the piece of flesh I was holding in my right hand. The urge to do so made my head ache. You too are just one of the fragments of the sun god Bligiet. If you were so omnipotent, you would have died already. I will do that. Bligiet threw Aaron away and stretched out his hand. In any case, no matter how much Aaron's body was torn, it was enough to put it back together. It's just unpleasant to change your attitude while dealing with mortals. Then when Bligiet clenched his fist, the class suddenly stopped and spit out blood. Kahak! The solar energy accumulated in the optical heart was exploding. It seemed as if Bligiet's hand had reached directly into the heart of light and was tearing it apart. I held on to my life. Bligiet thought so. And before even 5 seconds had passed, I had to reflect on my endless arrogance. It doesn't get crushed. No matter how much you clench your fists, no matter how much solar energy you emit. Ban's heart, captured by his power, showed no signs of being destroyed. Rather, each time I squeezed it, it became harder and harder, and before I knew it, I was approaching halfway. Now, let alone screaming in pain, I didn't even flinch. Teske, I'll kill you. Bligiet concentrated his mind. Like when Ban was first trying to figure himself out. A life so short and finite that only 1,000 years can be perceived as a long time, but a power that seems to reach eternity. That huge contradiction. When I looked again, I saw that Ban had many similarities to his current self. Even though he is the beginning and end of the world and the creation itself, he is ultimately bound by the limitations of Timar's body and Eren. Errors that will surely be erased when the world is completed, but the pitiful and beautiful things cannot be denied. That's why I must have been conflicted in the beginning. In the end, Bligiet decided to classify Van as equivalent to his current self. Since he was barely resurrected through a shining mortal body with only his left arm and the flesh collected by the Sun God Church, it was inevitable. You make me realize my imperfections and the reason for my existence. Bligiet withdraws his hand. She was a being who could not take her life with her power unless she was as perfect as the beginning. Only those who could fight and win could kill her. All I want to hear from your mouth are screams and screams. Sigh. The swords of Van and Bligiet clashed. They were both gritting their teeth and pushing each other away. And they knew. The fact that there are still more left for each other. Van has not yet opened the last page of the Emperor's Rain Sword, and Bligiet has not made a decision. It's about seeing the end, and the end now bracing for extinction and stepping back for now. Bligiet couldn't easily choose which side was better. If we lose, the battle, resurrection becomes a distant possibility and the world cannot become perfect. However, even if they fight again later after being elevated to godhood, they are not mortals who can be killed by stamping half of them with the power. There wasn't much time to think about it. The brain energy that had surged like a tidal wave was slowly subsiding, which was a sign that the end of the Myingwang's reign was beginning. Bligiet was watching as Tushin cut down countless immortals with that sword 1,000 years ago. The moments when the gods born from the will of the sun, no matter how big or small, were broken by the sword of mortality, the day when the errors of light called evil gods were overwhelmed in this world. An error is an error. Order cannot put things right. Suddenly such a thought appeared in Bligiet's mind. It was right after Sigmund had grazed his uvula. His blade passed by the corner of Ban's eye. Whoa! Bligiet stepped back and waved his hand in the air. Spheres emitting light appeared as if looking directly at the sun and half stopped moving to read his movements. Bligiet, are you really planning to run away? Even if it were me, it would be too much of a gamble to fight you to the end in a mortal body. It is because I have not been able to refine the world, so I will not accept this humiliation willingly. Van looked directly up at the light. Her eyes had already overcome their blazing light, but Bligiet had stepped into the golden portal. If you cannot kill me now, you will never be able to kill me. Are you saying you're still going to step down? Before I knew it, Eren's body, which had been scattered into 6 pieces, was reassembled and held in Bligiet's hands. The fight is over. The moment I realized that fact, Ban winced due to unexpected emotions. Rather than the anger and fighting spirit toward Bligiet, he was filled with a bitter feeling that he had lost his friend's body, and that he had not been able to put him to rest. Well, maybe you can run away from me forever. But the descendant of that left arm. My brother will not miss you as he does now, Bligiet. Bligiet did not respond and went beyond the portal. I thought I should quickly use Iran and my left arm to escape the body. Of the Ming dynasty, only Ban and the 3 Tuangs returned to Taikan first. The rest of the Ming dynasty, along with the priests of the Sun God Church, planned to return after clearing out the remaining temples. Taikan's colleagues couldn't help but look dumbfounded for a while as they listened to their activities. So for Dainori and the Ming dynasty, as soon as he entered the Black Sea, he destroyed Nergand, and after meeting and chatting with Soren, another great lord, he attacked the subspace of the Sun God religion and put an end to them. In the meantime, he encountered a man who claimed to be the Sun God. Are you even saying that that guy named Bligiet is using Timar Runkendel's body? Ban nodded lightly at Jet's words. She had just explained everything in a calm voice as if it was no big deal. Even Jean was speechless and was closing his eyes. I know the majesty of the class better than anyone else, but I never thought we would come back after solving so many problems. Then may I ask what the most difficult fight was? Jet gathered his courage. Recognized by everyone. He is the strongest and the fighting spirit of legend. Who is stronger among the two? That was one of the topics that arose among union members recently. It was a topic that not only union members but also most people in the world were curious about. Competing with Brother Jin's father, Shiren, was the most difficult. Even I lost. OMG. Then, Ilsenban's eyes became cold. Of course, Jet didn't dare say, "Then is Soren the strongest?" Instead, Luna opened her mouth. No. Radius. I heard that my father used 2.5 hands and 1 hand? The head. I'm confused. Was it possible to take on your father with 1 hand? It wasn't an actual battle. It was just a sparring close to a simple power struggle. So Brother Tushin says that my loss was just a simple battle of strength. And he only used 1 hand, so it is not a defeat in the true sense of the word. Haha. Oh my gosh. Look at my mind. I need to check the chaotic particle measurements. While Boris was interpreting the language of the class, he received glares and disappeared. That makes it even more difficult to understand. Ban Kyung wasn't even completely finished recovering from his injury, and he even handed over his life to the youngest, and you said he was past his prime in the first place, right? But how can I kill my father with 1 hand? Can't you believe it, Luna? No, rather than that. It's true that you can't believe it, and you're very shocked by the fact that the leader of Runkendal lost or felt like he lost in some way. And I guess I want to say that just as Banjayong wasn't in perfect condition, my father probably wasn't in perfect condition either. This time Mary explained Luna's meaning. The brothers Runtia and Tana nodded from the side, but they all looked the other way when Luna glared at them. Luna, it doesn't matter who is stronger between me and Shiren, because we are on the same side to begin with. That's right. Even if we were enemies, it would still be the same. Anyway, if he and I fight, whoever wins will either die or suffer irreversible injuries, or it will be impossible to recover, even if the Tushin brothers were in their prime. Even when I was in my prime. But didn't Brother Boris just leave saying he was checking for chaos particles? The particle count has returned to normal. Don't hit me, You speak as if I had stabbed my brother. Don't mislead people. If you get hit once by the Tushin brothers, won't you die? Soon the class burst into laughter, and Luna felt strange. She and the other siblings also felt strange. Anyway, meeting Soren was very impressive to me. He said that unlike Nana Timar, he fulfills his destiny without relying on Jin. Something to look forward to. And he will be able to find out about Sodaret's arrangements in the Black Sea. Soren did not say anything about royalties. However, Ban shared the conversations he had with Soren for a while, especially stories about his family and his children's families. It seemed like he wasn't worried about Brother Jean and you, and he seemed to really want to meet Ballas. Please tell this to Ballas when I am gone. It's obvious that Soren is going to harass me, asking me to tell him specifically how much he missed me. The light atmosphere ended there. Only 1 day had passed before all this happened, but the newly revealed information and enemies were overwhelming. Bligiet, Amaris opened her mouth, pressing her throbbing head. As soon as Ban mentioned that name, she felt a headache and tried to recall a blurry old memory. In some ways, naturally, the sun god was not called by only 1 name. Did you remember something? Mr. Amaris. The name Kinzel refers to the most perfect state of the sun god. He had many names. Just as my 9 heads all used to be called by different names. Bligiet. The name that Amaris remembered could be said to be an ego differentiated from the complete sun god. Bligiet is essentially no different from people like Vale or Hito. If you can compare them based on their ingredients, they can be considered the same. However, it is of a higher rank than them and was formed with a clearer will. Baal, who was nearby, frowned as if he was somehow displeased. For example, there was a large rock called the Sun God, and when the stone broke, many fragments such as Lord Vale Hito remained. Among them, in particular, there is a huge piece that is not a piece of something but can be called a rock by itself. Bligiet is like that. Then that means there are more such beings besides Bligiet. That's right. There's definitely more. But I don't remember exactly how many. I think there were more than 5. They will be remembered only when their names and existence are recognized as clearly as Bligiet. Jean and his colleagues' eyes hardened. What Amaris meant was that more beings like Bligiet could awaken in the future. Even Ban showed signs of concern. If there are several people like Bligiet, it is definitely dangerous. It's nothing compared to Nurgand or Luke. This guy was an opponent that even I wasn't sure if he could kill. Rather, Brother Jean would be more specialized in catching such guys than I would be. Why do you think that, Brother Tushin? Because brothers have elements that I and Soren do not have. It's difficult to explain in detail, but doesn't your brother feel it too? It may be the power of existence or something similar. And the power that the brothers have is definitely greater than that of Timar. If Timar had been in the same situation as his brother, he would have broken down the moment he cut Rosa. Ban swallowed his words. But just because Brother Jean is more specialized doesn't mean he can be caught easily. From what I've fought, Bligiet clearly has the status of being called a god of gods. Among the Alliance members, only me, Soren, the Jean brothers, and Luna will be able to properly fight him. If several of those guys appear at once. Runtia narrowed her eyes and said, since Bligiet was suddenly resurrected, it seemed like anything could happen. Everyone, we cannot assume that all sun god selves are our enemies. Isn't that right, Ameris? Ameris nodded at Jin's words. The tendencies of the sun god's ego are largely divided into three. Maintain the world, destroy the world, and rebuild the world. Those three types of ego are hostile to each other. However, destruction and reconstruction can sometimes work together. It is true that some of their goals are the same, so they are using each other. Among them, Bligiet was the one with the will to rebuild. It was also something that the sun goddess, including Luke, had longed for. Of the three egos, only the one with the world maintenance ego could become an ally of the Alliance. You said you had a hunch that the moment Van Vligiet said he would lift the physical restraints, he would go to Zippel, right? Yes, Ameris. I think he added to his plan after fighting you. Ziffel is Ziffel, but it can also awaken the will of another sun god to deal with you. He is the very self of the sun god. You probably already know where your other selves are and how they sleep. Brother Jean must be having a hard time. You're talking like it's someone else's business, Brother Tushin. I'm serious. I will fight next to my brothers, no matter how many of them come. But I think it will be Brother Jin's job to basically put an end to their lives. I wonder how much difference there is in combat power between egos. Based on Bligiet, it is impossible for even me to deal with more than two at once. Jean felt something boiling inside him. It was anger. We'll have to wait and see, but Kinzalo has actually declared surrender and alliance. And even the true demon world and the red mystery sun god church have been destroyed. But this time it is the self of the sun god. It's not an element I haven't thought about at all. It is true that the only visible enemies left are Ziffel, but the intervention of transcendent beings such as the witch Haluram, the sun god, or the Solderet was to some extent anticipated. Soon Jean let go of his anger and looked around at his colleagues. But now the sun god's selves and Jeep. You just have to deal with them. The end is slowly coming into view. First, let's identify Bligiet's trends and prepare countermeasures. We must retrieve Timar's body from him. Top of the story, June 2nd, 1804. Zippel had almost completed the work of combining the sacred site and the Tower of Stories into one. In the aftermath, the area around the Tower of Stories became so complicated that even Valeria had trouble looking through the records. That's amazing. Of course, I expected the Bamul Alliance to come first. At the top of the tower, Kiliak faced a figure who had just descended from the sky. I didn't know you would come by before that. Bligiet. It was the self of the sun god in the form of Timar. He was enveloped in even more brilliance than when he first met Van, as he had picked up more flesh on the way. It also meant that his status was raised and his power became stronger. And yet, Kiliak seemed to think he was no threat to him at all. You knew I would come, but you're telling me such obvious lies. Kiliak Jiffel. A smile appeared on Kiliak's lips. As Bligiet said, he knew about this situation in advance. The demon god stone accurately timed Bligiet to arrive here without a single second of error. So now it was time to check whether the words Bligiet would say in the future were consistent. I apologize if I was offended. Bligiet, self of the sun god. You created something terrible, avoided my insight, dared to predict me, and even took over my other body, which is bound to be unpleasant. When another flesh, Bligiet, expressed it that way, he meant Zippel's holy place. Currently, the tower of the story is moving every moment, and its location cannot be accurately determined even with recording magic. Nevertheless, the reason why Bligiet visited the tower at once was because he could feel a sacred place. The shrine itself was the self of the sun god. Like Bligiet, Kiliak shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand toward the floor. Then a table, chairs, teapot and cups were formed on the empty floor. They looked as if they had been there from the beginning. A disgusting power imitating the whole me. Bligiet had only just realized that Kiliak's demon stone had already reached this level. Therefore, the fact that he cannot take the lead in negotiations with Kiliak. For him, it was as if he suffered one series of humiliations after the resurrection. Kiliak sat down first and held out his hand to the chair near Bligiet. I'm still not good at handling this power, so I don't know if tea leaves will suit your taste. The demon god stone has already finished investigating you. Bligiet understood what that meant and sat down. It seems like I was captured by your device upon my resurrection. I don't really like the scent. It's a shame. It's probably a reflection of my other self's tastes. Adjustments will be needed. Inconvenient. Bligiet felt insulted by Kiliak's every word. Anyone who dares to imitate God is mocking themselves. However, they could not attack Kiliak. Let alone killing him, he could have been eaten by his other self. Malugia, I wonder how my alter ego, whom you now call Alona Zippel, became your weapon. I have a pretty interesting story about him. Would you like to hear it? No. I know everything about your family's humble history, which started with Reginald Ziffel. What I'm curious about is why Malugia was captured by you. You were captured? For the first time, the smile disappeared from Kiliak's face. Malugia is the greatest ego of destruction. When we split into many, Malugia tried to destroy and erase everything. Not only this world we created ourselves but also ourselves. Malugia was the end itself. Therefore, Malugia was an entity that opposed almost all egos as well as Bligiet who wanted to rebuild the world. Malugia's only purpose is to return this world to nothingness. This was the first information Kiliak had heard. That also meant that it had not been delivered in advance from the demon god stone. It's an interesting story. Malugia chose you to bring complete destruction to the world. This is the assumption that immediately comes to mind. Otherwise, there is no reason for Malugia to be caught by you. So does that mean that I and my family have fallen into a trap? This is difficult. Maybe. We don't change. The ego that wants to maintain continues to maintain, the ego that wants to rebuild continues to want to rebuild, and the ego that wants to be destroyed wants to be destroyed. It never changes from beginning to end. As Bligiet said, if Malugia was that powerful, there would have been more opportunities to destroy the world in ancient times than now. But why bother choosing us in such a complicated way? You think a powerful being can do anything. That's true to some extent, but the world we've created isn't that simple. There are a lot of unnecessary variables. No one can oppose the sun, but couldn't you actually avoid it just by covering your eyes with your palms? Kiliak's eyes narrowed. It was amazing information. However, even if it were true, it was not something that would be a big blow to Jeep today. Alona was scheduled to be discarded after the final fight anyway. Kiliak was careful to look at Bligiet's intentions, not the information. The reason why he brought up this story was clear. Honestly, I just thought there was nothing wrong with meeting the creator of the world. But Bligiet has just proven that he is worthy in his own way. It was a negotiation. Bligiet visited Zippel to remove the restriction of Aaron. And as a way to make the deal successful, he brought up the story of Alona or Malugia. I will protect you from Malugia. Ha ha ha. Kiliak leaned back and burst into laughter. After laughing for a while, I made eye contact with Bligiet again. Of course, Kiliak has already found a way to completely destroy Alona Zippel. Even if the control through the holy water pipe went awry, Alona could be controlled when the time was right. However, the more safety devices there are, the better. Especially if it is the predictable self of the sun god. Oh my! You showed your disrespect again. No matter how I look at it, I don't think Bligiet can do anything about Alona, so I'll stop. However, ugh dash. Suddenly, about a dozen green windows appeared near Kiliak. In it, information about Bligiet was written in a language that only he could understand. Bligiet was by now getting used to this man's disrespect. It wouldn't be an impossible story if there were people who could be called allies of Bligiet. I will wake them up. But will those egos approve of this humiliating deal of yours, Mr. Bligiet? Rather, I think there may be an option to join forces to attack us. You're saying something you don't mean, Kiliak Jiffle. Anyone can read those greedy eyes that want to take advantage of us, even if they don't have insight. As humans, my family and I want to rule the world, not to become one god like Bligiet. So shouldn't we make an effort to not forget our human senses? If you're not careful, you'll end up thinking and acting like an immortal, like Bligiet. Ziffel was fundamentally different from Kingelo and the Sun God Church. To Jeep, the power of the Sun God was only a means and could not be the end itself. The price that Bligiet wants is to lift the restrictions placed on Timar's body by Aaron Viment. Bligiet nodded. Instead of doing that for us, if Alona Ziffel gets out of control one day, Bligiet will protect us. And one more thing. It probably means that he wants to possess Timar's body after Aaron's restrictions are resolved. That's right. To Bligiet, he's just a cumbersome shell. But to us, he has a very deep story. Do you want to proceed with the contract with me like this? I will do so. Then the green windows went out, and flames erupted near Kiliak. It was the power of Shenu, the seal of fire. This covenant will be enforced by the power of Shainu, the god born from the sun god. This is a trivial humiliation compared to the freedom you will gain, Master Bligiet. So please put your hands up here. Bligiet reached out to the flame floating in front of Kiliak. Flames coiled around his arms like snakes. It meant that the contract was completed. As you know, it is a contract that can be cancelled at any time before the work progresses. If you find another number before I erase Aaron's restrictions, please let the fire disperse. Bligiet looked down at the fire that wrapped around his left arm for a moment. How much time do you need? It will take at least half a year to change the world's oldest mortal history. It would be shorter than that if the enemy stayed still, but that's not possible. Look, 7 seconds after I finish speaking, a portal will open here. After exactly 7 seconds, the steel portal opened as Kiliak said. It was Orgel's portal. However, the people who appeared through the portal were not those who had previously been active as Kinzelo's protagonists. Black figures that resemble people. As soon as Kiliak saw them, he frowned and sighed. Helurum, that monster, which can be said to be a descendant of Bligiet, is targeting me. They say they are the Abyss Legion. Abyss Legion. They were a new force supported by the Witch Orgel, and they were working non-stop for a day while Ban and the Ming Dynasty were carrying out their mission. When the soldier in the lead let out a snake-like breathing sound, the soldiers dispersed. Orgel did not appear until the portal closed, but the soldiers moved in unison without anyone's command and immediately surrounded Kiliak and Bligiet. How do you feel, Mr. Bligiet? Do you see Bligiet what their true nature is? Before Kiliak asked, Bligiet was already interested in the Abyss Legion. Strange soldiers raised by the witch Helurum. They seemed to have completely lost their will and language, making only irritating noises, and their empty eye sockets were filled with blind obsession instead of eyeballs. Among mortals he was a human. It is also very dangerous and strong. Who? Kiliak had already used the Demon Stone to analyze what the Abyss Core was. However, the Demon God Stone could not define at all what the Abyss Core was. Neither analyzing their identity nor directly manipulating them worked. For example, manipulation such as turning the arm of a sword-wielding soldier into a state where it wasn't there before is not applied at all. Therefore, when dealing with the Abyss Legion, Zippel was dealing with them by manipulating the battlefield environment rather than the soldiers themselves. Just like right now, the soldier who was running towards Kiliak is suddenly eliminated from under his feet. Sigh! The soldier who rushed in lost his balance. His sword skimmed through the air in front of Kiliak's eyes, and Kiliak immediately used a space blast to bounce him away. He was a mortal worthy of such evaluation by Mr. Bligiet. Indeed, he would be comparable to the superhumans who are now called the best. Even when the floor collapses and the sky explodes without warning, it shows a perfect response. While he was saying that, other soldiers were attacking Kiliak. Kiliak continued to use the demon stone to manipulate the environment and avoid their attacks. But then there is something even more difficult to understand. Even throughout the history of royalties, there are not many people who have reached this level, so how is it that no information is revealed? Even without necessarily borrowing the power of the demon godstone, if the Abyss Core were mortals of royalties, as Bligiet said, it should have been possible to infer to some extent. However, it was difficult to find characteristics of the swordsmanship and magic used by soldiers. In some ways it was like a demon, in some ways it reminded me of Runkendal or Hylan, and in some ways I could see the magic of Zippel. Even in Bligiet's eyes there was no information beyond the fact that they were mortal. That was making him tick. It has nothing to do with the contract, but I will help you. I also wonder what exactly these are. Haluram. It's natural that he has some dark intentions, Bligiet said, spreading his palms. Then a huge sphere formed in the sky and solar energy began pouring down in all directions. The soldiers skillfully struck down the sun flag, but Bligiet felt a sense of discomfort that was difficult to explain. The soldiers of Haluram are fighting as if they have already dealt with me before. Bligiet has just been resurrected and has never battled anyone other than Van. Even in ancient times I had no memory of dealing with a person like this. Not just once but several times. These guys definitely know me. Otherwise the way the Abyss Legion was fighting now couldn't be explained. They were working together in a way that Bligiet found most annoying. Some constantly engage in melee combat to prevent Bligiet from concentrating on his power, some remove his shield and find the solar energy hidden within it, and some predict and react to his actions. Bligiet almost felt like the Abyss Core was looking right inside him. Even Ban, the strongest mortal in the history of royalties, could not do so. Since the Abyss Legion could not sense even the slightest sense of reason, let alone insight, they would be dealing with them purely based on experience and instinct. It was so unpleasant that it felt like my stomach was twisting. The fact that I am being overlooked by beings who are not even Haluram but are merely its minions or puppets. The good news was that although they were strong, they were not as strong as their class. If Van had known Bligiet this well, he would never have arrived at the Tower of Stories unscathed. Bligiet, have you ever dealt with these? Kiliak also felt that the Abyss Legion knew Bligiet's tactics too well. It wasn't strange to look at it that way as a weapon for the Great Vrigiate. There was no such sign found in the soldiers attacking Kiliak. Does not exist. Bligiet was suppressing his anger. It was anger that came from anxiety. The other person knows himself and he does not know the other person. As the self of the sun god, Bligiet was never going to be in this situation. Of course, just because the Abyss Legion knew about Bligiet didn't mean he was pushed out. In the first place, it was impossible to deal a fundamental blow to him other than Changxiang. Then they are unpleasant people in many ways, both to Bligiet and to us. The Abyss Legion is the only one that can ignore the Demon Stone's defense line and enter the tower directly. Even Bligiet was only able to reach it because of Kiliak's permission. Kiliak thought that the current defense line built by the Demon God Stone was at a level that no royal power could easily penetrate. Even the defense line was becoming stronger every day. This was thanks to the harmonization of the Demon God Stone and Holy Site Elona faster than expected. Bligiet was lost in thought as he fought off the crowds of the Abyss. What Haluram ultimately wants, as far as I know, is similar to Malugia. Moreover, unlike us, his status has not been seriously damaged. If he wanted to, he could start leading the world to destruction at any time. But why are we using such inefficient means? The Abyss Legion was shocking enough, but it was a questionable part for Bligiet. If Haluram's intention was to secure Malugia or Elona for his own purpose, the surest course of action was to take the initiative himself. In Bligiet's opinion, the Demon Stone was not yet a weapon capable of confronting Haluram, even though it is no different from rat poison to many other mortals and immortals. From the beginning, Bligiet thought that there were only two beings in the world who could stand against Haluram: Self and Sodaret, that are complete or close to being complete. Now that I think about it, the power of Soderette only faintly remains in Jean Runkendal and his guardian dragon. There is something I don't know. As soon as Aaron's restrictions are lifted, I must meet Hilurim. Chang dash. A ray of sunlight struck the black soldier's head for the first time. The soldier whose head fell off stopped moving like a corpse and then dispersed into particles. The particles flowed into a small steel portal that had formed nearby. These things don't die. The scattered bodies will return to those who sent them away. But that is not Hilurim. Then who are you? A person who has received grace from Hilurim. He is commanding the Abyss Army. At the same time, Orgel's subspace. Orgel stared at the particles escaping through the small steel portal. The particles wriggled around like bugs and clumped together like black jewels, and I couldn't hide my dismay when I saw that. It wasn't because I was upset that the soldiers of the Abyss Legion were destroyed. In any case, the soldier will recover on his own over time and go back to the battlefield. There were already dozens of such soldiers. And soon it will be hundreds, tens of thousands, millions. Orgel did not know how much it would increase. It is said that even witches cannot remember all the numbers. For example, Kinslow has achieved its highest level of power since its founding. Even though Joe received a lot of support to become a master, he did not perform well until the real Ming dynasty emerged. The strong people of the hippopotamus world gathered together and the executives became stronger through repeated training and battles. It was nothing compared to the Abyss Legion given by Hilurim. If Hilurim gave away the Abyssal Legion without anything in return, and if Hilurim sent the Abyssal Legion without telling any truth, Kinjalo may have finally achieved his great work. They would have finally changed the world into the right shape they wanted. Damn it! But Orgel was not happy. The truth that his former lover told him was that this world was more dirty, complicated, cruel, and dangerous than he had imagined. Therefore, the Abyss Legion could not be used for the resurrection of the sun god for Kinjalo. Damn, why, how? Damn it! Even Buvar and Anas, Kinjalo had finished moving to this subspace immediately after Orgel returned, were so overcome by that anger that they could not let out their usual foolish remarks. Orgel's eyes, which were constantly pulling at his head, were fixed on the black mass that the soldier had turned into. Captain, you need to cheer up. It was Margila. As her wheelchair stopped next to Orgel, Zephyrin also came over and opened her mouth. What the master which says may not be true. Then there is still no hope for us. No. What Zephyrin Hilurim said is probably true. I can feel it. Only I can feel it. This black mass is me. It's really me. These are you who have failed. Or you could say it's you in a failed world, Orgel. While the members sighed and lowered their heads, Orgel remembered what Hilurim had said. That terrible story. I am a failed me, a me in a failed world? What are you talking about all of a sudden, Hilurim? You are already feeling it. It's exactly what you felt. Looking at the black mass vividly reminded me of the day I visited Hilurim. It was so overwhelming that I felt nauseous. At that time, Orgel could no longer argue with Hilurim. As she said, it was because she had already realized it. Most of the members of the Abyss Legion that Hilurim showed were Orgel himself. How can I exist so many times? Where on earth did all those Orgel Remilias live? Have you differentiated yourself from me here? Or is there another fucking world in the first place? Are there other Orgels in there? There are countless worlds. In all those worlds, you lived a similar life every time. He was my lover, the demon beast king, the leader of Kinslow and axis of the world, and the most important key. Every time Hilurim spoke a word, I felt like my mind was being polluted. As her lover, there was no such shock when he overheard the world's oldest secret. Orgel was barely able to catch his breath and was looking up at Hilurim. Saliva was flowing from my mouth, and my whole body became numb as if it were going to become paralyzed. According to Hilurim, the world is not one. There were countless worlds where the same people lived and similar histories repeated themselves. I have always known that degeneration exists in the world. If beings like you or Soderette directly intervened in the world, or if Zippel from 1,000 years ago manipulated history, such a change occurred. And that's what you told me, Hilurim. That's right. When I told you that fact, I also only perceived it that way. But in fact, It is not a change but rather the existence of multiple identical worlds. While Orgel wanted to pass out, he saw other people in his eyes. Fortunately, the Abyss Legion that Helurum showed wasn't all his other self. Then those? Who are they? At least those aren't me. They are failures like you. Those who failed to save themselves at a small scale and those who failed to save the world at a larger scale. However, because you were chosen by me out of all the world, you are more overwhelming than others. Those who failed to save the world. Orgel concentrated on that expression. The personal salvation he pursued and the resurrection of the sun god were issues directly connected to the salvation of the world. And I turned so many of you into soldiers, Orgel. We created the Abyss Army. At that point, Orgel could not stand it anymore and tried to stab Helurum with his sword. But his body did not move as he wanted. Helurum did not stop him with power. I was just exhausted, and my body didn't listen. But even if he had thrown the knife at her, she wouldn't have been hurt. Orgel closed his eyes for a while and cursed. But he couldn't express his feelings with any of the filthy words in the world. You rotten, cursed, crazy witch. Is this the price you pay for not being able to satisfy your desires from the Orgels of other worlds? Not being able to accomplish Kinzelo's great work and becoming your plaything even after death. It is your desire, not my desire, that has made so many of you like this. You said every time you wouldn't give up. I just made that earnest wish come true. I wouldn't have said that outing would turn into a doll like this. If that were the case, I wouldn't have been able to create the Abyss Legion. You probably know better than me that you said you would never give up, no matter what. It was as he said. Just as he felt as soon as he saw that most of the Abyss Legion were himself. Orgel could also know what choice they made in the end. Because that's your choice. I wouldn't have said I would become a doll. Being so evil was just a struggle to deny reality. Besides you, everyone else came to me directly after failing. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Foo ha ha. I laughed. Orgel knew very clearly and quickly that he was going crazy. But he couldn't help but go crazy. Good. Good. Well then, let's organize it, Helurum. So to speak, I was your lover or contractor. In a world where there may be several of them, Orgel Remilias has always been your contractor. But what always failed? From my perspective, it's Kinzelo's resurrection. From your perspective, what's it like? What do you want? As far as I know, light is disappearing from the world. So we broke up. Yes, that is still a valid story. But can you say that those numerous Orgels and a few unidentified idiots are not your playthings? If the world disappears before I extinguish the light. What? Or if something causes me to disappear and become a state where I have never existed. What are you talking about? Who can get rid of you? Sodaret? A resurrected sun god. The Sodaret lost almost all of its power, and the sun god could not be resurrected in any world. And without Sodaret's power, he cannot return. I told you this many times, but you didn't believe me. Then who? Who will take care of you? At that moment, the family appeared in Orgel's mind. There is no way that mere wizards could do something that even a Sodaret or the sun god Kinzelo could not do. No matter how much power they gain after completing the demon stone. They can't erase you. Yes? You may be able to make people forget you forever, but it's impossible to get rid of you. Look into the eyes of the soldiers, Orgel. Orgel hesitated, then made eye contact with a soldier. Then after a while, his last moments began to flow into my mind. Malugia, are you going to be chained to Zippel until the end? Wake up. Rather destroy this world. The whole world belongs to Jeep. Shiren. We must come to our senses and cut down the holy water crown. If you can't cut it, Soren. No, Baradin. Stop. It was something he had experienced. What he experienced in another world flashed through his mind as vividly as if it had happened yesterday. It was the moment of the final battle with Zippel in the world where the demon godstone was completed. Soren returned to royal duty without completing his task, and Baradin was participating in the battle as a magician. And they were losing. The pen of history manipulation erased his comrades in real time before his eyes, and even Hillurum seemed unable to resist its power. Memories were constantly being updated in my head. Soren, who had just disappeared, appeared in my memory and then was erased again, and a memory was created that Baradin was not, in fact, an ally and had never left Zippel from the beginning. Naturally, the Orgel of that world could not distinguish between those memories. What he went through and what was manipulation. There was no need to distinguish, because from the moment history was manipulated, everything became true. Oh, my crazy X. Orgel fell down and frantically pounded his fists on the floor. Then I finally raised my head and looked into the eyes of other soldiers, and it was the same every time. Jeep takes over the world, and he is defeated by them. Sometimes he fought the final battle with Timar in the Sword and Demon War 1,000 years ago, and sometimes the egos of the Sun God who wanted to maintain his power also helped. But nothing changed the result. Those countless Orgels never won a single victory. You haven't won even once in all these worlds? Not even once? Please say no, please. Yes. There were other enemies. Destruction. World destruction. This is my best. Even after knowing that the world is not won. I still lost even after knowing all this? If only you and I knew that, we might have been able to win. But who was the first to realize that this world is not one, but many? Jeep. It was a Jeep. The reason the world was divided into many parts in the first place was from the moment they started manipulating history. With this, the fight in this world ends. Orgel Remilias. You and your colleagues will be forgotten again. The witch will also become smaller. It was Kiliak's voice. It was fortunate that I had no strength left in my body. If Orgel had just had the strength to hold his fist, he would have ripped off his ear right now. Do you understand now? How was the Abyss Core created? In fact, it was Orgel himself who suggested the name Abyss Legion to Hillurum. Even if he fails, he says he will fight until the end, so if he keeps coming together and becomes an army, someday won't he be able to win at least once? Orgel was shedding tears so hard that he could not see. The layers of despair and loss that clearly existed in other worlds crushed him. The demon god stone of this world is not yet complete. But Jeep has already eaten up a lot of the world, starting from Kinzalo, the perfect sun god, to invisible creatures. In the end, nothing could exist without the world. Even the sun god Kinzalo became part of the world the moment he created it. Everything was going according to Jeep's will. Therefore, the sun god has never been resurrected. In the last moments, Orgel saw Zippel fiercely checked the resurrection of the sun god and succeeded every time. Orgel. How much of the world do you think is left? How much is left? I asked you because I didn't know. Do you think I know something you don't know? It's also an unimportant story. Whether there are still many left or, in fact, this is the last world. If we don't stop the Jeep, everyone in this world will come to an end anyway. So this is definitely the final world. A final world where possibilities, however faint, are not completely closed. This is the last world. Every time I thought of those words Hillurum said, I felt like my head would explode. In fact, he had developed a habit of pulling his hair out without realizing it. Bishkal carefully touched Orgel's own hair, noticing that he caught handfuls of it every time he opened his palm. Captain, lose your head. Captain, here's a Gogumak rocket. With milk. Anas and Buvar spewed out stupid things. When Orgel turned his head and rolled his eyes, the two reflexively raised their hands and closed their eyes tightly. Orgel was once again shocked to see such a reaction, even though he had never hit them before. This time I was about to throw my fist at the urge to just beat him up. Orgel was reminded of the events of another world seen through the eyes of black soldiers. Captain, Anas, Captain, let's not make such a sad face. We got through this thanks to my sacrifice, right? I can finally see Bianca. Don't lose. Surprisingly, this terrible duo of idiots were comrades in arms who fought together until the very end in some world. There were even moments when he survived and fought longer than someone like Shiren. As far as Orgel knows, the world has been destroyed or fallen into the hands of Ziffel at least hundreds of times. It was literally just the minimum, and it could have been thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of times. Since there were so many fights, even Bouvard and Bianca made great performances. When I remembered that image, I couldn't bear to hit it. Orgel relaxed his fists and sighed. Then I remembered the conversation I had with Hilurum again. Furthermore, just as I created the Abyss army at your request, Zippel also created a huge army that encompasses all dimensions. What? That's what they called it when they drank it. They travel between dimensions supporting the Zippel of each world. What kind of crazy nonsense is that again? Stop being surprised. It's just something you know and have already experienced. That was correct. From the beginning, in every last moment that Orgel went through, Kiliak always taunted her by saying, "The fight in this world is over." By the time any world reached that stage, the fact that there were multiple worlds was no big secret. Jiffel in this world is currently almost finished with the Demon God Stone. In the past few days we have suddenly made rapid progress. I received help from Misindi. He said he drank it. Jeepless of all dimensions have already gained power that surpasses the current Hilurum. There is no reason why they cannot create a force like Hilurum's Abyssal Legion. For example, Ziffel was the only group that conquered or destroyed most dimensions. Jeep in this world just hasn't reached that stage yet. Pshender. Haha. So then what on earth were you doing while those bastards were causing this mess? Hilurum. What did you do until those countless worlds closed and collapsed? You are not the only problem. Sodaret and all those gods. Did you just suck your fingers to get to this point? Sodaret had already lost his power by that time. Until now, I only thought that the reason was because of the conflict with myself, but perhaps the situation was also related to Jean Runkendal. The other gods are just as you have seen them. Most of them became Zippel's slaves. And I have always chosen you. Hilurum did not remain still. From the moment she recognized the fact that there are many worlds, she always worked to stop Zippel. However, jeeps from other worlds always kept Hilurum in check, and the result was this vicious cycle. Hilurum always recognizes the truth of the world too late. It can only be recognized after a certain point. Even that is only possible because it is Hilurum, and most other immortals have not been able to find out this fact on their own throughout history. Even the selves of the sun god. Orgel only used evil against Hilurum, even though he had already realized this fact through the soldier. Because there is nothing else to say or say. Soon, Misindi will recognize the meeting between you and me, Orgel. Yeah, I guess so. This fact will soon be recorded on the completed demon stones they have. The good news is that there are restrictions on Jeep's dimensional interference. Neither Hilurum nor Orgel knew exactly what those restrictions were. If there were no restrictions, all dimensions would have already fallen into Jeep's hands. In that case, we couldn't even expect a future of destruction. Orgel continued to tremble at the horrifying truth. Meanwhile, little by little, I tried to regain my senses. It is clear that from now on, he and Kinselo will have to fight Ziffel. Or he could go under Jeep and choose a comfortable life. If we do that, we will be able to live without forgetting this heavy truth in a fabricated history. But now Orgel has not forgotten what he was and how he fought. Just like all the soldiers of the Abyss Legion. Was my long-held dream of resurrecting the sun god and restoring a perfect world all in vain? Phew, I'm going crazy. Those countless worlds have never been saved. Hero. Clearly, Orgel was the protagonist of many worlds that were defeated or destroyed. He receives the blessing of the strongest god, and after many twists and turns, he becomes a great hero recognized by everyone. But he cannot avoid a tragic ending. Suddenly Orgel looked at the soldiers of the Abyss Legion. I looked back on the memories experienced by Orgels from other worlds. Strange. There was a name that did not appear in any other world. Clearly, there is no trace of a person who exerts a stronger influence than anyone else in this world in any memory. Jean Runkendal. In the history of these countless worlds, he has never appeared once. These Orgels have allied with almost every force that existed in that world, including not only Runkendal but also the traitor sun gods Ego, Jinma, World of Hiron, Secret Palace, Zippel. Even though there is. At least Buvar and Anas had moments when they became great heroes and became the hope of the world. but the great Jean Runkendal has never been active in any world. I felt so uncomfortable that it made me feel uncomfortable. In some ways, I felt like it was even stranger than the truth of the world. It's interesting. Is that just it? How can Jean Runkendal never appear in all these stories? There wasn't even a history of Soderette choosing him. Of course, there has never been anything like the Bamul alliance, and the alliance was always formed with Arkingelo at the head. As I said before, he is closely related to the reason Soderette lost his power. I don't know for sure what happened either. If so, Soderette foresaw all of this from the beginning and invested everything in Jean Runkendal to seize just one opportunity at a very special moment. And that's the world right now. Isn't it possible to think about it this way? Halluram immediately shook his head at those words. Soderette chose Timar every time, just as I still chose you. Above all, his power is no greater than mine. I don't think he knew anything before me that I didn't. As he said, Soderette always chose Timar. The Sword Demon War, 1,000 years ago, was an event that has never been missed in any world. Then just once in this world, Jean was given power. At least, that was the case according to the memories of the Abyss Legion. But if I had someone else's help, I might have recognized the differentiated worlds before me. Someone's help? At that moment, Orgel realized that other than Jean Runkendal, another name did not appear in any world. Valeria Hester. Are you really talking about that woman? Valeria Hester. Like Jean, she has never been active in any world. Even though there was a world where the family name Hister was not completely erased. Only those two have never fought alongside Orgel, while so many worlds end. When I realized that fact, my heart started pounding like it was going to explode. In that case, Jean and Valeria were like a secret weapon that no other Jeep in the world had ever experienced before. It is literally the largest variable. I'm losing strength. But Jean Runkendal and Valeria Hester. Can I really trust those two people? As he wrapped up his conversation with Halluram, Orgel tore his hair out again and hit his chest with his fist. It was not an issue that could be decided right away. This was because it could not be completely ruled out that Soderette may already be owned by Zippel. At least from what has been revealed so far, I don't think so. But assuming it's true, why is Zippel using these two people in this way? Captain? What are you talking about all of a sudden? The members could not understand the meaning of the sudden self-talk. But Margila understood exactly what he meant. She was currently the only person in Kingelo who understood the truth as well as Orgel. Maybe it's because it takes two people to resurrect the sun god, Captain. The reason they need a sun god is to further strengthen the demon stone or to unify the differentiated world. What are you talking about, Miss Margila? Ahaha. It's not a very interesting story, Mr. Bavard. Soon Orgel nodded as if he had made a decision. First, I have to meet Jean Runkendal in person and talk to him. I'm going to go see him and Valeria Hester right now. Midnight on June 2, 1804. At the Tower of Story, while the battle between the Abyss Legion and Vligiet Kiliak was still in full swing, the Bamul Alliance witnessed a scene where a steel gate in the garden had suddenly opened. Steel door? Orgel, is this guy crazy opening that thing in the middle of Tychon Palace without permission? Moroccan friend. Are there some black things sticking out of that door? So what is that? Could it be an invasion? Really? You sent a letter to Brother Jean, declared surrender, and then suddenly stabbed me in the back like this? Or rather, how do you plan on hitting this place? Changxiang alone is 3, and I can't even count the number of superhumans on my fingers. As long as you don't go crazy. There were already a dozen black outlines that looked like people. Just as Casimir was about to declare a state of emergency, Orgel emerged from the steel gate for the last time. Orgel was frowning so arrogantly that he could clearly see it even from afar. He seemed very uncomfortable, but there was no sign of starting an attack at all. The black outlines also appear to be standing still next to Orgel. The coalition's superhumans immediately surrounded them. Orgel, what is this? What are these black lumps? Moroccan stood in front of Orgel and said. Luna and Runtia followed suit, and they were able to find out the identity of the black lumps before Orgel answered. Now wait. Is that me? Oh my God, me. What? Did you feel it too? Okay? What are you talking about all of a sudden? What's the matter? Luna and Runtia were trembling from the strange sensation they were experiencing for the first time. The feeling of encountering another self. The Abyss Legion is not composed entirely of Orgals. Several other heroes from all worlds visited Helurum as a result of coincidences and inevitabilities. This was exactly the case with Luna and Runtia from another world. It just looks like a monster or a lump of black flesh, but it's definitely me. Worn and worn out by long struggles and battles, it has deteriorated infinitely. How can this happen? How on earth? Other colleagues also noticed something strange. Haha. I was wondering what would happen if there weren't any characters here that corresponded to these soldiers, but I'm glad I did. There's no way it wouldn't happen. This will make the explanation faster. Damn it. Good. I like it. The moment Orgal opened his mouth, the members of Tychon froze in an instant. It seemed clear that something had happened and that it had upset him a bit. Next to him, Luna and Runtia were breaking into a cold sweat from shock, so their colleagues couldn't help but be confused. Orgal. Margila sent me a letter asking me to talk to you, but I had no idea it would be like this. It seems like your personality has changed a bit, since I haven't seen you in a while. Are you okay? Oh yeah. Jean Runkendal. I'm okay. When Orgal suddenly started crying, Jean unconsciously handed her a handkerchief. Go away. What do you know to soothe my sorrow? You are the one who has finally appeared. Did this really work? Hey, do you want to search? Haha, yes. You guys don't know anything yet. Murakin, my old friend. But ignorance is a great sin. Oh, my head. I feel like I can't handle it. Kid, ask why this is happening. Luna, Runtia. You guys come to your senses and explain. Orgal, calm down for now. Let's talk calmly about what's going on. Sisters, please explain as well. Peng Pahing dash. Under the moonlight, Orgal blew his nose and wiped his face for a while. Luna and Runtia were the first to come to their senses and open their mouths. It's hard to explain, but two of those black lumps are me and Runtia. I recognized it as soon as I saw it. Somewhere. I'm in another world. Did you say it was another world? Okay. It's definitely me, but I've lived a different life. In an instant, the memory of this black mass flooded me. There is no way Luna would say nonsense. Even if Orgal was practicing some kind of hex, Changxiang's insight would not be destroyed so easily. Jean recalled the letter Margila sent. Actually something confusing happened to us recently. Things changed a lot after the leader met the witch. I think it would be good to hear about this directly from the leader later. It's a pretty shocking story. At that time, Baradin and Sandra Hito, who came out later, saw the Abyss Legion and had the same reaction as the previous two. Was a colleague of Orgal's? Didn't that Sandra meet Jean? Rather, how can I be too? What is this? Memories of another world keep flooding in. Although they did not receive memories as clear as Orgal's, they were still able to clearly recognize that the soldier was themselves. Jean Runkendal. Orgal opened his mouth again. Her face looked fine, as if she had never cried, and her eyes were as deep and hard as usual. I will tell you the truth of this world. This is a story I heard directly from Helurum. Call Valeria Hester. Because she must know this too. Let's go inside. All major members of the Alliance waiting at Orgal and Tychon gathered in the conference room. Afterwards, Orgal relayed in detail all the stories he had heard from Helurum to the Jean and Bamul Alliance for a while. While he was talking, he often took short pauses as if he was in pain. A sigh mixed with anger, resentment, sadness, remorse, despair, and hatred came out between my teeth like poison. Some superhumans who saw the soldiers' memories seemed to have a particularly hard time calming their more confused minds. That's all. Do you understand now? Why did Kinslow decide to help you, and why am I crazy? Oh, of course I will say that I need proof. First of all, the memories of those who saw another version of themselves from the Abyss Legion will serve as evidence, and damn, should I even care about that anymore? After the story ended, there was silence for quite some time. It wasn't because I thought he was lying. However, it is just a truth that is too big to accept without difficulty. Even Amaris and Elliot, who have lived since ancient times, could not realize Orgal's story. The only ones who felt it were those who saw themselves from the Abyss Legion. It's really fun, isn't it, Jean Runkendal? The fact is that you and Valeria Hester have never appeared in any world. So among those gathered here, you two are the only variables that even Jeepers from other dimensions do not know about. Those gathered in the conference room were also paying attention to that fact. According to Orgel's memories from the Abyss Legion, this was not the first time La Perosa had been liberated. As far as has been revealed, there have been only 2 instances of liberation from other worlds. Once by Timar, once by Orgel, Koljo, and Soren. However, the Ming dynasty has never been released as intact as it is now. In the world that other Orgels experienced, half of the combatants were liberated in a state that was no different from death or a corpse. And La Perosa's technological prowess was actually used for Jeep. In addition, Gleek's release from the seal, the birth of the evil god Jito's awakening, and the appearance of the Red Mystery were all history that were repeated several times from the Abyss Legion's perspective. Even without Jean, all those events happened somewhere. There was only a difference in details. And in the end, there was always Zippel's victory. Why, is it Eugene Runkendel? Orgel made eye contact with Jean. He had an aggrieved expression. The one who continued the fight in countless worlds to save the world from Zippel was the one who became the Abyss Legion even after death and stood here again. It was difficult to understand why Jean now felt like he was more special than himself. On the one hand, I felt fortunate. Orgel has never had allies as powerful as the current Bamul Alliance in any world. If we completely join hands with the Bamul Alliance, it seemed like we might be able to defeat Zippel this time. No, when I think about it, the why is not important. The important thing is whether Soderette really read all of this and prepared you and Valeria Hister, or whether Soderette is really being used as a demon. Soderette's true intentions have not been fully revealed, so this means you cannot completely trust me, Orgel. Yes, that's it. It's common for everyone. Everything you said today is probably true. But strictly speaking, the Orgels of that world are not you. You are different from them. Because the process and purpose of living were all different. Just because those Orgels protected the world until the end, there's no way you can do the same. It was a careful and difficult matter for the 2 groups, the Bamul Coalition and Kinjalo, to become true allies. Until recently, Kinjalo's goal was not to overthrow Jeep but to resurrect the Sun God. Even if you decide not to fight with Jeep and try to rip me off, my life has already been decided. Apart from the resurrection of the Sun God, they must be destroyed. Damn it, I'm now in a position where I feel something akin to camaraderie with most of your colleagues who were enemies not long ago. Someone else? They were definitely me. And guys like Luna were my colleagues. Orgel spoke after thinking about the terrible end of the other world and the friends who were with him until the end, who now stand before his eyes in a different form. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. You've always fought against Jeep, so you won't suddenly join them. Of course, I have no choice but to always assume Soderette's betrayal. Don't listen too badly because I can't help it. Soderette's true intention. Jean intuitively guessed that it was related to the Black Sea space that Soren had mentioned. And Orgel already knew that information. While the 2 were gathering their thoughts for a moment, Valeria spoke for the first time. Orgel, you said that Jean and I have never appeared in another world. Okay. But I think even if I don't know Jean, I must have been active in those worlds. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen a record window like this when La Perosa was liberated. Your Jean Runkendel was successful. The blue record window that appeared on the staff on the day La Perosa was liberated. Valeria opened the record window again and showed it to Orgel. This is probably a record left by me in another world to me in this world. Orgel's eyes widened. What? He approached the recording window with the intention of burying his face. I don't know much about recording magic, but I could intuitively feel that there was something different about this recording window. A strange feeling that was difficult to explain pierced my whole body. Why are you saying that now? I understand the situation, but stop being stupid. Why would I tell you this? We were enemies. Of course, I had already shown this record window to my colleagues. But since I couldn't find any context or clues, it wasn't something to analyze intensively. Above all, Valeria had to monitor the enemy's movements every day after the liberation of La Perosa, so she did not have time. Anyway, if there really is another dimension or multiple worlds, and it even started with Zippel's manipulation of history, the Hister family must have always been Jeep's biggest problem. Hister. In some ways, Ziffel could be said to be more proud of its name than Runkendal. This is a family that can take their weapon of history manipulation head-on. From what you remember, the history of the multiverse has always been broadly similar. Most of the time, you took on the role of some kind of savior, and Jean and I were the only ones who weren't there. In that case, my ancestors and I would have always opposed Jeep without cooperating with you. And this record window is probably one of the results. Orgel trembled and made eye contact with Valeria. Soderette chose Timar every time. Just as I still chose you. Above all, his power is no greater than mine. I don't think he knew before I did. But if I had someone else's help, I might have recognized the differentiated worlds before me. What Hilurum said came to mind. It felt like the accumulated memories of multiple worlds were exploding all at once in my head. The reason Valeria never appeared in all those worlds may have been simply because she never met him. Because Valeria always operated outside the scope of his perception. But why? I have always been Jeep's biggest opponent. If Valeria's goal in any world was to destroy Ziffel, why didn't she reach out to me? Perhaps just as Hilurum always chose him and Soderette always chose Timar. Could it be because Valeria always chose Jean? For a moment, such a thought crossed Orgel's mind. But in the end, no idea why. It led to the question. There was no reason why Valeria chose Jean Runkendal alone. Even though in those worlds, the best opponent was always himself. My head is dizzy. Then why didn't Valeria from the other world join hands with me? Those Valerias are me, but they are not me. But if I were to guess, I was always hiding. Then, while trying to contact you, I was discovered and eliminated by Jeep. My family could have been completely trampled before I was born. Maybe I just didn't trust you. Orgel does not fully know the entire history of the multiverse. Naturally, all he remembers are the things that the Orgels from other worlds experienced directly, and even there were many parts that were not clear. That could be possible. Orgel. What's important now is that Jeep may not be the only one capable of interfering with other dimensions. Hilurum said that the demon goddess is supporting the Jippels of this world through some kind of method. The result is that the demon godstone has recently developed dramatically. However, according to Valeria's hypothesis, demons are not the only beings from other dimensions that influence this world. I wonder when Valeria from another dimension made it possible for me to see this record window. Point of view. It means that I am curious as to whether this message was sent while observing me in real time from another dimension or after finding out the future of another dimension through recording magic. I think it's the former. If you knew everything about the future of this world, you wouldn't have written a congratulatory message in the record window. The end of record magic is not just revealing everything in the past but also confirming records of the future. However, the future is not confirmed like Asmil, so the results change depending on the choices of the person who viewed the records. As far as Valeria knew, there was not a single hipster who could perfectly use that domain. Among the family legends she found, there was no one who could freely check future records. According to folklore, Heisters have considered moments in their lives when they accidentally glimpse future records as a blessing or revelation. And Valeria also had a moment when she enjoyed such a blessing. The moment when Jean first visited Valeria while performing a mission in Mummet as an intermediate cadet in 1795, and the moment when Jean and Valeria met in Mummet in 1799. Valeria knew everything in advance through the future records she found in the lore. Then of course that dream too. Was it a message from me from another world? Suddenly, Valeria remembered the precognitive dream she had had for the longest time as a teenager. Are you going to keep lying down like that? Go away. It's pathetic. Jean, your handsome brothers will love it. What are you? How do you know my name? Looking at the things that remain, I see that I still have regrets about the world. I will forgive you for pointing a knife at the throat of the person who followed me and held out his hand. It was only after Jin's identity became known to the world due to the Songguk incident that Valeria learned that Jean was the protagonist of the dream. So as soon as I met Jean at Marmite, I called his name as if I was familiar with him. Soon, Valeria's thoughts turned to memories of Honka Island. I remembered the day I spent walking on the beach with Jean at the legendary site of Maliat Hester. At that time, Valeria confessed to Jean about precognitive dreams and future records and said this. I was thinking that the dreams and future records were all arrangements and fate left behind by my ancestors. Perhaps the records of the future seen by our ancestors contain the message that I need you to reach the end of my mission. Maybe it wasn't my ancestors who read the records about Jean and made arrangements, but it could have been me in another world. The dream, the future record, and the record that revealed the fact that Jean died once may all have been reported by Valeria from another dimension. I couldn't organize my thoughts easily, but one fact continued to become clearer. The Hister family and Valeria chose only Jean Runkendal as the key to defeating the great evil known as Zippel. Naturally, Valeria's eyes fell on Jean. Jean had a guilty look on his face. In fact, as he listened to the truth about the multiple worlds, he was overcome by a sense of debt as a returner. For some reason, it occurred to me that in those worlds, even if I met Valeria, I would have lived like an outcast. So he said that he never fought with Orgel and that Valeria did not perform as well as she does now. And then Valeria suddenly walked towards him. Orgel and her colleagues, who were confused by the complicated truth, looked at her in shock. In an instant, Valeria stood face to face with Jean, and Jean also opened his eyes wide as if he had not expected it. Miss, why is it like that? Hey, red hair, won't it fall? Do I feel like my head is going to explode right now? Jean. When I was a teenager, I turned away from the world and lived solely on my mission as a hipster. Then I met you, chose you, and entered your world. Thanks to you, I have changed enough to accept someone as loud and annoying as Sandra as a colleague. What is this? Suddenly interesting. Now that the terrible truth about the world has been revealed, is it suddenly love? Luna noticed Orgel, and Hito covered Sandra's mouth when she was about to pour out an insult. And all Valeria clearly chose you, and I won't regret choosing you. Even though countless worlds were destroyed or taken over by Jeep, the Valerias of other worlds have never once been disappointed in you. Of course, Valeria has never seen such records. But I was sure. One could know one's own thoughts even without recording magic. Perhaps this world will eventually meet such an end. But even then I'll still think that way. Being with you was the best thing in my entire life. Wow. This is hardly a public confession. Shut up, Orgel. This is an important moment. Yoop 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 yoop. Let go of Hito. Asleep. Town. Except for one person, Sandra. Her heart was actually pounding at Valeria's sudden words and actions. In particular, Enya's face turned bright red, and she rolled her eyes constantly. Wow, what a windfall this is. What happened to Confucius? How are you going to get it? Everyone was waiting for Jin's answer as much as Enya. However, Valeria herself did not really want to hear an answer. So don't make that face. We haven't lost in this world yet. Have we? I'm going to get some fresh air to cool off for a while. I think I heard everything important from Orgel anyway. Valeria left leisurely. No. Confucius Jean, are you going to stay still? We have to follow. As the fan club president, this current attitude is very disappointing. Well, it's not like our kid didn't date. At times like this, I just close my mouth and stay still. Oh, are you not much of a history buff? Aren't you satisfied? Yoop. Ugh. Jean looked at his colleagues, feeling dizzy. Everyone, calm down. Valeria will be embarrassed not because of me but because of you. Let's end the meeting first. For a while Orgel and his companions stared at Jean. Only Sandra looked satisfied. What is it? Meeting. Should be held. Orgel was the first to open his mouth with a look of excitement on his face. But what kind of meeting are you going to have? Kinselo will be treated as your ally from now on. Isn't there really nothing more to say other than this? Orgel, today's meeting started because you suddenly came to see me. That's how you say it. Rebuttal. Jean was momentarily speechless at those words. Because it was true. Orgel informed the Bamul Alliance of the truth about the world, the existence of multiple worlds, and the enormous power of Zippel. However, even if we knew the truth right now, the area in which we could prepare a separate response was extremely limited. Jiffel from another dimension, Masindi, could be said to be a fairly abstract enemy in some ways. I knew it existed and I knew it helped the jeepers of this world in some way, but that was all. The people gathered here have no idea where they are, how they operate, or how they move between worlds. Like you said, let's sort out the alliance first. The Bamul alliance will also stop all attacks on Kinjalo for now. However, this content will be withdrawn at any time if it is thought that your position on Jeep has changed. Do whatever you want. However, I would like to advise you to let go of unnecessary boundaries. Even if it's not a Zippel Masindi in another dimension, there are already a lot of problems in the world. Jean, you didn't know that Bligiette went to the Tower of Stories until I told you. It was true. The location of the story tower was constantly changing and it was difficult to track it even with recording magic. We will continue to share with you all the information we learn. Anything that helps with zipping. In any case, we shouldn't let Bligiette get what he wants from Zippel. For now, let's hope that the Abyss Legion can stop it. It just tells me something I was curious about. I heard that the Orgel Abyss Legion is directly attacking the Tower of Stories through the 4 steel portals. Then wouldn't it be better for the Federation's best forces to invade at once through that portal? That is impossible. First, the reason the Abyss Legion can hit the Tower of Story right away is because they fundamentally do not belong to this dimension. It is completely impossible for you or me to enter the Tower of Story directly through the steel door. Because the tower refuses. This is not an area that someone like Tushan Ban can solve with force. Orgel explained that the reason the tower cannot stop the Abyss Legion is because the tower has not yet figured out their identity. As the Demon Stone develops further and the tower learns the identity of the Abyss Legion, they will no longer be able to avoid manipulation. This means that even the Abyss Legion does not have much time to go in and out of the Tower of Story like this. Orgel opened the portal so that Jean could trust it right away. And as soon as they saw the portal ban, Jean and Luna immediately shook their heads. Changxiang's insight was telling. This is a door you can't enter. I guess I can use recording magic later to find out that this wasn't my work, right? Changxiang's won't need to do that. If anything, go out now and capture Valeria. I understand. You know that the Sun God Church was ruined, right? Embrace. Half of the fight. If half of the fights I've been through had stayed intact, even once, the results might have been different. Damn it. Then the only remaining enemies of the Federation are now, except for you, Kinzalo, Ganesto, and the selves of the Sun God who want to destroy or rebuild the world. What do you think about Ganesto? This is where the bug that destroyed my cause before I knew the truth is the leader. Lokia Ganesto. Hilurum said they are like remnants of dimensional differentiation. Remnants of dimensional differentiation? When Jeep first manipulated history and the world was divided, a kind of impurity continued to occur. It all came together and became the current Ganestoga. What was Lokia like in your memories from the other world? It was similar to now. He plotted and schemed behind her back, drew Hilurum's attention, and then left her. I think Lokia and his gang are trying to create their own paradise. And when paradise is completed, I think the goal is to just leave there, destroy this world, and then leave or replace the entire world with that paradise. The third is probably the correct answer. If you meet him, tell him to wake up from his dream. What are they doing when Masindi is trying to support this place with his eyes wide open? However, there is a very high possibility that they will be eaten by Jeep. Why? The Kiliaks of this world are not that great compared to other Kiliaks I have encountered. I couldn't reach the castle alone, and there was even a time when I was pushed to the end of hell by the crazy Baradin. No one here thinks he is stronger than the other Changsongs. That was correct. If it weren't for the terrible and outrageous item called the Devil's Stone, the Alliance's spearmen were confident that they would find Kiliak and tear it to shreds at any moment. So wouldn't Lokia want Kiliak? If I pretend to go under and then hit the back of Kiliak's head, I can get the Demon Stone into my hands. Of course, since the devil can't stay still, no matter what Lokia does, it will fail. I'm sure. Ganesto won't be much of a threat. Actually, I'm not sure. A variable named you and Valeria appeared, but there's no way to prevent that from happening again, right? The demon goddess may surprisingly make a deal with Lokia. Even if I give it to you, if this world's Kiliak ends up being killed by something like Lokia, I'd rather make it the head of Jeep. Anyway, Ganesto is like a cockroach that needs to be stepped on to death. Jean nodded quietly. All in all, Orgel was saying something he could agree with. Now that I talk about it, I see that there are a lot of things to be skeptical about. Gene Runkendall, what do you think is the most important thing right now? To track down and attack the Tower of Stories. The Abyss Legion will probably be stronger than any other force that has ever existed in INS, but it will not be able to deliver the final blow. From the beginning they said that if the Demon God Stone recognized its identity, it would not be able to infiltrate like it is now. Exactly. Most of the soldiers of the Abyss Legion are Orgel from Otherworlds, but there will also be Luna from Otherworlds and even Soren. But in essence they are nothing more than worn-out biological weapons, so they cannot fight like the real Changxiang like the original. In the end, it is up to real people to hit the Tower of Stories and cut down the Demon Stones. The Abyss Legion alone could never put an end to the war. Is there any way to find the location of the tower? Haluram said he would help. However, since Haluram does not have much power, Valeria Hester, who made a public confession a little while ago, will have a large role to play. I feel bad hearing this, Sandra, but don't mention the word public confession. It's been bothersome since a while ago. I don't feel comfortable swearing at you because of my memories of another world, so think of it as ending like this. Haluram, it's true that thanks to the witch we now know the great truth, but honestly I don't trust her. Because the true intention is unknown. Didn't I tell you that Haluram's purpose is to rid the world of light? In a way, the end of all dimensions due to Jeep can be seen as a world without light. Removing light is a story that leaves a lot of room for interpretation. It's been a while since the smart Gene Runkendall says something stupid. If you wanted that, you wouldn't have told me the truth. In any case, if you doubt Haluram's true intentions, just wait for the Sodaret subspace that Soren is looking for to be revealed. If Sodaret knew the truth about this world, there would also be information about Haluram. Orgel, who had said that, looked at the Abyss Legions next to him, as if he remembered something and suddenly opened the portal. Yes, that would be good. Hey guys, go to the Black Sea now. Please lend a hand to Soren. Go deep into the Black Sea and somehow find a place where you can feel Sodaret's energy. Wait a minute, take this note. Orgel and Gene Runkendall are good and kind friends. Gene, please sign here. Gene shrugged and signed, and the Abyss Legion silently entered the portal. It was a portal leading to near the Black Sea. It was a part that made Luna, Runtia, Baradin, Hito, Sandra feel uncomfortable. Please don't make me feel too uncomfortable. They are just a remnant of you and me, these poor guys. You know what? The soldiers of the Abyss Legion suffer the most from remaining still. Then I remember the defeat of the past world. I will never forget that. I don't know if the Abyss Legion will be able to find Soren. I also met easily thanks to the Sun God and Nurgen's foolish actions. If you can't find it, I'll come back on my own, so don't worry. In the first place, the friends who just left were no different from warriors specialized in the Black Sea, because no chaos can stain them. Even the soul of Haluram. From Orgel's point of view, the Abyss Legion was constantly increasing anyway, so there was absolutely no harm in helping Soren, even if just by chance. He wanted to check Sodaret's arrangements as much as Soren. By looking at that, you will be able to judge whether Sodaret is innocent or not. Okay, I think this is roughly all sorted out. First, we will focus on tracing the Tower of the Story and identify the trends of Genesto and the selves of the Sun God. Valeria will have the most work to do. The leader will now deliver it directly to you and answer your confession. Even after Orgel left, his colleagues were lost in thought for a while. So much changed in an instant. As the shocking truth was revealed, Kinselo, who had been targeted for extermination, became an ally, and the power of Jeep that the Alliance had confirmed so far was only the tip of the iceberg. In particular, the 5 people who saw themselves in the multiple worlds were bound to be even more confused. Even Sandra stopped rioting and was gathering her thoughts. First, I have to report this story to the head deacon. I will convey the details to my allies, including the Queen Mother. Mary and Casimir picked up the communicator. There will be great repercussions throughout the Union. The way things are going is unusual. If everything Orgel says is true, then those bastards called Masindi can attack us at any time? That is, if they overcome the limitations of interworld interference. I guess so, my friend Murakan. It really doesn't feel realistic. With the combined strength we have now, I think we can catch whatever comes our way. If I were a Jeep from another world that could interfere with other dimensions. When Jean opened his mouth, the gaze of his colleagues gathered. I'll be ready for all-out war. I've sorted out all the other worlds, but I haven't finished this one yet. If this world ends, Jeep will become the only loser in the entire dimension. With the goal in front of them, there was no reason for them not to give their all. They say there are restrictions now, but they can observe us and we can't observe them. With that alone, you can see that the restrictions are already being broken. They have already achieved victory on many worlds. We're stronger than we've ever been, but they're probably even stronger than that. If you are only dealing with a single dimension, you will never be able to win in a head-to-head match with a force that could be called the Dimension Alliance or Unified Zippel. Therefore, we must end the Zippel as quickly as possible, so that they do not receive support from other worlds. Even if we finish them off, won't other Jeeps be able to invade here? Anything is possible, but let's think about it later. Immediately put out the fire at your feet. First of all, half-brothers. When the golden ship returns, please start tracking the Tower of Stories as soon as possible. Runkendel's head Deacon Reet will be with us. Leet currently manages Runkendel's internal affairs. But now it was time to leave the job to Petro and let Leet run on the field like Valeria. She can also be said to have recording skills. I get it. Although it is provisional now that Kingelo has become an ally, we will drastically reduce the power invested in defending the mainland. Looking at the current situation, it is unlikely that Jeep will try to invade us right away. Above all, if they were aware of the existence of another dimension like us, they would have judged that holding out until help arrived was the top priority. That is correct. If you hold on, it will be a fight you will win. Excluding manipulation by the demon god Stone, we are overwhelmingly superior in terms of power. The Tower of Story is currently believed to be mobile like an aerial fortress. In addition, the demon god Stone was continuously causing some kind of manipulation near the tower so that the records could not be traced, so it could be said that it was in an optimized state for defense. Me, Murakin, Sister Luna, and other superhumans will also track the Tower of Story, so that our paths do not overlap with the Golden Box. The Bamul Alliance's long-awaited Golden Fleet has now entered full-scale production. Thanks to the liberation of La Farosa, most of the technical problems were overcome. Therefore, all the superhumans were planning to board the Golden Ship and pursue the tower. Brother Ban and the King will be in charge of organizing the fleet. And to prevent manipulation, tracking is always carried out only with those who have the ability to create or record. Changxiang's power of existence and recording magic. Although the former is somewhat inferior to the latter, it can still prevent historical manipulation to some extent. No matter how many golden chests there were, one of them was always needed. While they focus on defense, they will show their majesty to the public in some way. At that time, as in the past, forces that sympathize with Jeep's power may appear, so Mr. Quicantle will be in charge of preventing and suppressing that situation. Troops will be provided by Runkendel and Tychon. Okay, well, there are a lot of foolish people. And of course, the pursuit of Ganesto must run parallel to the search for the Tower of Stories. Now that I think about it, I should ask Orgel for this part and see if I can use the dream ability. And Jet. Hey me! Contact the True Demon World immediately and schedule a meeting with Silkia. Silkia Arcia. Jean was reminded of her existence. In the True Demon realm, she was the person who saved the most people and had the world's most powerful large-scale dimensional movement ability. During his lifetime, Bassett described Silkia as a being who could become a god. And it was safe to say that her ability to move between dimensions was already a divine power in itself. Jean thought that maybe that power could be a clue to dealing with Jeep. A portal that allows you to pass through Jeep's manipulation and advance to the Tower of Story, or a passage that can interfere with other dimensions. Of course, there was no guarantee that Silkia would do such a thing, but if there was a possibility, no matter how small, it was time to look into it. Even if it wasn't those two things, in the first place, Silkia's power could be used in a variety of ways. In addition, Jinma World was a land that needed to be re-examined in many ways. In the past 2 months since liberation from Jito, the Jinma World has been focusing its efforts on reconstruction. The fire of destruction, that Kiliak left behind was now almost gone. So in addition to rebuilding, there was one more thing to do in earnest. Finding the remaining altar of the sun god in the Jinma realm. If he is Kinjilo's ego who wants to be maintained, he will be a reliable ally. If it were the other way around, it would have to be destroyed before being resurrected like Bligiet. I understand. Aside from meeting Silcia, Valeria was the most important in everything else, as Orgel said. That's all for today. However, everyone is asked to be very careful as an unexpected situation can occur at any time. Soon Jean left the conference room to meet Valeria. I guess I'm organizing my thoughts inside the red owl in the hangar. Just as everyone had a heavy heart, Jean also felt the same way. Return. On the way to the hangar, Jean thought about regression. I felt like the time had come to reveal to my colleagues that I was a regressor. When I was young, I couldn't reveal it because I didn't have the strength. There was no reason to reveal it. After I got the power, I couldn't reveal it because I couldn't explain it. And now, there is no reason not to say it now. Even if his allies in the alliance knew that Jean was a returnee, they would not blame him or turn against him. However, many ordinary people whose lives changed due to Jin's return. Not all of them could support Jean. The world cannot be said to be any better than it was before my return, and someone is bound to become unhappy because of my return. So far, the only being who has taken that debt into account is Ayula, who is on the verge of extinction. What Ayula said was certainly comforting, but it cannot be said to have become reality yet. The power of regeneration. Will this power be able to undo all the misfortune they have experienced? It's impossible. I always thought that way. That's why, as a returner, you can't make the world a place worth living in. It was in that context that I felt the need to reveal the truth about Jin's regression. Just as we were trying to examine Silcia's power, there might be some clue to breaking through the situation in our own return. I wasn't afraid of being pointed at by someone. Even if his colleagues were disappointed to find out that he was a regressor, it was the same. The only thing he was afraid of was that his own return would make the world more painful. Valeria. Jean opened the door of the Red Owl. As expected, Valeria was curled up in the cockpit. Are you here? The two stared at each other for a while. I didn't say those things in the conference room earlier because I wanted to hear some kind of answer from you. You know, but you want to talk about your secret? Jin's eyes widened. Valeria was once again recalling the day she met Jean on Honka Island. That day, Jean actually announced the existence of a secret, and Valeria deliberately did not listen to the answer. For some reason, I had a gut feeling that I shouldn't do that. That's right. Just as Jean seemed to have made up his mind and was about to continue talking, Valeria shook her head to stop him. Don't do it. I'm really curious too, but I don't think I should say anything about it now. For very practical reasons. Practical reasons? Valeria stood up and approached Jean. Honestly, I now have some idea what your secret is. There were some personal experiences I had that you didn't know about, and the information Orgel brought this time was nothing short of a wedge. Personal experiences meant the strange things Valeria experienced while being with Jean. For example, he ordered the same food that Valeria in her previous life enjoyed at a restaurant. Then why? I think your secret is the most important factor in this situation. It's probably a more important factor than meeting Orgel or Halurim. And Orgel said. He said that the meeting between himself and Halurim would be recorded on the completed demon stone held by Jeeps from other dimensions. So Jeepers will be aware of their meeting. Valeria was on guard. The moment Jean confesses his secret, the completed demon god stones from other dimensions will record the contents. Of course, the completed demon stones won't be able to record everything in this world, because there are restrictions. But there's a high chance of finding out the most important facts in this world, like the meeting between Orgel and Halurim. And your secret, right? So if your secret is revealed, we may lose one of the most important variables. That's why I said you shouldn't say it absolutely. Jean felt like he had been hit on the head. Valeria was saying the right thing. If his regression was the only move Zippel didn't know about, it was a problem that should never be revealed. Jean, you know what I said, right? I understand. Has anyone else in your life other than me noticed your secret? There was. When killing Kid at Hall, Jean personally said that it took him 44 years to get revenge, and Ron noticed Jin's return when he ascended to the Changxiang and became the light of the Sword Emperor. Ayula also recognized it just before she disappeared, and Kiliak had heard about the keyword 44 years through Kiddard Hall and had left. Jean explained this to Valeria without mentioning the words return and 44 years. Then the only ones who clearly recognized it were Sir Ron and Ayula. Thank goodness. If you are analyzing this world with the demon god stones that have been completed, your secret will not have been clearly revealed yet. More than anything, it feels like the time before the turning point. Bifurcation. Hilurum is an immortal with the greatest power but only recently realized the truth about the multiverse and met Orgel. I think the reason is a turning point. The world must reach a certain turning point before this information becomes available, especially only for beings of high divinity. Valeria's hypothesis about the turning point was the same. First, when another dimension begins to interfere with this world. Second, when the world's history reaches a certain point. Thirdly, when a historian from another dimension intentionally transmits information to that dimension in an appropriate section. All three have potential. In any case, special conditions would definitely be needed for anyone to recognize the multiple worlds, so Hilurum, who had been a bystander the whole time, has finally started to move. And the moments when your secret was revealed or could have been revealed were all before Hilurum became aware of the multiverse. Therefore, my guess is that it will not be easy for Masindi to find out that information. It must have been before the intervention. Of course, this is only a hypothesis, but there is no harm in being careful. Excluding this hypothesis, it is true that there is no reason not to reveal the regression, but there is also no reason why it must be revealed. I hope your father will quickly reveal Soderet's secret. I'm curious too. According to what Orgel said, there seems to be some kind of connection between Soderet and I, but I can't quite get a feel for it yet. Let's wait. Anyway, thank you. I almost made a mistake. Valeria smiled at those words. Then take a moment and have a cup of tea with me. Let's drink and work. Good. While making tea, Jean felt like he had gone back to the old days. It was like the time when he was traveling with Valeria as teacher and student before returning. You little bastard. What are you doing? The next morning, Murakin opened his eyes and glared at Jean. Why? Why? You've been with the historian from last night until this very hour. And in an enclosed space, just the two of you. Why is that? Why? Let me explain. I've never spent time like that with Strawberry Pie. Because I was watching you. What did you do? I drank tea. Have you been drinking tea for such a long time? I guess we didn't even hold hands? Jean shrugged his shoulders as if it wasn't worth answering. Oh, what? It's noisy, and Taiken is guarded well. I'm gonna go and meet my friends from Jinma World. Now once the Golden Fleet is completed and the pursuit of the tower begins in earnest, there won't be any time, so you should at least ask Gilly out on a date. What? Date? And I never noticed. Your approach must have been the problem. If you get rejected again, it won't be Strawberry Pie. Ha! Give up on being lovers with Gilly. That's how Murakin found Gilly's room. She was just about to get up and tidy up her room. Strawberry Pie. Mr. Murakin? Do you have time today? Time? Why are you suddenly asking such a question? Murakin was thinking about how much prettier Gilly looked today, and suddenly he remembered himself being very excited. It didn't seem like it would be very pretty. Now wait a minute. I don't think this is it. Come back again. Yes. Murakin turned around and thought. Who is the person in this Taiken who dresses the best and whose actions are full of class? Murakin was lost in thought for a moment. That was Hito, the person Murakin usually calls physically beautiful. Murakin, as if he was wasting a second, found Hito's room by flying instead of taking the stairs. Body beauty. Murakin, when looking for someone, don't you usually go through the door, not the window? Open it. Sandra and Bale were together in Hito's room. Fortunately, Sandra didn't know that Jean and Valeria were together all night yesterday. Taiken's colleagues will never say that to Sandra. What's going on? Let's borrow some clothes. Did you say clothes? Okay, I'm gonna ask Gilly out. I guess I shouldn't do it the way I normally do. Do I even have to say this? Hito understood immediately and nodded. Then he slowly looked Murakan up and down. He had a somewhat wild look, but his long hair was roughly sprawled out. His black coat was covered in dust, and his shirt, which looked like it was about to fall, had a few buttons missing. Sandra and Vale immediately showed interest, and their eyes sparkled. Hey, Murakan has become a man now. Do you care about all that? But if Murakan, Gilly likes you, you will look pretty no matter what you look like. I can love you even if I turn into something like Yukpian. Isn't that right, Vale? Isn't that so? Crazy 6-part episode. Are you out of your mind? Why is that? That's right, that's not true. Ignore what she says. It seems like a very urgent situation right now. So just leave it to me. Oh, okay. Just try to show your style. Clap, clap. As Murakan sat down on the chair, Hito skillfully and quickly finished preparing the styling. I will comb your hair gently first. This perfume is something I love very much, so I will make special use of it. I secretly used that perfume once, and Hito almost broke my back. As for the shirt, this would be a good choice. Yes? Is it okay to have a tiger pattern? These are clothes I have collected for theater actors. I mean, not everyday clothes. My clothes don't fit, but luckily I have a few made to give to Jean later. It's the season when you don't have to wear a coat. The shoes seem to fit roughly. If the size doesn't match, you can adjust it by fine-tuning the transformation. Thank goodness. Try it on. Be sure to wear your shirt closed. Don't solve it like you normally would. That's it. You must not raise your collar. I said no. Lady, please turn around for a moment, since you have to wear pants. Wait, why are your underwear so flashy? Well, maybe it's not that bad. Why are you throwing away the belt? Do it just right. You shouldn't eat food just because you're full. Murakan, who was fully dressed, twisted his body around for a while as if he was frustrated. Finally, Hito sprayed a cool yet strong perfume and turned the full-length mirror to reflect his appearance. Sharp but neatly combed hair, neat navy blue shirt, ivory pants and round-toed shoes. It was an unfamiliar feeling. Murakan looked at Hito with doubt. It's really okay, right? Even Misha will praise you. If you get offended, it's your fault. Try to let go of that bad attitude. Go ahead and speak calmly. The entire union is going to be busy soon, so I really want to spend time with you. Let's have a nice meal together and talk about past issues. For your information, these are the best restaurants and bars in Taiken. Okay, here we go. As Murakan quickly disappeared, Sandra and Vale shrugged their shoulders in disappointment. Aren't the comments a bit weak? What's important about the comment, lady? Gilly already likes Murakan. Did Gilly like Murakan? It's amazing that there is an idiot who didn't know that. Immortality. Actually, there wouldn't have been a problem even if you had just left without coming to me. Murakan stood in front of Gilly's room again and took a deep breath. Knock knock. Strawberry pie, it's me. As soon as Gilly opened the door, she was shocked to see him. You came here after changing your clothes? Oh, that's it. Is that strange? Murakan regretted it as soon as he said it. No, it suits you very well. Anyway, what brought you here? And Gilly regretted it as soon as she answered. There was silence for a moment. Neither of them could see each other's eyes. A vague, awkward air current bloomed, and both of them felt like their backs were sweating because they were so hot. What brought you here? Murakan recalled what Hito had said. I really want to spend time with you before I get too busy. Let's have a nice meal together and talk. But as I was about to open my mouth, I felt like I shouldn't say that. I felt like I should say something else. The reason I came here now is because I love you. Strawberry pie. Hey lick. Hee. The sound came not from Gilly but from Hito and other colleagues who were hiding behind the wall in the back hallway, spying on them. Gilly blinked her wide eyes and looked at Murakan. And the next moment, Murakan's brain stopped temporarily, and he continued talking like this. So let's go have a nice time with a meal and talk. TSK, 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 TSK. The hiding colleagues could barely contain their laughter. Murakin was so nervous that he couldn't even hear them whining. It was the same with Gilly. Once she did boom. I closed the door. Now please wait a moment. Oh, of course. Take your time. Murakin looked at the closed door and Gilly leaned against it and calmed his heart for a while. It was the first time both of them had experienced this in their lives. Dressing up in formal clothes and asking someone out on a date or receiving one is a good idea. Murakin had always been self-indulgent in his past relationships. In particular, Gilly had never been in a relationship since she was born. Her life could be largely summarized in 3 parts. The McLaurin family adopts Runkendall as their nanny. Their adventures with Jean. I had never even imagined meeting someone falling in love and starting a family. It's not that I didn't know Murakin's feelings at all, but I wasn't sure I knew either. No matter how much Murakin expressed his love, he initially thought it was impossible. The thing that connects you and Murakin. It was also against the family law. Did I fail? Did I fail? Was it a car? Was it a car? Was it a car? What should I do? 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 Soon Gilly tightened his eyes and adjusted his clothes. Jean came to mind for a moment. Sagaju, who was nothing but her everything, must have always lived for Jean even in her many lives in the multiple worlds. She and Murakin were apparently Jin's real parents. I have never hated that life. However, it would be a lie to say that deep down in my heart there was always a sadness and emptiness that no one could fill. Suddenly Gilly thought that it might not be that strange to go on an official date with Murakin, and this time he thought that it would be a good idea to do whatever he wanted. As her heart led her, she opened the door again. Okay, Murakin. Let's go out and eat together, go for a walk and drink together. Oh. Colleagues gasped in admiration. It was now loud enough for ordinary people to hear, but Gilly and Murakin still couldn't hear their voices. The two people, looking into each other's eyes, momentarily fell into the feeling that they were the only ones left in the world. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. The two people started to leave the hallway. Their colleagues tried to follow them like a stream but stopped when Ban stopped them. I think it would be best to just stop here. We'll bless you too and have a glass of gem wine. That is correct, sir. You have great merit. They made Murakin very neat. Would you mind watching my brothers sometimes? Of course. The first thing Gilly and Murakin did after leaving the palace was to stand on their knees. The excitement of starting off just now was gone, and the two people looked awkward and blushed the entire time they were walking. The weather is really nice. Is that right, Strawberry Pie? That's right, Murakin. The sky is really bright. And then there was silence for a while, and then they started talking about what the shape of the clouds looked like, and that was a disaster that happened about 20 minutes into the date. Why is it so awkward? I feel like I'm shrinking somewhere. By the way, Strawberry Pie is usually pretty, but today it's especially prettier, so I'm going to give it a go. Is it awkward for you, Murakin, because I act awkwardly? Mr. Murakin? Handsome. Whatever your heart desires. Gilly kept thinking about that thought to keep herself centered in the midst of her confusion. It didn't take long for me to worry about what my heart wanted right now. Hot. Gilly suddenly grabbed Murakin's hand. Murakin looked at Gilly's face and his clasped hands alternately looking like a startled cat. Oh, is it because I want to catch it? No, let's hold on tighter. No, what does this mean? So what I meant was that it was very good. Haha. It's suddenly hot. Soon the two people burst into laughter at the same time. We've already been together for over 10 years. My heart tingled as I wondered why holding hands was such a big deal. Okay then, let's hold on tighter and walk. Which restaurant should we go to? I heard there are a lot of great restaurants on the second floor. And how about we treat each other without being too awkward? As usual. Please do as usual. As soon as Murakin heard the words a restaurant, he looked for the note Hito gave him, and at the part where he was asked to do as usual he stopped his movements and took a deep breath. Murakin always approached Gilly head-on. Strawberry Pie. While shouting, I have never been as confident as I am now. That's right, Strawberry Pie. I was so nervous that I behaved in a disgraceful manner. It wasn't ugly. Would it be against the law if I told you that it was cute? How, what kind of law is this? In Runkendal now the kid is the law and I am the law. If there is someone in this family who tries to harm you while invoking the law, he or she will be summarily executed. Strawberry pie. Actually, the guy with the physical beauty gave me recommendations here and there. The restaurant we should go to was decided from the beginning. Ha ha ha, somehow I feel like a bad person in power. But what if you say it was decided from the beginning? Do you remember the cocktail and shrimp dish we had when we first came to Tychon? I think everything will go well at Tychon. As soon as I arrived, I saw this kind of luck. Oh my, this cocktail and shrimp dish are so delicious, master. Try it. Can I order more? Oh my God, Gilly. Why are you asking such a thing? Order it quickly. The second day of July 1795, 9 years ago. Jean and Murakan Gilly had visited the highest-end inn in Tychon at the time after receiving Alyssa's letter of recommendation. Although it was the place where he first established ties with Kashmir, Murakan had an even more important memory. Gilly looked very excited at the inn that day. He kept humming and drinking cocktails, and it looked like he was going to tell his story for the first time. Gilly also smiled brightly, recalling that day. How could I have forgotten? I love it. Let's go there. How have I never been there before? It didn't disappear after the Tychon reorganization, right? It didn't disappear. I saw it often in passing. Strictly speaking, it's not a restaurant but a lodging. I don't have any ulterior motives, so please don't misunderstand. Gilly was already walking quickly, dragging his hand. He seemed more excited than ever. Casimir's tact is sometimes extraordinary. He realized that as soon as Murakan and Gilly left on their date, they would be heading to that lodge. So I quickly rented the entire accommodation just like that day 9 years ago. The lodging also remembered Jean and his group's visit. This is the greatest pride in the history of the hotel. It's been a while, Murakan and Gilly. The two of you are the benefactors of the Tychon kingdom, so we will serve you with all our hearts today. It is an honor to be able to welcome you again like this. Please tell me anything you need. First of all, cocktails and shrimp dishes. Is it okay if I prepare it just as you ate it 9 years ago? It's the best. Don't you think you know something, strawberry pie? Following the manager's guidance, the two naturally went up to the room they had previously stayed in. It was a room with an open sea view. The drinks and food you ordered will be ready in no time. Well then, have a good time. Wait a minute, manager. I think I misunderstood something. We came to eat, so we just stayed on the first floor. Please give me a lot of shrimp dishes. All right. The manager disappeared. Gilly had already gone out to the balcony and was enjoying the dazzling sea and warm sea breeze. Wow, it's so pretty now, but how pretty will it be when the sunset goes down? It's a memory, really. Murakan looked at her back and mustered up courage to stroke her hair. Then he gathered his courage once more and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. This scenery will be beautiful even now, both at sunset and when the moon rises. Like strawberry pie. Oh, I guess I felt a little bit. Did I pass it by? I'm kidding. If you say something so nicely, I have no idea how to respond or what to say in return, so I end up making a pointless joke. As you know, I'm a bit clumsy. Soon the employees started coming. The two sat at a table on the balcony and enjoyed drinks and food. Like any other lovers. The sound of chattering and laughing continued. Murakan made a beard out of shrimp and made a funny face, and Gilly's face turned bright red the whole time because he was laughing. Each time the glass was emptied, the gap between the chairs the two people sat on narrowed. When they were close enough for their shoulders to touch, Gilly rested his head on Murakan's shoulder. Murakan. Yes, strawberry pie. I'm older now. Of course it is a human standard. But Murakan-sama will treat me the same way when I become a grandmother. Of course. It's a story that hurts my mouth to say it twice. That makes me even more scared. Murakan's time is like eternity, but compared to that my life is just a moment. Unforgettable memories last forever. In that sense you are already eternity to me, strawberry pie. When you leave one day I won't love anyone else. Murakan swallowed his words and looked at Gilly. She was looking up at Murakan with red eyes. Promise me one thing. I can promise 10 or 100 things. Is it also telling you to stop collecting spring art collections? That's a bit much. Wow, can love be this shallow? This is my first time doing it, so I don't think this is the right thing to do, right? I will dispose of it. Ahahaha. Please wipe your tears and speak. What I wanted to ask was none other than that you should never die in the war that is about to begin again. Mr. Murakin will always fight the most dangerous enemies together with you. So please make sure you survive until the end and be with me for the rest of your life. I put the name of the Black Dragon Murakin Sodaret on the line and the honor of my contractor. I swear to my lover that I will definitely do so. Not only will I not die, but I will also protect the little guy until the end. Gilly pulled Murakin by the neck. Murakin closed his eyes as he felt incredibly warm and soft lips cover his own. Afterwards the two returned home after watching the sunset outside the window, the moon rising and the morning sun rising. Jean naturally planned to go to the demon realm and meet Silkia, but she called Jean to the tent of Mila Kingdom. Nice to meet you too, how have you been? I was surprised when I got the call. It's not easy to find peace. There are people worse than Jito in every dimension. As soon as they entered, Missile and Tilias were the first to welcome Jean and Cirrus. Welcome, descendant of Bigung, the savior of the true demon realm. I should have gone to Tychon Palace, but now my power is strangely only used in the direction of the tent here, so it's not that difficult, so I'm making this mistake. Viceps leader Silkia Arcia. She bowed politely to Jean, whom she had not seen in a long time. Don't do this, Silkia. It's burdensome. I was originally planning to go to the true demon realm in person, but thanks to Silkia I was able to see you comfortably. Are you finding it easier to use your abilities now? Originally Silkia had extremely limited use of her dimensional movement powers. During the True Demon War, Bassett prevented Silcia from using her powers even when she was injured. But now the road leading from the Jinma realm to the tabernacle has been opened just to meet Jean. I already had something to tell you about that. I think it is related to what I received this time. Of course, what was delivered this time meant the truth about the world that Orgel had spoken about. Did you say you think they are related? Yes, shortly after hearing what Orgel said. Things that I had never experienced came to mind as if I had experienced them. Jin's eyes widened. Silkia had experienced something similar to her colleagues who had seen the other self of the Abyss Legion. Please tell me in detail. This was the memory of another world that Silkia recalled. First of all, I was used by a group called Jeep in another world. They used my powers to interfere with other dimensions. I couldn't refuse, because they took the people of the Jinma realm hostage like Jito. The reason why Jean wanted to meet Silkia as soon as he realized the truth about the world was because he believed that her power could be a clue to counter the Zippel of the multiverse. Indeed, Silkia's power had the potential to jump between dimensions. It's just that Zippel from another dimension has used it before Jean. Even in a world where Jito was not revived, the Jinma world was trampled by Jippel. It's really hard to accept. There's no way you or Silkia would lie. According to Silkia's new memories, this world is the first time the Jinma world has been saved. It couldn't be done in every other dimension. I still don't remember clearly how I was able to open the interdimensional passage, but I think it will come to mind as time passes. At that time we will use that power not for Jeep but for the safety of the Union and the world. Silkia explained the memories of the multiverse in detail for a while. Just like Orgel, he seemed to be having a hard time remembering it, and he kept stopping to take a breath. There are a total of 5 worlds she remembers. In all 5 dimensions, Silcia was Zippel's slave and key personnel for dimensional interference. However, the first rider and other colleagues who saw themselves all recognized other dimensions through the Abyss Legion. Silkia recalled memories of the multiverse without the Abyss Legion. Cirrus said, "So far it has been confirmed that only Hilurum has encountered the memories of the multiverse without the Abyss Legion. Cirrus-sama, all interference in other dimensions is carried out through the channel I created. I am guessing that this may be a phenomenon that occurred as a result of the passage to this world being used recently and my powers reacting to that incident. When something stimulates the interdimensional passage, used by the demon god, the self in this world who uses the same power also reacts." Jean and Cirrus felt that Silkia's guess was somehow correct. Since Jeep has recently been receiving support from another dimension, the passage created by Silkia from another world must have been used. Although it was painful that the demon god used Silkia first, and the memories of the multiple worlds must have been very burdensome for Silkia personally. Jean felt like he had discovered an unexpected trick. Silkia, you said that over time you would come up with a way to open an interdimensional passage, right? Yes, Sir Jean. Then wouldn't it be possible to close the passage in reverse? Close the passage. If that can be done, Zippel will be fundamentally unable to receive support from other levels. Of course, since there are more than 5 Silkia in other dimensions, it may be easier for them to open a new door than for the Silkia here to close the passage. But it was worth a try. At the very least, if he could disrupt Zippel's support just once at a critical moment, that alone would be of great help. I had that in mind too, Sir Jean. The Silshas of other worlds are all exhausted and devastated, and even their fate or death is unclear. I haven't felt any memory of death yet, but it's not normal anyway. When I fully awaken, I will be able to deal with it alone. You fight against yourself in another world in a terrible situation. Silkia was speaking calmly. The only thing that mattered to her was this world. Because the Jinma world in another dimension was already in an irreversible situation due to Jeep's brainwashing and tyranny. What I'm rather worried about is if Ziffel reaches a stage where he can reproduce his power with just the demon god stone. Then it would be difficult for me to close the passage alone against them. You won't know until you try. For now he had to wait until Silkia found enough power. It must be painful, but thank you for giving me strength, Silkia. No. I will do whatever I can. This place where we demons gained freedom with great difficulty. I definitely want to protect it. Certainly. Don't cry, Silkia. It's okay. That's right, Silkia. Jean saved our Jinma world, and now our Jinma world can help the Union thanks to you. I was able to repay my debt. It will be fine. Missile and Tilias comforted Silkia. Silkia stopped crying and looked at Jean and Cirrus. I was so emotional that I looked bad. Please forget it. And now I have to talk about the altar of the Sun God. An altar to the Sun God that exists somewhere in the Jinma realm. Silkia already knew the Sun God's tendencies. It was thanks to the memories of the multiverse. The name of Kingelo's ego that sleeps on that altar is Focal. He is the ego that wants to maintain the world. Zippel once used him as a material for the demon godstone. When you wake up, you will become a strong ally of the Union. This was information that even Orgel did not know. Missile made an exaggeratedly proud expression on behalf of Silkia. Silkia is the best, right? Where else can you hear about the sun god Focal, a method that can prevent dimensional interference? The more allies you have to fight against Jeep and the demon goddess, the better. Especially if it is a transcendent being like the ego of the sun god. Regardless of their military power, their godhood alone could be enough of a variable. In particular, now that Bligiet has been discovered collaborating with Jeep, if someone like Focal becomes an ally, it will be possible to balance the situation to some extent. Yes, you're the best, Missile. Silkia, do you know the exact location of the sun god's altar? I know. However, please do not send the Alliance's valuable personnel to the Jinma realm. Anyway, it's a position I can't reach without my ability. Instead, you can just leave the sword you brought today. Just before meeting Jean, Silkia had asked for a sword from Tychon. Sun's word Tetalon. It is the sword of Simit, the warrior god of the Jiakmyong race, and is an object made from the body of the sun god. At the end of the La Perosa Liberation War, Simit threw away the sword and created a new sword using purple brain energy to fight Luna. Thanks to this, Tetalon was secured by the coalition without any damage. That sword was the key to opening the altar of Focal. That's funny. The Jiakmyong people always wanted the world to change, and the sword their warriors used was made from the body of Focal, who wanted the world to be naturally maintained. Jean handed the Tetalon he had brought with him to Tilias. What the Jinma world will do as a union has become clear. Their role was to prevent dimensional interference and revive Focal centered around Silkia. It must be too heavy on your shoulders, Silkia. I am used to fighting for freedom and salvation. Please lead us to victory this time too. Sir Jean. I said it would be heavy on my shoulders, but Silkia actually made my shoulders heavy. I think the meeting is over. Are all the coalition members on the ground doing well? I would like to meet the liberated Ming dynasty sometime. Afterwards they talked for about an hour. It was mainly about the reconstruction situation of the Jinma world and changes on the ground. Then we'll go back alone. Say hello to everyone. If I have anything to report, I will contact you right away, Sir Jean. Please always take care of yourself. Silkia opened the portal. As the companions of the true demon realm disappeared, the curtain suddenly seemed to become quiet. The harvest is significant, Jean. Yes, Cirrus. But no matter how much we prepare for the final battle, it will not be enough. The two people made sad expressions at the same time. Okay. When the final war against Jeep begins, many people will die. There may be casualties among our colleagues. It's something I don't even want to imagine, much less talk about, but it was reality. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen. Of course we will do our best. You will fight really fiercely to prevent the people you care about from getting hurt or dying. But I feel strange these days. For some reason I want to talk to you about useless things. It probably means that I depended on you a lot without even realizing it. Please feel free to say anything, Cirrus. And probably I have relied on Cirrus and the secret palace much more than Cirrus has relied on me so far. Cirrus made eye contact with Jean. Soon she shrugged her shoulders and said, "What are you to me?" Jean Runkendall. I was able to put an end to that worry only recently. Just yesterday. Jean looked at Cirrus in shock. She had an expressionless face as always. In some ways, he seems detached from everything, and in other ways, he seems indifferent to everyone. However, as a longtime colleague and friend, Jean knew why Cirrus always had that look on her face. Responsibility. From the moment she recognized who she was, Cirrus' life was filled with training to become the perfect next queen. A harsh and boring life. Cirrus was accustomed to such a life from a very young age. It never occurred to her that something else might come into play in living for the big palace. That is, until she met Jean. Squeal. Cirrus filled her and Jin's glasses with wine. The first day we met, you scammed me at Marmite. Haha. Now that I think about it, it was strange that I applied ointment at that time. What is it like? At first, I gave him ointment so he could apply it on his own. Then he saw your dirty hands and said he would apply it for you. If it were my personality, I wouldn't have given the ointment, much less applied it myself. That's right. I guess it was amazing at the time that I met someone my age in such a rough place. Ever since I was young, I often acted on behalf of my mother, and when I went out of the palace, I was mainly on missions, so I rarely even talked to my peers. Jean nodded, thinking of Talaris. She had been bragging about sending Cirrus to important meetings and going to meet her lovers since Cirrus was about 5 years old. Of course, the intention was to boast that Cirrus was that smart, but it was a passage that immediately showed how much pressure she had to endure growing up as a descendant of the royal family. So to speak, she was receiving royal lessons at every moment and was always suffering from exams. So I saved him, and when I found out that he was the youngest of Runkend, I was really shocked. But after thinking about it for a while, I realized I wasn't angry at you. Cirrus, are you angry with yourself? The fact that I was deceived. That's right. I'm angry with myself. I foolishly did a small favor and made the queen look so ridiculous. Even lost the sparring match. That's what I thought. Phew. Cirrus took a sip of wine and smiled. Jean followed suit, emptying his glass and refilling it. But after losing, I put ointment on you again. While I was overwhelmed with feelings of defeat, disappointment, etc., it was strangely refreshing. You know what I want to say, right? The truth is, I always wanted to escape the pressure. The pressure of being a small palace lord. Even though we were together for such a long time. This was the first time Jean had heard Cirrus's intentions like this. And I never even noticed, because she has always been the perfect oxbow owner. From around the time she turned 15, those under the queen's protection would go to Cirrus, not Talaris, when they had a problem. I had no choice but to work hard, Jean. To put it bluntly, I am less talented than my mother. Even though my mother was playing around, she was one of the top 3 strongmen in the past, including Soren and Lord Ron. I have never taken a day off from training, but I am not even in the top 5 strongmen of this generation. That's why my mother pushed me so harshly from a young age. Jean didn't answer but clinked his glass lightly with her. You have always been a good competitor to me. Our relationship started fresh, and the things we experienced together afterwards were dangerous but mysterious. How many times has your life been saved thanks to our secret palace? I can't even count them. Starting from Cologne until now, Bigung has always supported Jean generously. Even when I came to Mila to meet people from the Jinma world, I wrote a note. I have received countless amounts of help, Cirrus. No matter what I do, I can never repay it all. Yes, if you have a conscience, you should know. Haha. Then try braiding my hair. Hair? You've never tried it, have you? I don't think there is one. Cirrus showed off her long hair by braiding it in front of her shoulder. This is how you do it, like taking hair between your fingers and gently knotting it. Just braid 3 braids here and here. Let's make it as pretty as possible. Yeah, if you're not pretty, I'll turn your chin away. Jean stood up and stood behind Cirrus. Every time I carefully picked and ran my hair, a sweet scent came out. Jean didn't open his mouth for a while because he was concentrating, and Cirrus started humming in a low voice at some point. Every single stem was braided. When Jean held up the mirror to reflect her braided hair, their eyes met in the mirror. For some reason, I laughed. What do you think? I said I was working hard. That's good. Please be patient until the end. Jean braided her hair again and Cirrus hummed. Jean, it's been a long time. I thought maybe she was showing excitement for the first time. It was beautiful. Her silver white hair was shining like a river in the sunlight. Once upon a time. Yes, Cirrus. At one time, I had the same thoughts as my mother. Which? One day, it occurred to me that it might really be a good idea to have you as the hostess of the secret palace. I don't remember exactly when. Was it time to recapture the compass? Anyway, I thought it would be best for the royal palace. For the big palace. Cirrus pondered those words and took another drink. I don't know about you, but that issue has been a long-standing topic for me, because I couldn't understand my heart. Did he think it would be a good idea to marry you just for the sake of being a queen? Or did he think he wanted to marry you because he loves you? Jean couldn't answer. However, Cirrus did not mind at all as he silently braided his hair. Anyway, I didn't start talking today because I wanted to hear an answer. It had to be the former. I should have wanted to marry you only for the sake of my wife, not because I love you. However, it felt good to see Jin's hand trembling slightly as he braided my hair. So out of curiosity, I asked a question. Jean, why don't you ask why your doctor is not important? That. You could have just refused? That's not what I meant. Haha. It's not like that. You would have refused. Because you probably already have someone in mind. Valeria Hester. Cirrus knew that she and Jean had spent the night together in the Red Owl. As soon as I heard the news, I decided I had to talk to Jean. He said it would be a good idea to tell Jean his feelings just once. Jean. Yes. Unfortunately for me, it's not because of Big Gung. I've just had you in my heart since some time. I respected you as a competitor. I liked you as a friend. And I loved you as a man. The second hair was braided. Jean calmed his trembling hands and picked out the last strand of hair. I was the one who confessed, so why did you drop it? If my hair gets damaged, I can't just get over it. Cirrus. It would have been nice if I had known this feeling a little earlier. And if I had been more well-skilled at expressing myself like my mother, I might have had a chance. But not anymore. I think it's time to close this heart. For the big palace and for us. It wasn't just Jean and himself that Cirrus expressed that way. It was a story that included all of my colleagues. The fight that awaits us now will be harder than ever. I don't want to make a mistake then. I have already made my choice. I couldn't really choose my words. Jean just braided her hair with hands that had barely stopped trembling. When Jean finished braiding the last of his hair, he showed it to Cirrus in the mirror. Oh, you did it well and delicately until the end. And just as Jean was about to nod his head, sitting back, Cirrus naturally pulled his neck and kissed him on the lips. With this, all the debt you owed to the big palace as a competitor has been paid off. From now on, we won't be in debt to each other. You to me, because you are my best friend and the most precious person. So if you need anything in the future, feel free to tell me anything. It means be shameless like you are now. Okay. Instead, promise me 2 things. What? First of all, I hope your treatment of me doesn't change in the future. I feel more comfortable with you now than before. Can you do it? Jean nodded slowly. Secondly, I feel like I'm a bad person if I say this, but whatever, it's not going to happen anyway. If by any chance you feel like your thoughts of Valeria are not permanent, come to me. Cirrus turned around again. For some reason, Jin's eyes seemed wet, and I didn't want to see them. I didn't even want to hear the answer to my second promise. It wasn't because Jean seemed to be shaking his head. Likewise, it was because I felt sorry for my precious colleague, Valeria. There are 2 glasses left and 1 glass of wine left. Cirrus filled her own glass with all the remaining alcohol. And while trying to empty the glass, I impulsively felt a chill. Wow! The glass filled with chill that bloomed like a snowflake was frozen in an instant. For some reason, I don't want to drink this right now. I'll have to come back and empty it someday when I remember. Let's go now, Jean. I'll go out first and wait a little while. I'll ask the manager to keep this and then I'll leave. After Jean left, Cirrus stared at the frozen glass for a while. It was Segungju's heart. While Cirrus left the glass with the manager, Jean felt the terminal vibrating in his arms. It was a communication from Talaris. Son-in-law, are you with our daughter now? Yes, Talaris. Then don't go straight to Taiken but come to Bigung. I have a story to tell and someone to show it to. Someone to show me? Ugh. Yes. Quite a mysterious person. Come check it out yourself. See you later. Soon Cirrus came out. I think it was your mother? Yes, Cirrus. He told me to stop by the secret palace. Well, it's now. As promised. Behave in a non-awkward manner. Of course, Cirrus. Jean and Cirrus looked at each other and smiled. Before their romance as opposite sexes, the 2 had been the closest colleagues for a long time. Let's go, Moat. Bow! The white gate of the otherworldly snowfield opened. As Mort started running through the otherworldly snowfield, Cirrus opened her mouth as if she remembered something. Jean, perhaps this otherworldly snowfield is also related to another dimension like the power of Silkia? The same goes for Test Flame system. Both are areas that have not been analyzed properly. Boo! Mort nodded first. That doesn't mean it's definitely related, but it means there's a possibility. Now that I think about it, I guess we can't rule it out. I think it would be a good idea to forward it to Silkia and study it. Moat reached the secret palace in an instant, and as soon as he came to the big palace, Jean felt that he was filled with an unfamiliar energy for some reason. Dragon? Were there any dragons living in the secret palace? Suddenly Jean remembered a conversation he had with Cirrus in the past. I heard it the last time I communicated with Talaris. I'm making interesting friends these days. The identity of those interesting friends is a dragon. Young dragons about 1,000 years old. Young dragon? It's a strange thing, because it is rare to find a dragon without any affiliation. Cirrus was also thinking about that story. It's common for my mother's lovers to stay at the secret palace, but there are a lot of dragons today. It seems like it's related to the person who showed it to you. I think so. Jean and Cirrus encountered many dragons on their way into the main palace building. Most of them were transforming into humans, but they looked somewhat clumsy. The transformation was incomplete, with tails and wings sprouting, and most of them seemed to have not learned how to hide their energy properly. It didn't look like something a 1,000-year-old dragon would look like. More than half of them even tilted their heads at him as if they didn't even know who Jean was. They look like dragons from another world. I know. As they approached the main house, the first thing that greeted the 2 was a gold top. Oh, partner. It's been a while. But now you're so popular that it's hard to even see your face. Watertail, Dark Flame, and Wanko Wangnun also smiled brightly. Jean, it's been a while. Cirrus changed her hair. Pretty. Thank you, Dark Flame. What about your mother? The room over there. I'm receiving a golden tongue massage. In the room, along with Talaris, a person I had never seen was receiving a massage together. Oh, daughter-in-law. Are you here? Who is next to your mother? Ahaha. That's right. I should introduce myself. Hello, this is Lucy Runkindle. I am your son-in-law. Jean and Cyrus' eyes widened. Lucy Runkindle, the last teenage knight whom Jean never met and who is presumed to be Timar's lover. A person of that level is suddenly receiving a massage with Talaris in the secret palace. Talaris playfully shrugged his shoulders, looking at Jean in shock. You're surprised, right? Let me briefly explain how we met. Lucy was being chased by Ganesto in a subspace called a confined space, and she made various efforts to get out safely. As a result, a small dimensional rift was created near the big palace, and Lucy's dragons began to come out of it, and some of them even became romantically involved with me. And then today, Lucy finally came out. There were many other things that were complicated to explain, but Lucy nodded, finding Talara's summary quite fitting. You guys just go away. Yes. As the golden tongues left, Talaris and Lucy stood up. Jean bowed his head to her and greeted her formally. This is Jean Runkindle, the 59th owner of Runkindle. It is an honor to meet my ancestors like this. There is no need to be so polite, Sir Jean. The real Lucy Runkindle is as good as dead 1,000 years ago. I am nothing more than a ghost or remnant of her. Lucy held out her hand as if to shake his hand. The hand was partially translucent like Orgel of the past. It looks like it will disappear soon. Eventually, she started telling her story. Dragon Sword Lucy Runkindle. This is the name people used to call me 1,000 years ago. Until then, I thought I was fully human and took up the sword with my Timar colleagues to protect my family. Jean, a fully human being, focused on those words and looked at Lucy. Even at first glance, she looked closer to a demon or dragon than a human. It had deer-like horns on its head, and its eyes were shining golden. That golden color symbolized the solar flag. She is also a being related to the sun god. But after the war ended with our defeat, the truth I realized was, I was not an ordinary human being. I left Runkindle to find out who I am and to avoid being a nuisance to the Hengio family. It didn't take long for Lucy to discover her identity. Lucy's unique power rebelled countless times and naturally awakened her amidst the numerous manipulations of history that Zippel performed on her. I was one of the 9 heads of the great ancient serpent Amaris. That's why he was strangely loved by dragons ever since he was on active duty. That was the first thing I realized about who I was. Ugh, the first identity. That's a really strange expression. Does this mean there is a second identity? That's right, Talaris. Even if I were one of the 9 heads of Amaris, I would not have been able to resist the demon stone of the time without being destroyed with that strength alone. Thanks to their continued manipulation, the second identity they discovered was that I was one of the alter egos of the sun god Kingelo. Jean looked at her eyes shining with the sun once again. There was an empty heart and sadness of unknown depth in the brilliant eyes. When I realized everything, I felt betrayed by myself. The human Lucy Runkindle was just an illusion from the beginning, and my true identity was nothing but bizarre. It was the head of a great snake and the self of the sun god. It was also the self that blindly wanted the destruction of the world. The will of the sun god named Lucy is by no means beneficial to this world. Lucy, like Ilona or Malugia, was a differentiated ego solely for the destruction of the world. I fought so desperately to protect my family and the world, but my true self was a monster who went completely against the will of Timar and his colleagues. Talaris spoke again on behalf of Jean, who was trying to choose an answer carefully. We were getting massages together just now, but it's hard to comfort you because something like this happened. But that's it. You haven't done anything to be a self of destruction, have you? Rather, he appeared before us to help the Bamul coalition. At those words, Lucy closed her eyes tightly. She was recalling the most painful memory of her life. That's the problem. It would be better if I should have continued to be a monster. The power and will to destroy that I had was transferred to my daughter. Jin's eyes widened again. You said she was a daughter. She is my and Timar's daughter. Helin Marcos. They were twins. The power and will of the sun god that I had was transferred to the older of the two. The reason Lucy left her family after losing the Sword Demon War was not just to find herself. It was necessary to leave the family to protect two daughters, Helin and Marcos. Among them, Makos was the son of Timar who later returned to Runkendal. And Helin inherited the power of the sun god from Lucy. As soon as Jean heard that, he thought of Lokia. During the La Perosa Liberation War, Lokia had a completely different face than 1,000 years ago. A woman's face that resembles Timar. That was Helin Runkendal. I don't know exactly why my powers were transferred to Helin. When I had my two children, I didn't even know what I was. But by then I had already fallen for Helin. Unlike Marcos, who was lively, Helin never showed any signs of normalcy right after she was born. He didn't cry when he was born and barely spoke as he grew up. Helin almost seemed like an inanimate object, like a rock, not a person. The second Makos had a similar personality to Murakan, so he could not help but look strange even when he did not know the truth. During my time on the run, Zippel kept trying to manipulate my history using the broken demon stone. Each time Helin was unaffected. It must have been because all my strength had already been transferred. Soon, Lucy formed a lump of solar energy on her palm. Jin and Cirrus, Talaris, looked at the lump in shock. Assuming there were no three people present, the moment it exploded, it was so powerful that it wouldn't be surprising if the entire big palace was blown away. The power transferred to my daughter is over 90%. There is no problem in forming this level of power with just the dust I have left. Soon Lucy clenched her fists and released her strength. Jean, I want to free my daughter from that darkness. It may be shameless, but please help me. I will do everything I can. Lord Lucy, if I am correct, your eldest daughter is currently being held captive by Lokia Ganesto. I don't know if the expression being caught is really right. One day, my daughter left me on her own and went to Lokia. You left on your own? To Lokia? Yes. At that time, although I lost the power of the sun god, my strength as a teenage knight was almost the same. But Helin subdued me very briefly and then said, "We need Lokia Ganesto." It was winter when Helin turned 8. It was a time when I was living on an uninhabited island in the Empire. While living on the run, Lucy never once spoke of her family. He abandoned not only Timar but also the name Runkendal. He also used a pseudonym and of course his daughters did not know his true identity. Before she left, which shocked me, Helin incorporated the entire island into a subspace. It was a subspace where dragons were abandoned and imprisoned. Helin trapped me in there. Confined dragons. According to Lucy's explanation, all special dragons abandoned by the gods are abandoned in the same subspace. The gods cannot kill a dragon that is too closely linked to their power. This is because if you kill them, your power becomes weaker. So instead of killing the dragons, the gods imprison them in subspace, and the entrance has never been opened. Until Helin opened it. The clumsy dragons in the secret palace now were the descendants of those captive dragons. Wait, maybe your daughter put you in a safe place? You survived in that subspace for almost 1,000 years. Unlike you, Helin is likely to have been aware of her power from the beginning. Helin had never mentioned Lokia's name, but he suddenly said he needed her. And although he had never taught any magic other than basic swordsmanship, he opened subspace with divine power. As Talaris said, Helin was aware of her power from the beginning. It's not that I haven't thought about that, Talaris. I was able to adapt to that world without difficulty through my ego as the head of a large snake. But now Lokia is tracking me. Joshua Runkendal. No, it's Joshua Ganesto now. He came to see me. As soon as he heard Joshua's name, Jean touched his forehead. Lucy explained how she fought Joshua in a confined space for a while. At that time, Joshua showed considerable fighting power through the power he received from Lokia but was unable to cause any fundamental damage to Lucy. That bug-like guy. He doesn't die and he does all kinds of crazy things. There is no shame. It is not for you to feel sorry for me. Anyway, he's just a moth that doesn't know anything. He seems to think of Lokia as his new mother, but to Lokia, he is no more or less than an expendable item. To achieve the purpose. Jean narrowed his eyes as he remembered Lokia's purpose. From what I have inferred so far, It seems like Lokia is trying to create something, her own paradise. That's right, Sir Jean. He has already created his own world and reigns as the only god within it. Joshua said that in that world, Runkendal was victorious over Ziffel in the Sword Demon War. It is the history that should have been accomplished in the first place. Those words somehow reminded Jean of Luke's story he heard from Van. The reason Luke wanted to resurrect the sun god was to build a world where the netherworld would forever be victorious, so it resembled Lokia's world in many ways. You want to replace your current royalties with that strange world of Lokia. Maybe it's not just about replacing one world. Suddenly Jean had this thought. If Lokia also knows the truth about the multiple worlds, if she recently realized it like Jean did, or if she already knew it before, then her plan could have been to turn every dimension into a world where Runkendal wins. Jean explained the details of the multiverse to Lucy along with the guess that just came to mind. After hearing the explanation, Lucy's eyes widened as if something occurred to her. Multiple worlds. Then what Helyn said when she left could have been what she meant. We need Lokia Genesto to destroy all worlds. Mom and Marco stay here. Helyn's words when leaving Lucy. Lucy had been thinking about those words over and over again for the past 1,000 years. However, no other clues could be found regarding the keyword, all worlds. I just thought it was a metaphor for the complete destruction of this world. However, if Helyn had been aware of the multiverse from that point on, the meaning would be completely different. Helyn may literally want the end of the entire dimension. As the thought reached that point, the group felt goosebumps rising on their backs. When I was dealing with Lokia a while ago, I saw that he had the face of a woman who resembled Timar. And speaking with Murican, I came to the conclusion that Timar and Sir Lucy might have children and that Lokia might have taken one of their bodies. That would be Helyn's body. At that time, Lokia said you were her daughter. Well, you may be Lord Lucy's daughter, but to me, you are my ancestor, so it's a bit uncomfortable to keep calling her your daughter. I'll just call her Helyn. Ahaha. It's so funny when my son-in-law is like this. Then why do you always say the name Timar comfortably? It's because I somehow got used to it. There is also a strange sense of intimacy with the first head of the family. In any case, Rokia couldn't sense Helyn's ego or will. I just mean it looked like Lokia itself. So at that time, I just thought that Lokia was using Timar and Lucy's child. But it could have been the other way around. Maybe Helyn is actually using Lokia. Jean couldn't bring himself to say that to Lucy, but Lucy had already figured it out and nodded heavily. Whether Lokia is using Helyn or Helyn is using Lokia, both are ultimately terrible for the family and the world. Lucy paused and remembered the days she had escaped with her daughters 1,000 years ago. Helyn was a child who had no emotional expression, but occasionally she would hold Lucy's hand when she was distressed. Even if she had no such memories, Helyn and Marcos were daughters who were more precious to Lucy than anything else. But one of them is a child who is trying to destroy the entire world. He even inherited that power from himself. Even after 1,000 years, it was still difficult to accept. However, it was an unavoidable reality. One way or another, we have to stop Helyn. That child will also be freed from the will of destruction. Sagaju. I am a person whose very existence is a sin. For some reason, I was an indescribably terrible being from birth. But even though I realized my true nature too late, I still want to fight. Tears flowed from Lucy's expressionless face. Losing your family, losing your colleagues, losing your lover, losing your children, losing yourself. In pain of unknown origin or reason, she blamed the world countless times. He cursed the sun god, cursed the gods, cursed his enemies, and cursed himself. But he never gave up on life. That means the struggle has never stopped. Don't say things like that, Sir Lucy. Everyone who survives now owes a debt to Runkendal back then. I am the biggest beneficiary among them. The person in front of me right now is not the head of Amaris or the self of the sun god, but Lucy Runkendal, the dragon sword and teenage knight who has never once stopped fighting. It's an honor to fight together. Lucy wiped away her tears and nodded. Deep emptiness, sadness, and anger toward enemies were flickering within the watery golden eyes. It was an anger that could not be masked by the emptiness and sadness that had tormented her for 1,000 years. The House and the Alliance will all welcome Lord Lucy. There are many people who would be particularly happy to see the scriptures. Prime Minister, may I go with you to meet old friends and people who will now be your colleagues? Huh? Why are you asking such a thing? You are my guest, not my subordinate. If you ask me, he might be closer to my senior than me, but we'll just remain friends. For some reason, I liked it from the beginning, so I got a massage as well. If only I could have friendship with a sin like myself. Stop saying that, Sin. Did it all happen because you wanted it to? You are just a victim of the world. Like so many people. As your son-in-law said, the people of the world are indebted to you. Even when I was getting a massage, he acted so frustrated several times, asking me if it was okay for someone like me to be treated like this. It was driving me crazy. Jean reported the general situation to the Sword Garden and Tychon via communicator. The golden ship had just returned from finishing off the remnants of the Sun God Church. Jean called the golden box to honor Lucy. Lord Talaris, then I will take Lord Lucy and go back. Would you like to go with me? I'm done. I need to have some fun with the dragon brothers that Lucy brought. Daughter, are you going? I also have to take care of the backlog of documents, Jean. Sir Lucy, I will see you often now, so please take care of me from now on. Soon the golden ship arrived and picked up Jean and Lucy. Talaris and Cirrus saw them off. By the way, daughter, did you braid your hair differently than usual? Ugh, pretty girl. She is my daughter, but she is so beautiful. Is it so? Talaris looked at Cirrus in shock. Cirrus usually ignored Talaris' playful expressions of affection. Why do you answer everything? Are you in a good mood after spending time with your son-in-law? To those words, Cirrus responded with a calm expression. My mother says it's pretty, so I'll have to go like this from now on. June 10, 1804, about a week after Lucy joined the Union. She seemed to be struggling with her new relationship for the first few days, but thanks to her old colleagues like Leet and Murican Bale, she seemed to have adapted well to the alliance. Nyanga Jigam, the reason I came here this way was because I was sharing a girl with her. It's so cool. To love. Because. Strawberry pie. Puhahaha. Led by Eltiot, who was the first to recite with a strange pronunciation, the Mia clans were busy making fun of Murakan. From the day Murakan and Gilly officially became lovers, teasing Murakan was the greatest joy of Eltiot and the Ming dynasty. To be exact, it was not just theirs but everyone's enjoyment except Murakan. However, there were not many colleagues who could laugh fearlessly in front of Murakan like the Ming dynasty. Hey, these bastards are like this again. Hey, don't you stand there? Come on, just come here. Since Ban is protecting you, you don't really see anything, right? Don't stop. Kyakia. Kyakia billion. The Tuong and several warriors who were running away were soon caught by Murakan and their jaws turned. However, even though the Ming dynasty was beaten, they were just busy making fun of Murakan. I'm just going to die. But it's true that my friend Iok Murakan confessed like that. Jean, your brothers are a real fighting race. Murakan, even if you get hit with a fist like that, the bruises will all disappear after a few hours. It's fascinating. I'm confident that I have a pretty strong body now, but if I get hit like that, I'm sure I'll be seriously hurt. Still, Murakan knows how to respect the elderly. Elthiot starts every time, but he doesn't hit that guy. That's right. Baradin and Dante were watching. Jean shrugged his shoulders. That's right. Murakan has its ups and downs. Anyway, Jean, are you really okay with being lovers with Gilly and Murakan? It's okay. Where is Malgo Baradin? It's true that it feels a bit strange, but it was bound to happen like this. Jean had never seen Gilly smile as often as she did these days. Murakan also always had a smiling face except when he beat up colleagues who made fun of him. Seeing that look makes me want to date too. At Baradin's words, Jean and Dante internally smiled bitterly. It was because I knew that he was saying things he didn't really mean to shake off his depression. Baradin has always appeared cheerful since being rescued, but in reality he has been suffering every single day. thinking back to the terrible things he had done in the aftermath of the mental manipulation. There was no way he truly wanted to be in a relationship or anything like that. I just want to throw myself away as soon as possible and make up for the sins of those times, even if only a little. Hey, what kind of love is it for a sinful person like me? This empty heart and sadness. From now on I will replace it all with the anger that catches Jeep. In that sense, is there a place for me in the Golden Fleet? I was a bad guy, so please just assign me to an ordinary crew member instead of a grand position like fleet commander or captain. Baradin said, looking out the window. Outside the window I could see the golden boxes that had just been built last night. Currently there are more than 300 golden ships floating in the territorial waters near Tychon Palace, and their appearance looks as if clouds made of melted gold are flowing across the sky. All the people of Tychon came out and were watching the spectacle. Jean took out an epaulette from his pocket and handed it to Baradin. This is the epaulette of the 9th Fleet Commander of the Bamul Alliance Tychon Nation. The fleet name is Draka. What? Draka? Draka. The capital of the Lutero Magic Federation, which disappeared a few months ago from the enemy clan. Draka, along with the Tower of Stories, has been a name that symbolizes Jeep for a long time. If you give a name like that to the Golden Fleet, Baradin, I remember you as the most just person in Jeep. You were like a person among those who were not like him. Before Jean returned, Baradin had a reputation in the world as a just and strong person. And the same thing happened to Baradin, who Jean experienced after returning. Before the mind manipulation, he was clearly the most righteous person in Jeep. During the Songuk incident, you were indignant when you saw that your family was trying to starve the Songuk subjects to death. This was right after Jeepal handed over gold bars to Songuk as a threat. So you set fire to the gold bars yourself. Do you remember what you said to us at your villa after that incident? You said you were going to get the Jeep back. Anyway, Runkendal and Ziffel fight even if it's not you. That's true, Jean. I have a sense of responsibility. If the family is going down the wrong path, shouldn't the country also be corrected? I will get everything back to normal. I would return Jeep to the proud family I knew it to be. It was a memory I didn't want to forget even for a moment. Except for the time when he became a monster through mental manipulation, Baradin always held the memory of that day in his heart. In my opinion, that statement still holds true. Of course, from now on our alliance plans to destroy Jeep, but you are the exception. When the name Jeepal disappears from this world, then you will rebuild Draka. As the most righteous person in Jeep. It is a name given that meaning. Baradin stared at Jean for quite some time before receiving the epaulettes. Well, except for the fact that the rulers were the most bastards in the world, Draka was the most livable city in the world. For the ordinary people who lived there, their home and hometown would have disappeared. Well, let's give it a try, Captain. The leader is asking for this. It's not a request, it's an order. Those friends are really tight together. A bit unlucky, isn't it? Dante. It's a very heartwarming sight to me. Anyway, as you instructed, I will rebuild Draka someday, Commander. And besides me, there's Sandra and Betty, right? Keseki anin jiper. Of course, neither of us are as sinless as I am. I assigned those two to the 9th Fleet too. Anyway, it's detailed. So what about non-immortality? Is he part of our fleet too? The immortal belongs to the Runkendal fleet. Still, isn't it natural for a teenage knight? Well, immortality is treated like a fool here, but in the Garden of Swords it is no different from a living myth. The three people giggled aimlessly. Up front, Murakan was still being teased and Lucy could barely hold back her laughter as she watched. By the way, Lucy, Jean is also really great. If you're going to do that, just laugh. I heard that your situation is similar to mine. Should I give you some advice? No, I'm a Zippel anyway, so maybe it's a bit weird? Hey, what do you think? It's because I'm obsessed with the idea that I'm a bad guy who shouldn't be laughed at. Baradin walked towards Lucy before Jean could respond. As soon as Baradin spoke, Lucy reflexively swung her fist and Baradin stretched out his fist for about 5 seconds and then stood up. I'm sorry. I know very well that Lord Baradin is not evil, but as soon as I heard the word jiffle, I stopped without even realizing it. Coo. It's okay, don't worry, Sir Lucy. Great. When it's hard to laugh like it is now, let's just beat me up. Wouldn't that be better than being so weighed down by guilt that you can't fight properly? No, if it's a Zipple I see that he extends his fist first, so I don't think I need to worry. Lucy let out an awkward laugh while trying to answer. That alone was enough progress. Jean and Dante burst into laughter as they saw that. Let's catch that guy without overdoing it. Because he has a lot of work to do and must survive until the end of the fight. Of course. Jean took out a pocket watch from his arms. It was approaching noon. It's almost noon. Soon Jean stood up and started walking, and all the nearby colleagues began to follow him one by one. The place Jean headed to was the floating garden of Tychon Palace. While he and the executives were going up to the hanging garden, all the golden ships floating in the nearby sea began to form a line at once. Eventually, when Jean climbed to the hanging garden, Tychon's entire fleet was lined up in front of Jean. Among Tychon's golden fleets that have been produced to date, there is only one that is not here. The battleship fleet captained by Ban. They had been tracking the Tower of Stories with Valeria for the past week and had contacted Jean for the first time an hour ago. Since it appears that the current location of the Story's top jeep can be determined, the request was to summon 50% of the currently operational golden ships to provide support by noon. Preparations for sortie had already been completed long ago. I just waited for noon to come. Q-Doiduk-. Behind the golden fleet lined up in the sky, a huge steel door was opening. Hundreds of flying ships led by Kingelo's flagship Granil were seen exiting the steel gate. Likewise, half of Kingelo's 300 ships were ordinary flying ships and half were the Black Fleet of the Abyss Legion. Orgel was gritting his teeth as he stood on the bow of Grenil. It was the first moment of jiffling after learning the truth about the world. I was planning on leaving Orgel if I got late. I said something I didn't mean to say. Now you admit it too, right? That there is no ally more dependable for you than our Kingelo. By the way, your lover and class are amazing. Who would have thought they were already on their tail? I was surprised to receive the communication. For example, Zippel's opponents have gathered in one place. Finally, just as the pocket watch pointed to exactly noon, Jin's small communication device vibrated. It was a communication from the Tushan fleet. I'm sure. It's above the heart of the Soda Desert. You can come by space leap right now. After hearing Valeria's voice, Jean immediately boarded the ship in the very center of the fleet. The hull, which stretched out sharply like a sword, contained greater power than any golden ship ever produced. It was Runkendel's first flagship, Sarah. Gentlemen, today is the first day of an all-out war with Jeep. Starting today, we will relentlessly pursue attack tier and bring them to their knees, until the name Jeep disappears from this world. Is everyone ready? Yes. Jean stared at the images that appeared on the bridge. Thanks to absorbing the technology of the enemy clan, the video showed Alliance members boarding each fleet. Coordinate settings have been completed. Sagaju. Mesa looked back at Jean and said, she and the youngest division members all became crew members of the flagship of the Runkendel First Fleet. Entire fleet space jump begins. All right. When Jean gave the command, the spectacle of nearly 600 ships preparing to jump into space all at once followed. Huge portals were opening across the sky. One by one, the ships fell into the whirlpool of silver and steel. Although we live in an era where flying ships have become more common than a few years ago, the power of golden ships is on a different level. Each ship was comparable to the Kojak Jeep's decisive battle weapon until now. Even now, the fleet gathered over Tychon was less than half of the entire force of the Alliance. But victory cannot be assured. No, rather, Jean thought that he had no choice but to be pushed back at this level. That was why the rare monster called Devil Stone was so powerful. I was already able to guess that just from the reports I received from Ban and Valeria. They experienced manipulation throughout their pursuit of the Tower of Stories. Suddenly an island appears in the sky where there was nothing blocking the road. The desert suddenly turns into a sea. A tsunami rises to the altitude where the fleet is flying, and the Tower of Story in front of you suddenly disappears into the distance, and an enemy fleet appears in its place. It was all reality manipulation through the power of the Demon Stone. We are not yet able to manipulate the history of our union like Jeep did 1,000 years ago, but we cannot know when it will suddenly start. Jean and his colleagues were all determined to end the war before the demon god stone reached that stage. Woo! By the time the vibrations of the fleet's power source subsided, the entire fleet's space leap had been completed. The landscape that soon appeared was a vast sea. The fact that the desert was turning into a sea due to the demon stone had already been spread to all Union members. However, when I actually encountered the scenery in person, I felt dizzy due to an inexplicable sense of disconnection. Only the strange appearance of sparsely floating sand dunes like islands showed that this was not some sea but the Soda Desert. It's a very different scene from when we went on a mission to destroy the secret drying site 4 years ago. At that time I was shocked to see so many ships that Jeep was building, but now that's nothing compared to the demon god stone. Among them, about 100 ships of the Tuscan fleet were floating. Even though they suffered numerous attacks during the chase, not a single scratch could be found on the ships. Here you go, brother Jean. As we have seen so far, their manipulation of reality clearly has its limits. Can you see the Tower of Story now? I see it, brother, Jean said, glaring over the bridge. The Tower of Story can be said to be the last territory left by the original Jeep. However, the tower had now become a huge aerial fortress comparable to the Ram, operated by the evil god in the past. It just looks like a reflection in a broken mirror. I can't see it at all from my side right now, but if I see it from my brother's side, this means that omnidirectional space distortion is not possible, as we and Valeria have figured out. Try to attack when you see them, like now. You have to push hard without stopping even for a moment, so gaps like this will appear. All right, attack the entire fleet against the enemy. The power sources of the ships began to boil again. The front part of every golden ship was split into two and the main guns were protruding. At the same time, Jean and Ban amplified their optical hearts to the maximum. The power source of the golden box is the light heart, or the brain machine of the Ming dynasty. And that brain energy was influenced by the light heart of Jean and Ban, as well as the resonance of the fighting spirit of the Ming dynasty. The lightning plane, which was rapidly and constantly growing in size, encompassed the entire fleet in an instant. The brain machine that spreads out like a nebula is already a terrible weapon in itself. In the heat, the sea formed by Zippel boiled like lava and hot winds blew in all directions. Quaya! He dash! Soon, the moment the entire fleet's bombardment began, the Tower of Story had to face firepower that had never existed in INS before. A bright blue thunderbolt that shines as if to blind one's eyes. The Tower of Story was suddenly covered by the vast blue light and disappeared from everyone's sight. The whole world seemed to be shaking from the explosion and the shock wave. Most Union members were thrilled by that power. It was a destructive power that could literally change the map of the world at will. However, Changxiang and the soldiers staying near it quietly stared at the enemy beyond the explosion. There is no feeling of being caught at all. It is true that the cannonball hit something and exploded, but that is not the main body of the story. A shield or something formed in its place when the tower attempted to jump through space. By the time the explosion reached the halfway stage, the Changsongs were confident. It didn't hit me at all. But it was nothing to be discouraged at all. The fact that they avoided the bombardment means that it was burdensome to block it directly. Besides, it's just a one-time artillery strike anyway, and it's not an attack where we're betting much on it. Of course, it could have been a trap. You can also deliberately avoid artillery fire and then attempt a powerful counterattack at a more critical moment. But Jean decided to rule out that situation. They seem to need time and have been running away from the chase this whole time. And you can't exterminate them without taking risks. The enemy is not just Jeep in this dimension. Full-scale support of the Masindi multiverse Zippel could begin at any time. I always had no choice but to take risks and fight. Those gathered here now are the last remaining opponents of the entire dimension. The Tower of Stories has been recaptured. This is the front upper part of the first flagship. The Tower of Stories that reappeared took on an ordinary shape unlike before the bombardment. It looked like a pure white disk and was so huge that the main body of the tower towering in the upper center looked like chalk. This time too, the Tower of Story could not be seen from the location of the battleship fleet. The Tuscan fleet quickly tried to join Sarah in response to the Alliance's communication, but Zippel's fleet suddenly appeared in front of their flight path. Ugh! Tisk! Seeing that sight, the warriors of the battleship fleet suddenly felt pain as if their heads were exploding. The constant distortion of space and manipulation of reality was causing confusion inside the fighters. Just as the voice of chaos drives people into fear, the manipulation of the demon stone itself had the power to make people suffer. However, the fighters only flinched for a moment and did not care. Anyway, the pain was almost deceptive. So long as my limbs weren't torn off, I could endure it for as long as I could. The fleet formed in front of the Tushan fleet consisted entirely of Kojek 2 models. As has been the case up until now, the fleet will be boarded by fake ghost members created through reality manipulation. But there was one thing that was different. Is that the enemy's flying fortress, Usrak. An aerial fortress of the enemy tribe that Jeepal took over from Gala in the past. The center of Jeep's newly formed fleet included an air fortress identical to Usrak. It is unknown whether the Usrak is real Usrak or a fake created through manipulation. Even if it is fake, it will be about 70% as powerful as the existing enemy tribe air fortress. That's the case with the fake fleets and ghost fleets they've created up until now. It seems like Brother Jean is extremely wary of my fleet being attacked. Jean nodded. As they said, Zippel was more wary of the Tushan fleet that had been tracking them the entire time than the Alliance fleet that appeared led by Jean. Jean seemed to know the reason. The King's Rain Sword. In terms of pure firepower, it will be less than a fleet bombardment, but if half of the attack is attached to the hull, and the King's Rain Sword can be fully unleashed, firepower is not a problem. That sword would not have been able to be manipulated or avoided with the current Demon God Stone. A power that cannot be manipulated. Right now, the only thing that Zippel actually feels as the biggest threat is that. Moreover, Valeria is aboard the battleship. In addition to the Emperor's Rain Sword, her recording magic could also create troublesome variables at any time. Quaya. USU's main gun was pounding on the protective shield of the Tushan fleet. Indeed, just as Ban said, it looked like it was about 70% of the original Red Ming Sky Fortress. Just that 70% would have been enough to dominate the sky a while ago, but not anymore. Even after being hit directly by USU's main gun, the Tushan fleet's protective shield showed no signs of being destroyed at all. The bombardment of the fake fleets formed with USU could not even pierce the thunder planes spread out near the shield. Brother Jean, let your brother open the way first. I will deal with these fakes and join them. The class that communicated like that was smiling. It was because I thought Jeep was too self-conscious. In Ban's opinion, the blade that scared Jippel the most was not his but Jin's. Begin the second bombardment. The output will be lowered. Jin's crazy heart was calming down. Accordingly, the power of the resonant Golden Fleet weakened. The main guns of all fleets except for the battleship fleet fired fire again. Even though the output was lowered, it was enough to light up the entire sky. The Tower of Story avoided the bombardment this time and rapidly increased its altitude by leaping in space. The bombardment was in vain, but the tower did not disappear from sight. Just as the bombardment began to subside, Jean picked Bradamanti. Open the bridge and spread out all ships except the first flagship Sarah to avoid being touched by my sword. Insect. The moment Jean leaped outside, the bridge runes suddenly began to glow on the ship Sarah's hull. Just as runes appear all over Jin's body, when teenage knight Sarah Runkendal unleashes her magic sword secret technique. Jean had been thinking about this for a long time. There is no sword more suitable to condemn those called Jippel. Runkendal Demon Sword Secret Technique. Burning Fire, Sarah Runkendal. The sword that you mistakenly thought was completely erased from history has never disappeared again since I met Sir Sarah. It will continue to be that way. Garaf. The moment the roar of the Phoenix Tess rang out across the battlefield, everyone on the battlefield was struck by the same sensation. An unfamiliar feeling that the sky is becoming heavier. There was no other way to explain it. Even the Union members on board felt as if something huge was pressing down on their heads. The power that the blue flower of medium pressure Tess possesses. Before we knew it, Tess, who had been summoned, was showing off her majesty in a larger form than ever. Tess looked around the battlefield from her position on top of the ship Sarah. Wherever Tess looked, blue flowers were blooming. In particular, it blooms fiercely around the Tower of Story, as if it were confining the tower. As it has always been. As a GPL, it will try to get out of the clearing by using manipulation and distortion. But it was visible in Jin's eyes. In his and other creators' eyes, the fact that Zippel would not be able to accomplish the task easily stood out. This was because even the manipulation abilities of the Demon Godstone were affected by heavy pressure. Chijik Chiki Kiki. The first to react to the heavy pressure were Ziffel's fleet and Usrock, which were formed on the side of the Tushan fleet. Even though they were not yet in direct contact with the blue and white flowers, they were shaking like flying insects, losing their energy in the heat. The fleet formed by Zippel had messy black lines drawn all over the hull, and the lines were torn and blurred. Like when a trick of the eye is broken. The essence of the army formed from demon stones is that it is fake. The fire was a force too much for such fakes to withstand. The power of the demon god stone itself is not a lie, so the fleet is not completely destroyed, but it will not be able to endure forever. The fire has only just begun. Srung. Bradamanti slipped out of the sheath. It seemed as if several streams of blue river were spreading across the sky. Jean began to walk towards the Tower of Stories by following the flowing blue flowers like a road. Widespread flames were rushing around Jean. It looks like part of the flame system has been recreated. I wonder how the real Sarah will feel when she sees this. Runkendel's first flagship ship Sarah. Sarah did not just apply the Federation's latest technology. The magic developed by Tess and Ameri's Lucy Valeria Jean was also applied. The formula for Yofwa was slightly changed and runes modeled after Yofwa were engraved on the ship. In other words, Sarah has become a ship that can strengthen the magic sword specialization. It is not all about simply expanding the territory and strengthening destructive power. The technology and magic applied to the ship Sarah were able to alleviate Tess's manifestation conditions and even lower Jin's physical strength consumption. Of course, this does not mean that Tess can fully manifest. However, that level has now become an area that can one day be reached if given enough time. You will love it very much, Murakan. And for Ziffel, this sword will be an even bigger nightmare than 1,000 years ago. Leet answered. She was now doing more work as second-in-command of the ship Sarah rather than as head of the house. The two recording talents Leet and Valeria would be key in all future battles. Jean quickly closed the distance between himself and the Tower of Stories. The blue flower, which was shaking wildly, was now pressing on the tower, not like a river but like a vast ocean. But little by little the speed of the rush was slowing down. It is true that the power of manipulation and distortion has been weakened by the pressure of Changhua, but that is not the only thing at the top of the story. Countless magic is applied throughout the huge hull. Thousands of layers of protection and Zippel's elite wizards guarding them. The heavy pressure has not yet spread to the inside of the ship. And the power of the demon stone is stronger the closer it is to the main body of the tower. Inside the ship, the demon stone was still constantly forming fake troops. They were attacking Jean mixed with real archmages. Deploy the chain magic to the location of the former Revenant Tower. The Ghost Tower, the Demon Tower, and the Midnight Sun. All of those wands were pointing towards Jean. In the midst of all kinds of great magic, Jean calmly swung his blue flower and swallowed up their attacks. The thousands of layers of protective film will eventually dissolve into blue water over time. After that, annihilating the troops was not that difficult for the current Jean. However, it was clear that the Demon God Stone would continue to generate troops, so it was essentially best to allow the fire to penetrate deeper. We support Sagaju. Take out your sword. This does not mean that the crew members should take out their swords. When Leet said to take out, he meant Homson Sarah's sword. Rattling dash. Loud. The shape of the ship Sarah was changing. The two-pronged long armor surrounding the main gun spread out like wings and went over the back of the hull. The main gun then ejected brain energy, forming a shield-shaped protective shield blocking the front of the hull, and two huge blades protruded from the top and bottom of the main gun. And both the shield and the blade were wrapped around fire. The runes that illuminated the ship's hull became increasingly darker, and the heat of the blue fire that Tess poured out became even deeper. Charge! A short-distance spatial leap followed by a series of rapid accelerations that explode the optical heart power to its maximum level. The ship Sarah shot forward like light, ignoring its enormous mass and volume. In the blink of an eye there were 5 space jumps, and each time the ship Sarah passed through the portal a circular shock wave distorting space covered the sky. The shock wave was powerful enough to shake even the golden ships scattered nearby, but the fire between Jean and the ship Sarah was not disturbed in the slightest. The clash took place in an instant. Before Zippel had time to strengthen the shield, the 2 blades of the ship Sarah instantly pierced one side of the thousands of layers of shields surrounding the Tower of Story. The ship Sarah was pierced diagonally like a spear into the outer armor of the Tower of Story. The troops nearby were reduced to ashes and disappeared without even screaming. There was such an enormous impact that the entire Tower of the Story tilted at once. However, surprisingly, it was not transmitted at all to the interior of the ship Sarah. There weren't even any cracks left in the gloves. The ship Sarah was already preparing for the next attack. All power except the main gun reopening escape power is poured in. Crack, crack, drop. The main gun was taken out again through the inside, pierced by the blade. Zero-range artillery fire. Constant reloading and firing. When the main gun exploded inside the tower hull, instead of an explosion there was a crunching sound as if the bones of a huge animal were being crushed. If it had been an enemy air fortress, it would have been over by this point. However, the Tower of the Story drew its power from the Demon Stone and the holy sight of the Sun God who had fused with the tower. The wizards dying from the shock of the bombardment were laughing, as if the tower could not be brought down at this level. As Jean expected, when the ships Sarah and Yofwa entered the protective shield, the nearby troops did not appear to regenerate. Although one side of the hull that had been directly hit by the long-range artillery fire was being destroyed like crazy, it could not be seen as causing any substantial damage to the tower. In the first place, the Tower of the Story is not entirely composed of real minerals and goods like the Golden Armada. Most of the hull was made up of magical power and the power of the Demon Stone. Only the central part where the main body is and its vicinity will be real. The Tower of Stories still retains its old appearance. Infinite magical power and power formed from the demon god stone. Jean thought of a person who might be operating with that power. Alona Ziffel. The Grand Wizard of Jeep, who was afraid of harming the world, but his fundamental origin was Malugia, a piece of destruction. Alona, I can't sense any malice from you right now. Is it because he still has a human heart left in him, or is it because he has become the embodiment of pure destruction? Whatever the truth is, we won't hear it until the Zippel is taken down. The fire was expanding around Jean. From the start, it was already large enough to surround a fleet, but it was soon about to encroach on more than 30% of the Tower of Story's hull. It looks like you Kiliak have managed to raise the Demon Stone well with that wicked head. I guess I'm still less afraid of the Demon Stone than I am of Gleek. I see that you aren't screaming in fear like you were during the Jiamwangseong period. A low voice, but a voice that everyone on the battlefield can hear as if they were right next to them. Kiliak watched him through the crystal ball, and Jean looked at the sky at that moment. I made eye contact with Kiliak, who was hiding in the central main body beyond. But I also have to listen to the demon godstone screams today. It's the first day I lead a fleet to kill you guys, and if I don't even hear that, I can't raise my face. Trying to run away. Even when it was first revealed that the flame could suppress some of the power of the Demon Stone, and even when the ship Sarah broke through the shield in an instant and linked up with Jean to expand the flame to the inside of the ship, Jean was convinced that Jeep was preparing to escape. From the beginning, Jeep has been avoiding all-out war ever since only the battleship fleet was chasing them. All they need now is time. I could feel the flames covering the hull of the Tower of Story swarming. It was because of the backlash. The tower was still trying to make a space jump like before, but it was being caught in the net of fire and was being slowed down. The backlash is intensifying by the second. Seat Kwawayak dash. Following the ship Sarah, 2 ships crashed into the Tower of Story. They were the flagship of the Tushan fleet La Perosa and Runkendal's second flagship Diana. Ban and Luna were exiting the bridge of each flagship. Just as the ship Sarah strengthens her fire, the Golden Armada's bombardment can assist the Emperor's rain sword. Resume bombardment of the entire fleet. Tushan is ready to unfold the Myanwang rain sword. Immediately after Ban disembarked under Baltarok's order, all of the Alliance's fleets began to gather the brain flags at the gun ports again. And Luna shrugged her shoulders regretfully and said this. Only my Crimson Sword has no assistance. What can I do? I have no choice but to take my anger out on those jeepers. Quaya. The Confederacy and Kingelo's fleet began firing again. And unlike before, the bombardment did not extend in a straight line all the way to the Tower of Story. As if something was broken. Except for the Abyss Legion's Black Fleet, the main guns of all ships were curved. But none of the crew members panicked. The reason the main gun could not shoot straight was because the Demon Stone was not distorted. Half of the commitment. She was controlling the bombardment by deploying her energy. The main guns of the Golden Fleet are fired with power that is the power of the Lightheart. Therefore, fundamentally, that power was the brain power of the Ming Dynasty. Additionally, except for the Black Fleet, Kinzelo's ships also used brain power that imitated the power of the Emperor. Ban was also able to control it without difficulty. It was something only she could do. It's unpleasant that they have a bit of impure brain energy mixed in, but they seem like they could be of use to Brother Jean, so I'll forgive them for now. Fuzz, that is Tsuok dash. Blue rays of light began to flutter across the sky centered around the Tower of Story. From a distance it will look like dancing skeins of blue thread. The sight of hundreds of rays intertwining, unraveling, and swirling repeatedly was as beautiful as a grandiose fireworks display. The beautiful and intense blue rays did not cause any discord with the huge fire that Jean had unleashed. The two forces were harmonizing as if they had been one from the beginning. Fire, lightning, blue magic sword, and Mayan Wang's sword. Before I knew it, the blue storm had spread so vastly that it covered the entire Tower of Stories. The 10th sword of the King's sword fighter. Mayan Wang Rain's sword dog. As soon as he started to unfold his five senses, Ban smiled. It's comfortable. Its heyday has long since passed, and Sigmund of the Battle God's blood and the Feng Luo sword passed them down to Jean. In that state, every time I unfolded the Mayan Wang Rain sword, I felt a sense of disappointment inside. Because the 5 wills of commitment were originally more destructive than that. It is not impossible to implement the same level of sword use as then, but it would be very difficult for a body with low skills. To begin with, even now, he has not been able to face an enemy capable of holding down the Mayan Wang Rain sword to the end. But now Ban was engulfed in the feeling, as if he was unfolding the Myo King's reigning sword from its brightest days. The bombardment of the Golden Fleet explodes without stopping. Given enough time, the power that can erase even the continent may be nothing more than a gigantic brain device from Changxiang's perspective. For example, it is simply an incredibly powerful force that cannot kill God, cannot change the predetermined fate, and cannot correct the distortions of its enemies who have the power to desecrate the world. However, the brain power, which is nothing but a huge power, blooms anew riding on the sword of the fighting god. It becomes a thing of commitment. The will comes a keen sense that no one has ever had, and transcendence begins. I have waited half a millennium to destroy you. As soon as those words were spoken, Chapter 2 of 5 Signs began. Unlike before, there is no significant change in the appearance of the Mayan Wang Rain sword even after the battle begins. However, the brain energy penetrates deeper into the enemy's lungs, and the vibrating brain flow becomes more intense, tearing the Tower of the Story into pieces. Jean Luna Ban. The fake haunted temple near the 3 Changxiang castles has already disappeared without a trace. Even the real wizards who had just left the central part of the story tower were already on their knees. Although they were more than 5 ri away from the Changsongs, they did not dare to get up again. The eyes of the ghosts who barely raised their heads were burning. It was the heat of Yofua and Mayan Wang's reigning sword. The rest of his face and body were reduced to ashes and scattered before he could even recognize the pain. The huge illusion of the Tower of Stories was burning. Zippel was experiencing a disaster that it had never experienced before. With all this going on, isn't it time for someone to come out with something decent? Runkendal Demon Sword Secret Technique. Crimson Sword Type 1, Strike. Amidst the upheaval, a ray of crimson sword energy was seen flying into the center of the tower. Luna Runkendal Moby Dick was beginning to surge. Illusions are collapsing and distortions are caught in the fire of karma and do not work. As Jean and Ban were pressing the Tower of Story and restraining the power of the Demon Stone, she was able to focus solely on the attack. As if a ray of light, not a human being, was passing through. Every time Luna stepped on a step, a crimson afterimage remained. Irregular marks of her sword were left all over the hull, but when I look back after a while I see that it was not a rampage but a sword that opened the way. Keying rattle rattle rattle. Just as in the past, the enemy tribe formed a wall with red brain waves. Solid magical energy surged near Luna, who was charging. However, it was not effective at all in stopping the crimson power that Luna had achieved. Crantel's red-stained blade showed the majesty of breaking down magical walls before it even touched. Like a rider galloping at the head, whenever Luna advanced toward the center of the ship, the Emperor's rain sword and fire flower followed behind. If things continued like this, it seemed like the tower would soon disappear without a trace. He's a minister, he's a minister. That guy has never fought so well in all the times I've fought him on so many levels. Even Jean Runkendal and Luna are getting goosebumps. Orgel, who was watching from the bridge of Grenell, said. He was trembling with overwhelming emotion. Stay safe, Master. Why do people become strange after learning the truth about the world? Zephyrin, you always fought with me. But how can you not be moved by that appearance? Zephyrin shrugged. She was actually moved too. I was also heartbroken internally. I felt that if Kingelo had continued to wage war with the Bamul Alliance without knowing the truth, he would have been the first to disappear. Moreover, the benefits would have been reaped by Jeep, the enemy of many worlds. That's cool. However, I wanted to get revenge on Jean Kyung at least once, but that's a shame. When I look back, I always ended up getting screwed. Anyway, now is not the time to just appreciate things. How do you see it? They won't just stay still. It is clear that Jeep is inferior. But you can't just keep suffering. I think that damn Bligiette will probably show up. As soon as Orgel finished speaking, a sphere that looked like a small sun suddenly appeared in the center of the story tower. It was Bligiette. As soon as he appeared, all the energy covering the tower was suddenly immersed in pure white light. It was enough to make me blink. Although it was only for a moment, Bligiette blocked the energy of the three spears by himself. Zippel hurriedly activated the Demon Stone during that gap and partially recovered the destroyed hull. Originally, I wanted to try space jumping and escape the battlefield, but I couldn't do that. Bligiette, it seems like he was disappointed that he couldn't cut me last time. Once again, Yoa and the Myingwang's reigning sword Crimson Sword took control of the ship's hull. However, it was not possible to advance to the center as quickly as before. Just like when he first battled Van at the Temple of the Sun God, Bligiette had already formed a protective shield with solar energy around the center of the tower without any warning. The energy of Changxiang, which was pressuring the Demon God Stone, was blocked by the protective shield. This meant that inside the shield Zippel could form new troops using Demon Stones. 3 seconds. It only took that long for the three swords to tear through the shield, but Zippel opened the Demon Stone to its maximum and summoned the Archmages. 5 past family heads, including those who were resurrected from hell, such as the 40-year-old family head Kimelo Ziffel and the ghosts who followed them. If only they had been summoned, the coalition would have torn them all apart in an instant, but with Bligiette's protection they would be able to hold out for a little while. Skirmish dash. Van's sword energy struck the protective shield spread out in front of Bligiette. He thought he would be able to deal with mortals more easily than at the Sun God Temple. In return for fighting for Zippel, most of the restrictions called Environment were relaxed. For example, Bligiette had recovered more of his powers than when he first met Van. They said it would take at least half a year to lift the restrictions on Kiliak Zippel Aaron. It was also a lie. Well, it worked out better. After today, he can't make me wait any longer. If you completely remove Aaron's restrictions through that unpleasant object. As soon as he thought about that, Bligiette had to see that the front shield was broken like glass. It was the sword energy of the class I had just touched. The sword energy did not stop even after breaking the protective shield and even grazed Bligiette's cheek. Fit. Golden drops of blood splashed out and Bligiette widened his eyes to attack Van. However, what came into his sight was not Ban but the follow-up strike of the Crimson Sword energy Luna. Bligiette quickly descended diagonally to avoid the sword energy, and the sword energy hit the Zippel troops he was guarding. Just like Soren's sword, wizards who touched the sword were scattered into particles and appeared to be flying somewhere. Even the crimson sword wasn't just passing by them, it was bouncing wildly inside Bligiette's shield like light reflected in a mirror. Kaak! Oops! Bligiette's protective shield became a handshake. The crimson sword continued its massacre by bouncing on all sides except the open front of the shield. Bligiette had no choice but to react late before disarming the shield. This was because Ban and Luna's sword energy continued to fly after that. And while the spearmen were fighting on top of the tower hull, the Union fleet provided artillery support and continued to narrow the distance from the Tower of the Story. This was to deploy new troops that the Alliance had newly developed along with the Golden Fleet. Yellow 2 Swordy. I will make sure that the swords of the spearmen are not aimed at ghosts like me even for a moment. After Leet's order was given, the Golden Fleet increased its altitude. Chuck knock! Soon the upper parts of the Golden Fleet ships were tilted left and right like the wings of a scarab, revealing the golems hidden inside. Yellow 2 mass-produced version of Maliat Hister's golem, Yellow Hister. The Imperial Magian, the master of Giffel's biogolem Kinzalo. All of the humanoid war weapons studied so far at Royalty have had huge ethical problems. Because living humans or life were used as materials. Only Yellow 2 was a war weapon created as a product of pure magical engineering. It was also the most powerful weapon of war. The blue body that symbolizes Hister's recording magic is as hard as ancient iron, and the core organ made by processing the light heart has enormous power like the heart of a dragon. The artifact mounted on a yellow can even perform similar simultaneous chanting, and even close combat is at the level of a novice guardian knight. The battle begins. The battle begins. Flash. The eyes of Yellow 2 all glowed blue. A total of 300 Yellow 2s were beginning to descend at once. Yellow 2 is not a weapon created to deal with transcendental beings like Bligiette or demon stones. After completing the descent, the Yellow 2 unit immediately set its sights on the summoned Jeep troops. The Yellow 2s who received the protection of Yofwa and the Crimson Sword were able to clash with the ranks of Ziffel wizards in an instant. Remove Zippel. You will be eliminated. Zippel's wizards were already in a situation where it was difficult to create even the slightest variable against the Changsongs. With the addition of the Yellow 2 unit, the wizards could not even pay attention to the spears. Also, Bligiette was unable to keep Yellow 2 in check at all. The chanters were not allowing him any leeway. I wonder what kind of confidence you have. I heard that Ban was the only one who cornered you at the Temple of the Sun God. So what did you believe, and why did you show up so confidently? Tisk dash. Luna said, slamming Crantle on Bligiette's head. When on earth did you get this close? As the sun god, Bligiette thought that his insight could see through everything. No matter how complicated the battle was, even if I was pressured by the 3 Changsongs, I knew that there would be nothing I would miss or not be able to handle. However, he had already missed Luna's movements, had missed the direction of Ban's sword energy supporting her, and had missed the position of Jean, who was controlling the flames at the very rear. In the meantime, there was no way they could attack Yellow 2. The battlefield was naturally transforming into 2 confrontations between the Changsongs, the Bligiette Yellow 2 unit, and the wizards. A person who is a piece of the being that created this world cannot be this funny. My body borrows from my ancestors and becomes a pawn for those who want to ruin the world. Aren't you embarrassed? He may look like that because he is a stooge. Don't worry, this world will be rebuilt by my own hands anyway. Then dangerous mortals like you will not appear. Bligiette's blade grazed Luna's forehead. Of course, Luna swung Crantle closer without showing any signs of being intimidated. Frustrated. As the seconds passed, Bligiette was struck by the unpleasant sensation that his hands and feet were becoming stiff. Although infinite solar energy was radiating across the entire battlefield, the Spear Star's mischievous intentions showed no signs of abating. Not only Yellow but also the fleet that had completely surrounded the Tower of Story could not be held in check at all. It was a series of incomprehensible events for Bligiette, who believed himself to be close to omnipotence. A sense of crisis was creeping in. And Bligiette is not the only one feeling a sense of crisis. Kiliak Zippel, the head of Zippel, is watching all of this from the tower. He was also feeling anxious. The demon stone's calculation was wrong. Or more accurately, only a portion of it was calculated. While avoiding the pursuit of the battleship fleet, Zippel calculated and predicted numerous battle situations through the Demon God Stone. The Demon God Stone had already calculated that the Battle God fleet would stop the Tower of Story for a moment and that the Alliance would send reinforcements. Then, after a decent battle, both sides will escape without any major losses. However, the Bamel Alliance has become too vast a force for the current Demon Stone to calculate. The Demon God Stone accurately predicted that a fleet of 600 ships would support him, but he could not see the synergistic effect between that fleet and the Spear Stars. This scene of the entire Tower of the Story being covered in flames and lightning did not appear in any calculation. If you don't get out in time, the Demon Stone will be overloaded. If I want to step down, I have no choice but to pay a price. Kiliak looked at the crystal ball and was lost in thought. It was best to give up what had to be given and somehow escape with the Demon Stone intact. I couldn't think for long. Ban and Luna's movements were also captured in his crystal ball, but Jean was not visible. Both Ziffel and Bligiet were missing Jean. Abandon Bligiet. Soon Kiliak reached a conclusion. Abandoning him meant that Timar's body and left arm would fall into the hands of the Bamel Alliance. It also meant that one safety device for Malugia disappeared. It's a handshake, but there was no better option. That is, unless support suddenly comes from another dimension. There is no way Masindi will provide support. And even if you abandon Bligiet, he is a being that will not disappear. Because of his absolute inclination, he will not be able to surrender and join the Bamul Alliance, and even if he harbors a grudge against me in the future, there is room for negotiation, as the restrictions on Eren have not yet been completely lifted. Moreover, at that point, the Demon God Stone could be further completed with the support of the Demon Gods, so the threat of Bligiet would not be a problem in many ways. Recover all the powers of the Demon Stone that supports Bligiet. Retreat as soon as the retrieval is over. All right. Alona answered in a dry voice. She was integrated into the lower part of the tree-shaped Demon Stone along with the sacred site. Kiliak, you bug! Bligiet immediately realized Kiliak's betrayal, but all he could do was express his anger. Now that we've entered close combat with half of Luna, we can't even dream of such leisure. The two Changsongs who started working together did not miss that something was wrong with Bligiet. They too were immediately aware of Kiliak's betrayal. It was confirmed that the energy of the Demon Stone was rapidly weakening. Of course, that could only mean that Zippel was desperately trying to run away using Bligiet as bait. How does it feel to be used and abandoned by someone you thought was an insignificant creature? Bligiet. Shut up, class. In the first place, that guy and I are simply in a contractual relationship. It seems to be a great shock to see such a lame emphasis on contractual relationships. Today I can put to rest the body of my old friend who is bound to you. The situation was tilted from earlier and Jeep eventually chose to retreat. In that case, what the Bamul coalition needs to do is drive a wedge. All superhumans are now ready to sortie. Leet, who was issuing orders to the entire fleet, suddenly looked at the blue letters that appeared in front of the ship Sarah. The writing created by Valeria's recording magic stated that superhumans should not be dispatched. No, everyone will be on standby. This is Sagaju's order. The reason why Valeria delivered Jin's command to Leet in this format, and the reason why the Demon Godstone and Bligiet have not been able to figure out Jin's location at all until now. That's because Jean had been moving with Valeria at some point. After Valeria joined Jean by hiding behind the Fire Flower and the Emperor's Rain Sword, she was hiding the records he created on the battlefield from then on, so that the Demon God Stone and Bligiet cannot read him directly. Thanks to that, Jean had already passed Bligiet and reached the center of the story tower. Kiliak's crystal ball still did not illuminate that area. Grumbling suddenly the fire that had covered the entire tower began to swirl. They gather around the sword of Bradamanti Jean. The speed was unbelievably fast for a fire that reached 10 miles. Jean Runkendel? At that moment Kiliak flinched and turned the crystal ball. Jean, who appeared in the crystal ball, was already swinging his sword at him. The target is the Demon God Stone. Didn't I tell you, Kiliak? I also have to listen to the demon godstone's screams today. Kiliak, the vast blue sword energy that rushes in with the momentum to cut the tower body in two at once, cannot stop it. Even if it wasn't Kiliak, even if it was half, he couldn't avoid serious injury from an unexpected sword of this size. Kiliak hurriedly put up a protective shield, but it was no use. Kiliak was horrifyingly aware that the sword energy condensing the fire was trying to tear through the protective shield and reach him. If only Ilona Ziffel, who was pinned to the demon stone, had not thrown herself away just as the sword energy was about to tear his skin and split flesh and bones. Kiliak would have been cut into pieces and instantly consumed by flames and reduced to ashes. Ilona swatted away Jin's sword energy in the form of an ordinary human, as if she had been manipulated by the holy water pipe. The shock wave caused the lower part of the demon stone to collapse, and at that moment Jin could hear two voices at the same time. Jin Kyung. The demon stone scream and Ilona's voice were louder than during the Sword Emperor Crusade. Lord Ilona. Ilona Ziffel. She had the eyes of a person, not a monster consumed by the holy water pavilion. I want to live as a person who wants to escape and struggle with the guilt of the things I did against my will. Demon Godstone or the Sun God's ego Malugia. That's how her enemies define Ilona, but what Jin and her colleagues saw was just a wounded person. Even now Ilona's body was moving regardless of her will. In order to protect Kiliak, the demon Godstone forcibly separated her. I'm sorry, Sir Jin. Now I have no choice but to attack, sir. The connection with the demon Godstone has not been completely lost. However, because it was an unreasonable separation, Zippel was unable to completely control her ego. Can you disconnect? Jin attempted to find a connection between Ilona and the demon Godstone just as he did when he rescued Runtia from the demon god's subspace. However, even with my sense of creativity, I couldn't read it at all. It's impossible. There isn't much time. So from now on, listen carefully to what I say. In an instant Ilona's eyes changed like the Milky Way and then returned. The demon stone was trying to encroach on her ego again. Phew, wow. Ilona's magic spear struck away Jin's flame once more. Meanwhile Kiliak was continuously attempting short-distance spatial leaps through the demon Godstone. Space explosions, his signature magic, were continuously fired near Jin and Valeria. Moreover, the demon Godstone let out even more violent cries and shook the battlefield so Jin could not force himself forward while protecting Valeria. Jin Kyung, the power currently unfolding in this space is so enormous. The demon Godstone is planning to use its power to summon them. What if they? It's a jeep from another dimension, the strongest wizard unit formed by victorious jeepers from other dimensions. The coalition had no idea of the current fighting power of the demon gods. However, since they have conquered at least dozens or even hundreds of dimensions, I can only assume that it is at a distant level. So you need to step down now. It may seem funny that I say this while attacking, sir, and it may feel like a trick. Ugh. You have to listen to me. Ilona's attacks were becoming more violent by the second. This means that the demon Godstone is binding her again. I have to step down. If the fight continues like this. Jin was confident that he would catch Kiliak. The demon Godstone is now so weak that it cannot properly control Ilona, and Kiliak is also unable to easily retreat a long distance. This was because the demon Godstone's manipulation and distortion ability was decreasing due to the fire. However, if the demon gods suddenly entered the war, the story would be different. It didn't seem like a lie. Changxiang's insight was not able to read any lies from Ilona right now. But I still can't believe it. There were too many lives at stake to judge based on feelings alone. That was the reason why the superhuman sortie was initially postponed before the surprise attack on Kiliak. Jin planned to deal with Kiliak himself, first judge the power of the demon stone and then send out the superhumans. Valeria. Ha! She was already analyzing what Ilona said using recording magic. Although we cannot determine the truth with as much certainty as Asmil, we were able to at least confirm the control of the demon stone over Ilona. Please believe me, Sir Jin. The purpose of the demon goddess is not only to win this world. They don't mind destroying this world. As long as Lord Jean and the Alliance do not pose a threat to the integrated Jeep in any way, Alona's speaking voice became faster. The eyes were changing and returning repeatedly in real time, and the voice was cracking. Control has definitely been lost. I will soon be tied down again, but... Jean nodded at Valeria's words. Now that Alona had confirmed what she had said of her own volition, it was time to step down. Integrated Jeep does not just want victory. If you think about it, it was natural. They have already destroyed countless dimensions. If it was easier to just destroy the dimension itself than to achieve victory for this world's Jeep, there was no reason to choose the former. As long as it comes down to one of two things, victory or destruction, the integrated Jeep literally has no enemies anymore. Because there will be no one left in any dimension to resist them. Even if Kiliak and the demon godstone of this world were lost, it would not have been such a big loss from the perspective of the integrated Jeep. From the beginning, Orgel had said that the Kiliak here was inferior to the Kiliak he had experienced in other dimensions. A shining ring was floating above Alona's head. She was once again consumed by Seong-Sugwon. Ugh! At the same time, the roar of the demon stone continued. The spirit of the sun, the power of manipulation and distortion, and even Alona's magic. Jean adjusted his posture as he retreated from the attacks coming at him all at once. The fire was still burning fiercely, and the Ming Dynasty sword had not lost its momentum at all. Bligiette seems to be unable to keep up with Ban and Luna's joint attack. At first glance, the picture of the war is still dominated by the Union. But Jean and other singers felt it. Indeed, just as Alona said, there was an unfamiliar energy seeping into the power of Yokwa and the Emperor's Rain Sword. That energy, like firewood, amplified the 5 voices expressed by the singers. Before anyone even gave a signal, Jean and Ban Luna reached their conclusion at the same time. The battlefield, which was seething with flames and thunder and deep red energy, suddenly opened up and the image of a collapsed tower appeared. The fleet was also stopping its bombardment. Then the unidentified energy that had permeated to amplify the mystery floated in the air lost. There are restrictions on the demon god's interference in other dimensions. So they will try to use this energy again in some way. It would most likely be an attack on our coalition. While Jean was measuring his unidentified energy, Bligiette exploded his solar energy, giving him a chance to retreat. Zippel only attacks here. But I can't leave that behind. Jin's gaze landed on Bligiette. He was trying desperately to fly so as not to miss the gap between the Luoqi and the Dipongqi. But there was no way Ban and Luna would leave that alone. Just by disarming the fire flower and the Emperor's Rain Sword, the two were able to put as much pressure on Bligiette even without the 5 wills. You Kiliak have a long life. But you must have felt that there wasn't much time left. You must have realized that you are nothing more than a card that can be used up at any time. Jeepless from other dimensions do not spare Kiliak Jeepless here. Kiliak had not had the support of the demon gods in mind, but Alona's remarks just made him realize that his judgment was wrong. Also the fact that the demon godstone does not make calculations solely for its own sake. You lack the weight to be the master of this world. Go back and endure this humiliation. Jean elaborately defended against Alona's attack and began to retreat. Alona did not actively pursue him. Not only was Kiliak's safety a priority, but it was much more efficient to focus on controlling the demon stone rather than continuing to fight Jean directly. Now that the fire has disappeared, the demon stone can cause even more powerful distortion. As soon as Jean separated himself from Alona, he could already see the space between her and him distorting. It was the result of distorting space to protect Kiliak. At the same time, a phenomenon in which the strange energy sent by the demon goddess swirled and gathered around the demon godstone was also captured. Is it condensing or exploding? Or maybe he's trying to teleport the entire Tower of Stories. In either case, there will be no need to take care of Bligiette, which Zippel has already thrown away. Jean didn't give any more hesitation to Kiliak and started rushing towards Bligiette. Bligiette immediately recognized Jin's approach, but there was nothing he could do. The bright blue sword and crimson sword were already tying up Bligiette on all sides. Exploding the solar energy would never be enough to stop those two people. It was literally an unprecedented situation for the 3 Changsongs to join forces. Soon Jean, who caught Bligiette behind, swung a black blade stained with spiritual energy, and shining blood burst out from his back. Big! If you really are the god who created this world, you shouldn't have stood on their side, Bligiette. Bligiette's back was cut once more in the repeated attack. On the affected area, a faintly burning flame eternal flower remained along with spiritual energy. No matter how great Bligiette's power is, it is impossible to survive against 3 people. He was put on the defensive with terrifying speed, and there was nowhere to run. The Tower of Story had already completed preparations for retreat. The demon god stone was trying to explode the condensed energy of another dimension after teleporting the tower outside the Alliance fleet's siege. Did you tell me to endure the humiliation, Jean Runkendal? And Kiliak glared at Changxiangdul and Bligiette from afar. Energy from another dimension collected by the demon god stone. Now if that power were to explode, it would not have been able to inflict fatal injuries on the spears, but it would certainly have dealt a blow to the coalition fleet. However, Kiliak decided that that alone was not enough to shock Jean. Then bear with the guilt. Kiig. A demon stone was protruding from the top of the tower. Soon the demon stone was transformed into a shape similar to a main gun, and energy from another dimension was being injected into it. At that moment Jean, who was pressuring Bligiette, suddenly turned his head and looked at him. I could immediately see what Kiliak was trying to do. Kiliak, you crazy bastard. These are the people that you and your family ruled until not long ago. Quaya. A huge beam of light shot out from the demon god stone. The beam of light that split the sky at once was not aimed at the Alliance's fleet or spears. The area on the right side of the Soda Desert where the autonomous districts of Old Draka are gathered. In other words, ultra-long-range artillery fire was fired into civilian residential areas. This is just the beginning of countless nightmares you will face in the future, Jean Runkendal. Kiliak left the battlefield, leaving a message in the sky with a seal of fire. Barclay Burrow. Even though it was night, the moon was not visible. It wasn't hidden by clouds. This was because the rays fired by the demon stone into the civilian residential area during the day formed a hot poisonous fog. The boiling poisonous dance showed no signs of cooling down. Those who were lucky enough to survive were envious of those who died instantly. All of the skin melts away and the mushy bones fall to the floor like mud. There were thousands of people dying so horribly just near the aid station where Jean was standing now, but not even a scream could be heard. This was because no patient could scream. Survivors were just wandering around the area of the aid station like ghosts. I became unable to even read the sign right in front of me. The war was truly a great victory, but too many innocent people died. 510,000. Estimated number of civilians killed in the final blow of the 5 million demon stones. Jean looked at the survivors with a blank face and thought about the number. It was a number that did not feel realistic at all. The number of victims was bound to continue to increase in the future. The Union is currently sending all available treatment personnel to the affected areas, but it has been impossible to care for all patients. To put it bluntly, each person needed at least intensive treatment from the top healers of the Holy Kingdom to survive. However, even if he survived, it could not be the same as before. There will be at least hundreds of thousands up to 1 million more deaths. Lord Jean. Saint King Rani came to Jin's side. She flew here as soon as Kiliak escaped and has been helping the survivors without stopping ever since. Rani. The two sat in silence for a while and watched the outside of the barracks. I saw people falling down every few seconds and not being able to get up again. Even those who had been to hell themselves seemed to have never seen a more horrifying scene. However, in the midst of so much pain and death, an incongruous golden energy was illuminating the entire damaged area. The power of regeneration. The power Jean gained upon reaching Changxiang shines on the ruined land. Jean found that fact even more painful. This was the scene that unfolded even at the moment when the kingdom was almost destroyed by the Jinma world's invasion, and when the Jinma world collapsed under Jito's tyranny. You didn't do anything. Kiliak, that crazy monster, did it. I know. But I can't say I'm not responsible. A calm voice. As Kiliak said, Jean was having a hard time enduring his guilt. Because it won't work if you can't endure it. If you break down even once, you will either not be able to fight again or will fall into a demonic state. He said this was just the beginning of the nightmare I was going to experience. I know exactly my weaknesses. No, you probably knew it from a long time ago. It's just that the roughness is gone now. Until now, Jeep has always placed importance on external prestige. Although he had no hesitation in massacring minority groups such as the Cologne indigenous people for profit, he was at least conscious of the eyes of many people. But not anymore. Now they no longer need the support of the vast majority of ordinary people. It probably means that the demon god stone has been completed to that extent. There are already completed demon stones in other dimensions. Even if I destroy this world and kill everyone, just recreating the world with demon stones is enough for them. Nod. My teeth were ground. Fishy blood leaked out between my clenched lips. How on earth could a person do something like this to another person? Such thoughts became mental demons and continued to infiltrate Jin's inner self. Jin stood up. Atonement comes after erasing all those bastards from this world. I guess I'll just have to go back now and get ready to fight again. If you need anything, just ask. Lord Jin. Ha! Ayula said that the power of the scriptures can bring back those who have died and turned into light like that. Although numerous wings have not been added now, unlike during the time of our holy kingdom, everything will eventually return to its natural state. It's natural. Jin often thought this whenever he heard that word. There is probably no one who has gone against the natural order of this world more than the returnee himself. That is why we are paying such a heavy price. But not anymore. Jeep and the atrocities committed by the integrated Jeep were nothing compared to regression. Stopping them was my destiny as a returner from the beginning. Of course these words won't comfort you. I and my colleagues believe in it. When all the fighting is over, Jin Kyung will eventually make the world shine brighter than before. So if you need anything at any time, just ask. Songguk and I are always ready to do anything for you. I have to go back to work because saving the lives of innocent people is my mission. Jean and Ronnie left the barracks at the same time. Outside, the Union's Knights, Wizards, and Yellow 2 were in full swing. Anyone could fight for the world, even if they were not superhumans who could cut down mountains and split the sea with a single sword. Jean climbed onto the Red Owl and went straight to Tychon. Are you here, sir? Well, kid. Are you here? Jet and his colleagues looked closely and greeted Jean. Jean hadn't said a single word until his brief conversation with Ronnie at the aid station. No, I would have to say I couldn't do it, because I had to focus all my mind on overcoming the guilt to the point where I couldn't even say a word. What happened to Bligiet? Bligiet. After being betrayed by Zippel, he could no longer endure the joint attacks of the Changsongs and was captured. Although he held out against the three men for over an hour, he was unable to successfully escape like he did at the Sun God Temple. It is said that Amaris and Lord Lucy were successfully captured with the help of Dainori. I heard that the physical body of my ancestor has been completely separated. I get it. Now you need to check the supplies to be provided to the Holy Kingdom and contact Dino. We contacted Dino Jaglon, he is the youngest. Huffister. All articles published by the media should consider the victims as the top priority. By the way, I don't want there to be a single line of unnecessary slander just because they lived in Jeep land. I threatened to behead anyone who wrote such an article. It was Brother Tawna. Among them, Daytona came forward and hugged Jean for a moment. Don't try to think and solve everything on your own. Just focus on things that can't be done without you. That's what we're here for, youngest child. Hearing those words, Jean felt something welling up inside him. It's been a while since you feel like older brothers. Thank you for your hard work. Jean is not the only one who feels guilt. Both his colleagues and brothers who had been keeping an eye on Jean the whole time were feeling guilty. Even if you were not a regressor, of course you had no choice but to do so. In that respect, it could be said that his colleagues had areas where he was slightly stronger than Jean. You haven't contacted Luna yet, have you? Luna was currently leading the fleet and tracking down the Tower of Story. It seems like it's not easy to track. But they say the location is being determined, so let's wait a little longer. Those who are tracking people like Luna, those who have gone to aid stations, and those who are waiting to protect their territory. Everyone was refining their hatred for Jeep. I had to refine it again and again, coolly cut out their hearts and cut off their heads no matter the situation. Soon Jean moved to the Tychon Palace dungeon. Van and Amary's Lucy were watching Bligiette from the lowest level of the prison. Bligiette was kneeling bound in a special restraint made of various powers. "You're here, brother Jean." Van and Amary's Lucy also looked at Jean for a moment and sighed. "I was always worried about what would happen if Hang Yeojin fell into the swamp of demonic fire. You've made everyone so worried. Sorry. I'm sure I'm not the only one suffering." "Don't say that, Jean." "Jean Kyung." Lucy looked at Jean in a tearful voice. She was hugging Timar's left arm, which had separated from Bligiette. It was a part of the person I loved more than my own life 1,000 years ago. The left arm was stabbing Lucy's chest, looking no different from when Timar was alive. Jean quietly hugged Lucy. Lucy burst into tears in his arms. A person who cannot enjoy rest even after death, and a person who has endured loneliness for over 1,000 years without being able to die. This was just the reunion between Timar and Lucy. "I can do anything now. If only I could put Timar to rest and stop my daughter." Lucy's horns turned red. Bligiette's restraint was activated. Ka. The redder the horn became, the more pain it inflicted on Bligiette. Bligiette let out a groan, arching his back like a prisoner who had been put to death by an iron. As soon as the light from the horn dimmed, Bligiette took a breath and looked up at Jean and Lucy. "You are making the being you created suffer. Ugh, this is why the world must be rebuilt. Bligiette, you can never go out into the world again. From now on you will faithfully answer all the questions we ask here and then disappear or be sealed." "Am I afraid of pain? Foolish mortals. There's no way I can protect my loyalty with Jeep anyway, so wouldn't it be better if we ended up not getting tired of each other? Do as you wish. Anyway, The moment Bligiette said that, Lucy suddenly grabbed his chin viciously. "Didn't you hear me just now? Bligiette, I can do anything now. Are you not afraid of pain? I too, like you, was the self of the sun god. It means I know better than anyone else what bothers you the most. I guarantee you, if you don't cooperate, you'll regret it." Passage 1, Masindi Headquarters. Every time a dimensional door opened on the wall, the heads of each dimensional Jeep were gathering. However, among them, there was not a single Celiac Ziffel. There were now only 2 people left in the entire dimension of Celiac Ziffel. The Celiac Zippel of the 33rd dimension, who is currently sitting at the head of the headquarters conference room, and the Celiac Zippel of the 677th dimension, where the Bamul Alliance is active. Among them, Celiac of dimension 33 is the head of the integrated Jeep that encompasses all dimensions. He looked at each family head, who greeted him with an expressionless face. The high-ranking executives of the head of each level that is the integrated Jeep all looked at him carefully. This support implemented in the 677th dimension was first proposed by executives. "Lord Celiac, everyone has arrived." When Celiac gestured, the executives sat down all at once. While most of the executives looked older, Celiac had a very young face. They looked like a young emperor and his subjects. The executives had no choice but to bow their heads and wait for Celiac to be dealt with. "Yesterday, at your request, I came to headquarters and used my power on dimension 677. But the results weren't very good. Lord Celiac, we made a mistake." "Ugh." Grasp dash. The executive who was the first to open his mouth exploded as soon as he met Celiac's gaze. Then, when Celiac motioned towards him again, the bizarre sight of his shattered bones and flesh coming together again continued. "Time has been turned back. I have not yet told you to open your mouths. May the just dead Delos Ziffel be grateful that our power is finally beginning to reach its full potential in time. If it weren't for that, I would never have seen the world again. I'm sorry." Everyone can open their mouths now. First of all, I would like to ask how the police officers will take responsibility for this incident. You guys know very well how much power and resources are consumed in dimensional interference. Lord Celiac, you can't necessarily say you failed. The first person to speak was Rondo Ziffel. He was one of the most trusted executives that Kiliak had called here. In what way? From what we know so far, the Gene Runkendal variant tends to be sensitive to the deaths of innocent people. I know. However, massacring civilians is something the 677th dimension could have done on its own even without my help. But I dare say that if it weren't for the power of the scriptures, it wouldn't have caused that much fear. Although I can't say it was very appropriate. Fear. Kiliak narrowed his eyes and interrupted Rondo. Emotions have limits. Whether you're immortal or mortal, once you overcome a certain level of fear, you can no longer be afraid. Do you think the Bumul coalition of the 677th dimension, especially Jin Runkendal, is afraid of us now? You're welcome, I'm sure they're just burning up their fighting spirit. So it will definitely backfire. A confident voice. Kiliak of the Unified Jeep has experienced longer and tougher fights than anyone else in the entire dimension. He is the one who eliminated the Kiliaks of all other dimensions except for number 677 and took the throne of the Unified Zippel alone. Besides, that kind of will sometimes leads to miracles. That's why the powerhouses of the 677th dimension have so far been unable to kill the mutant called Gene Runkendal. The Bumul coalition is a powerful enemy that has never been encountered before. My thoughts were short. Since we control all dimensions except 677, everyone must believe that we can eliminate them since we have the completed Demon God Stone. Wrong. Their swords are already at our throats. It wasn't a leap. Integrated Zippels Kiliak truly believed this. There are only two ways for us to take them down safely and completely. May I ask what it is? The first is to secure the Sun God by resurrecting it intact through a dimension that still has potential. With that power, we will be able to control time, our last wish. The second is to draw on all available power and resources to initiate powerful interference in the 677th dimension as quickly as possible. The executive's eyes widened. Resurrecting and securing the Sun God was an important goal set from the beginning, but unreasonable interference was completely unplanned. And I will put the second plan into action starting today. There should never again be cases like this one where vague support is provided and half-baked results are produced. If this happens a few times, it is clear that at some point they will develop to a level where they can truly surpass us. Maybe I'm putting too much into just one dimension. No one dared say that. Kiliak of Dimension 33 was the leader of the Unified Zippel and the only ruler of all dimensions except Dimension 677. Of course, there is a high possibility that we would lose a lot of power and resources just by carrying out direct intervention. But if we just sort out number 677, nothing can threaten us. The lost power and resources can be restored. Kiliak's eyes fell on Rondo Ziffel again. What should I prepare first? First of all, it is a passageway through which one can enter the Masindi directly. Once they are established in Dimension 677, I will participate in person. Also gather at the headquarters all the strong players from each dimension who can withstand the aftermath of dimensional infiltration. We will launch an all-out war. Tower of 677 Dimensional Stories. Kiliak was sitting again looking at Alona, who was fixed like a root to the bottom of the demon stone. He knew that soon someone would appear before him. You're here, Lokia Ganesto. Lokia Ganesto, she came to Kiliak in the form of Halen Runkendal, just like during the La Perosa Liberation War. The Kiliak Jeep was extremely broken by my descendants. Well, I was completely torn by Jean in La Perosa too. Not only did we immediately find this tower that even the Bumul Alliance could not easily trace, but we also entered right into the deepest part of this place. Your talent is extraordinary. It doesn't seem like chaos, and it looks like he can use the power of the Sun God to a fairly high level. It's nothing compared to those of you who didn't know about Alona Ziffel Malugia, even though they were right in front of us. What brought you here? Isn't it obvious? Trading paper. I have the only solution that can save you, who are like a candle in the wind. Ha. Stop laughing, you son of a bitch. Do you really think I came here because I felt sorry for you guys? You jeepers are pests that should have been killed 1,000 years ago. The only thing you guys have done since you were born is ruin this world. Lokia stared at Kiliak with a bright smile. Kiliak maintained a calm demeanor despite the sudden verbal abuse. But in fact he was feeling confused. The demon god stone's calculations continued to deviate little by little, and it was shocking that Lokia entered this place ignoring all the defenses. Moreover, like others who have discovered the truth of the world, he has only recently become aware of multiple dimensions. As Masindi began to indirectly support the jeeps of this world. Now you don't think I don't know about the multiple dimensions that Orgel knows the Bamul Alliance knows, and you know, right? And you don't want to die. At least for now. To the Bamul Union, to me, or to the unified jeep. I admit that your abilities puzzle me. But if you could kill me, why not make such a loud noise and threaten me? If you don't accept my offer, I will kill you. Oh, I plan to do that from now on. Bleep! Suddenly Kiliak was overcome with a head-shattering tinnitus. I don't know what it is, but it's clearly Lokia's trick, so I'm about to counterattack. Kiliak suddenly turned around and looked at the demon stone. A huge amount of solar energy was being emitted from the demon stone. To be exact, it was not the demon god stone but the body of Alona Ziffel that was fused with it. And that energy resonated with Lokia. As if they were one from the beginning, as if one person was exerting their power. Kiliak quickly tried to control the demon stone, but it was no use. The demon stone even seemed to respond more strongly to Lokia's will. You don't understand what's happening, Kiliak. What is it? Malugia, she is the largest self of the sun god's split will of destruction. And the owner of this body, my nephew, the being that resides in Halen Runkendal, is also the ego of destruction called Araction. By the way, those two are very close. This was the reason why Lokia was able to appear in front of the demon stone at the deepest part of the Tower of Story so easily. Just as magnets are attracted, egos with the same will could not help but be naturally connected to each other. No matter where each other is. Aren't you embarrassed that you suddenly can't control the demon stone? Would it really be difficult for me to wake up Malugia and destroy the demon god stone? As long as you are attached to the demon god stone, I can find you wherever you are and finish you off at any time. As Kiliak, he could not tell the truth of what Lokia said. This is because even with the divine status obtained by fusing with Shenu, he cannot insight into Lokia and cannot control the demon god stone. But one thing was certain. Even if it was a bit of an exaggeration, Lokia was an extremely threatening being. An entity that could block the power of the demon stone in this way was a problem that had never even been imagined. In the end, Kiliak had no choice but to answer her like this. What do you want from me? Lokia Ganesto. What I want is simple. First of all, you bug-like bastards will survive until the right time. As soon as Kiliak heard those words, he intuitively thought of Alona Ziffel, who had been freed from the demon stone for a moment. Please believe me, Sir Jean. The purpose of the demon goddess is not only to win this world. They don't mind destroying this world, as long as Lord Jean and the Alliance do not pose a threat to the integrated Jeep in any way. What Alona shouted at Jean at the time. According to the content, Masindi was willing to abandon this world entirely for the sake of integrated Zippel. Even the 677-dimensional Jeep. Does this mean that we have to survive not only the Bamul Alliance but also the demon gods? Okay. You may have only recognized the demon gods as allies, but their leader is Kiliak Jiffel from another dimension. He is the person who preyed on and eliminated people like you and rose to the top of the integrated Jeep. Now that we are on the verge of conquering an entire dimension, we can't be happy about the variables, right? Therefore, in order to survive, its value must be recognized by the integrated Zippel. Kiliak immediately understood what Lokia meant. It means that I have to show that I can fight well against the Bamul Alliance without the help of the demon army. Or I have to have something they need. What does Masindi need? That was a problem that even Kiliak found difficult to think of. Because Kiliak has never entered the headquarters of the demon gods. The former is of little use. No matter how well you fight, it is easier and safer for the demon goddess to just destroy this world. Of course, since it cannot be read with insight, all of Lokia's explanations about the demon lord cannot be trusted. Under the circumstances, there is no reason for Lokia to provide false information. You could use the sun god's power to put more pressure on me, but stopping here means I have something to gain. However, The truth may be hidden in a clever way. Above all, the possibility that Ilona Ziffel had lied to Jean was even lower. It is certain that destruction is a safer choice for Masandero. In fact, it was as if it had already been revealed back then that the demon goddess was not very friendly to the jeeps of this world. I guess so. I will tell you the correct answer to the latter. There's only one thing they need, Kiliak. The perfect sun god. Sun god. Okay. Although the demon goddess possesses many completed demon god stones, there are some areas that cannot be solved with just those. You can't resurrect the sun god just by manipulating history, and you can't manipulate the entire world's time as you wish. Then Masindi must also have the means to control the sun god. I guess so. Anyway, what you have to do is simple. I will tell you this when I am able to contact Masindi in the future. This world still has the potential to resurrect the sun god. Then they will confirm the facts and postpone the destruction of this world. I get it. Is this all you want? There are 3 more things left. 1, kill more lives. Like what you did to the old Draka burrow today. Well, I guess this is something I would have done even if I didn't say it. There is nothing better than that to torment my descendants. What about the second? Search the depths of the Black Sea with the power of the demon god stone. Soren Runkendal must secure his position. The reason Lokia wanted to find Soren was because there was something she needed to take from him. Pharisee. A subspace created by Lokia in the Black Sea 1,000 years ago, and the key to entering Sodaret's final arrangement. Lokia also had something she wanted to check there. I get the idea now. The reason why you can't get Malugia out of the demon god stone right now. Under Lokia Ganesto. Even if you take out Malugia, the demon godstone will not be completely destroyed. Even when Ilona wasn't around, the demon godstone worked quite well, so it's just deteriorating. But if that happens, me and the entire world will just be destroyed by the demon god. I guess you must have been worried a lot. How are you going to lure me out? Don't try to scare me, you bug. You guys are the ones who woke me up from my dream, and you are the ones who created the terrible situation called multiple dimensions by recklessly using the demon stone 1,000 years ago. If you are going to do business, observe the minimum courtesy. You can never unleash that old hatred towards Jeep as you wish. After enduring for 1,000 years, how could they choose mutual destruction? When discussing poetry, guess what you didn't say before. That would have meant that you would lend your strength to the demon stone for that purpose. It was accurate. Currently, the demon stone can only use its power in the Black Sea if Lokia's power of Araction is added. If the power was used on the Black Sea without Araction's power, there would inevitably be a lack of power to defend the tower from the Bamul Alliance. The damn bastard is shaking his head. Isn't it common for everyone? Ziffel and Runkendal originally only bite each other. If the multidimension really started from Jeep 1,000 years ago, then it should have been stopped well. 1,000 years have passed, but what trouble is this? Lokia Ganesto. Surprisingly, Lokia shrugged her shoulders with calm eyes. I wonder what kind of trouble it is. First, kill more lives. Second, secure Soren Runkendal's location with the demon stone. Now the third and final one. What is it? Hand over Iran Beeman's body. Oh, that must be necessary. If you really want the resurrection of the sun god, as you said, he should not be destroyed. Naturally, Kiliak knew that Vligiat had been captured by the Bamul Alliance. Yes, I plan to loosen Aaron's restrictions and allow him to use his original strength. The restrictions that Aaron left on Bligiat can be resolved without your help. Bligiat said he needed half a year, but 1 month is enough. If he's held there for a month, I don't know what that cutie named Lucy will do to him. It will definitely be seriously damaged to the point where Kinzelo's complete resurrection becomes impossible. Do I need to explain again that there is no reason for the demons to leave this world alone the moment a problem arises with the sun god's selves? Aaron's restrictions are a curse from the ancient Melka people. It's an area that I can solve without difficulty. I get it. I will give it to you right away. Soon Kiliak gestured and a small portal appeared in the air, and an Aaron beament that looked like a black corpse fell out of it. This was the only moment today when Rokia completely fooled Kiliak. It wasn't for Bligiet that she needed Aaron. In the first place, Bligiet's damage had nothing to do with Kingelo's complete resurrection. The key to the resurrection of the sun god is not the preservation of selves. What Rokia wanted from Aaron's body was authentication. What we need is not the imperial family's technological prowess or hidden tricks. Aaron and Bybal themselves have no value. As I said, we just need Timar's left arm. However, Aaron would have taken measures to prevent this left arm from being used without his authorization, so I had no choice but to save Aaron as well. These are what Sana, a shaman from the Sun God Church, said while saving Aaron. Of course, Lokia knew its contents better than the destroyed Sun God religion. There are conditions that must be met in order to enter the subspace created by Lokia Sodaret's final arrangement in the Black Sea. The key called Barasada and the body of Timar who can use it. From the moment Aaron Vimant obtained Timar's body, he put a curse on his arm, putting a lot of effort into it, so that no one can fully use that arm without his permission. The restriction that afflicted Bligiet was the curse. And in Lokia's judgment, the curse could not be removed with any level of demon stone while keeping Timar's arm intact. It was because of the power of the will that remained in Timar's body. If the power of the demon stone was blocked by the power of existence, the left arm would naturally be damaged. Therefore, we must use a method to reverse the Melka people's magic. And currently only 2 people know how to do it: Losha Ganesto and the great serpent Amaris. Iran's body was successfully obtained, and the left arm of Timar that the Bamel Alliance has can probably be obtained using Lucy. If Lucy still retains her feelings from 1,000 years ago, she won't be able to refuse the offer to exchange her daughter's left arm with the dead Timar. Halin Runkendal and Araction, the self of destruction that resides within her. Lokia planned to make a deal with Lucy after separating Araction from Halin. Halin is not dead. Now, as long as the transaction is successful at the right time, all preparations for Sodaret's arrangement are completed. Because Sodaret kept it hidden, Soren plans to find the location that even the creator of the subspace cannot know. Lokia took Aaron's body and opened a black portal. Are we going back now? Okay, don't make a mistake. If even one of you or I does something foolish, the devil will completely erase this world. And under no circumstances should you meet Kiliak of the integrated Jeep in person. People like you will be eaten right away. He has the same name as you, but he's a different monster. You speak as if you have met me in person. I'll just answer yes. When will we start adding power to the demon god stone? From now on. Oh, and I'm saying this because I'm worried. Please do not waste the power of the demon stone just to find my retreat. It would be difficult to use it only for battles with the Bamul Alliance and for searches in the Black Sea. How shabby would it be if you worked hard for something worthless and were to be broken up by the Bamul Alliance, which you don't even know about? Don't forget my advice. June 12, 1804. Bligiet, who curiously exclaimed that he was afraid of pain, confessed all the information he knew before even 2 days had passed. Wasn't this enough? I really told you everything. Now release me. The dignity he showed as the sun god's self was gone, and Bligiet was pleading in a voice that was almost in tears. Like Sir Jean said at the beginning, you can never go out into the world again. Instead, let me stop causing you pain. I don't understand, Lucy. You were Araction. How could you trample on me like this? Don't you miss the time when we were one? Have you really forgotten that longing? Yearning. Lucy tortured Bligiet in a way that stimulated his longing for the original form. Without any physical harm, Bligiet's inner self was devastated simply by making him remember Kingelo, the archetype of the sun god. You must have suffered while torturing me. Even if most of Araction's power has passed to your daughter, you can't forget that either. I miss more than that, Bligiet. Anyway, now rest in peace. Until we have a safe means to completely destroy you. No. Lucy. Hey. Jean Runkendal. I am the creator of this world. I made you. Besides, I relieved you of your guilt. Please me. You relieved my guilt? Jean stood in front of Bligiet. His eyes were shining blue like a demon. This is why Jeep once again carried out a terrorist attack on the civilian area of the Lutheran Federation this morning. This time it was Palin Kingdom. Just like last time, Palin's capital and nearby cities were completely destroyed in a single shelling, and the death toll was estimated to be at least 1 million. That's right. The power of regeneration you have. That too is a power that originally came from me. Didn't I tell you that with that power you can revive any number of dead mortals? Of course there are conditions, but that's as long as you release me. Listen carefully, Bligiette. Even if I could bring the dead back to life with my power, the pain they experienced would not return. Who will compensate for that? How on earth can you make up for a life that was engulfed in flames, died painfully, lost your family and close friends before your eyes, and suddenly everything collapsed? Is it enough just to come back to life? If they are resurrected, will life still be the same as they knew it? Bligiette couldn't answer and just looked at Jin's eyes. It seemed like Jean would have Lucy torture him again at any moment. You are the creator of this world? Even you, the creator, are talking nonsense about how this world needs to be rebuilt. Do you really know what the lives of people who overcome their own pain are like? If you created the world this way in the first place, all you have to do is repent. The pain you are experiencing right now is really nothing. Jean was suppressing his impulse, the urge to tear Bligiette to pieces. While the redness in front of his eyes kept turning red in real time, Jean managed to calm himself down. The demonic fire had taken hold. Bligiette could not bear to open his mouth any further and lowered his head. Lucy naturally led Jean out of the dungeon. Jean, you held up well. No, you showed your ancestors an ugly side. That's not the case at all, so don't worry about it. Anyway, I was lucky. Egos who want to be rebuilt like Bligiette are always thirsty from the longing for perfection. If it had been his destruction self instead of him, it would have been difficult to torture him like this to get information. The sun gods' selves think they are perfect beings, but they are not. In the end, it is just a life full of flaws. Just like everyone else. Malugia Araction. The two beings known as the Self of Destruction currently belong to Ilona and Heylin. And according to the information revealed by Bligiette, there were two more selves, Reconstruction and Destruction respectively. Nebdal Ilonu of Reconstruction. Velshin Kragos of Destruction. Bligiette knew the locations of Nebdal and Velshin among them, and attempted to wake them up once Aaron's restrictions were lifted. Nebdal is in the deep sea of the Western Sea of the Federation, and Velshin is in La Perosa, Bligiette said. Yes, Sir Jean. Of course, it was a completely unexpected location for both of them. La Perosa was especially shocking. How could it be that the ego of destruction is sealed in the land of the Ming dynasty, which has been sealed for 500 years? Jean mentally sighed as he recalled the scenery of La Perosa. Fortunately, Velshin was not inhabited by any of the Netherworld clans, including Van. It's just tied up somewhere deep in La Perosa. Suddenly I begin to think that this may not be a coincidence. Which? After the final battle with the enemy tribe in the Great Desert of Mitra, not only the brothers but the entire region called La Perosa was liberated with royalties. Maybe the influence of that Velshin ego was at work. It didn't matter whether it was or not. As long as Velshin was the ego of destruction, he was a target for elimination by the Bamel Alliance. The search for Lutero West Sea and La Perosa had already begun. In particular, La Perosa was being searched by the Ming dynasty with their eyes lit up. I'm almost done with the interrogation of Bligiette, so I'll just finish it and go straight to La Perosa. As a self of destruction, I may be able to feel something. When Jean looked worried, Lucy smiled and patted his shoulder. Jean, do you know this phrase? Which? Turn crisis into opportunity. Jean burst into laughter for some reason. Is there anyone who doesn't know? I thought that maybe, just maybe, I could redeem that Velshin ego like Bligiette. If we use power centered around Amary's me and Roddy like last time. Even so, didn't you say that the self of destruction cannot be treated like Bligiette? That's right. However, if redemption is possible, it may also be possible to use it. For example, using that Velshin self as a power source for the Battle of Gods. Jin's eyes widened. Tsingian was originally designed as the mothership of the Golden Armada and an air fortress like that of the ancient Ming dynasty. However, the Bamel Alliance was not yet able to use Tsingian as an air fortress. The technical restoration was almost completed, but a power source to handle the battle could not be found. Is it possible? It will depend on the form in which he is restrained. But one thing is certain. It is possible. If the sun god's ego were used as power, Tsinjian would truly become the strongest aerial fortress. It was not just about increasing power. The speed of tracking down the story tower itself will change, and it will be much easier to stop the merciless massacres they commit. As the Lord said, I hope it's not all bad, and I have to find that guy named Velshin. Hungsi had to quickly figure out the locations of Velshin and Nebdal as well as Eloanu and Kragos. Rebuild destruction sustainment. It was necessary to discover any sun god's ego faster than Zippel or Ganesto. Cheer up us. Thank you, Sir Lucy. Soon Jean headed to the conference room on the upper floor of Tychon Palace. Perhaps because I felt some kind of hope from Lucy's story, my dizzy inner self seemed to calm down further. Of course, the fundamental shock did not go away. In just a few days, death on a scale that cannot even be felt has spread throughout the world. Still, Bligiet's words are not comforting at all. There were also words from Ayula. Even if terrible memories remain, it's better than just dying and disappearing for anyone. Just before entering the conference room, Jean encountered Gilly and Murakan leaving the hallway while holding hands. Master Hut. Gilly reflexively tried to let go of Murakan's hand, but Murakan held on tighter and pulled Gilly towards him. Kia kid. Now strawberry pie is not just your strawberry pie. Do you understand? It's been like that from the beginning, Murakan. Strawberry. No, you and I were always the top priority for Gilly. Gilly, don't worry about this anymore. Now, out of the two of you, I am the top priority. Murakan, that's a bit much. That's a bit much? I just felt embarrassed for some reason, so I stopped without realizing it. Actually, I should have told you before I became a lover with Mr. Murakan. Suddenly Jean felt indescribably grateful to the two people. Even though terrible things are happening in this world, it seems like it's all because of my own regression. Gilly and Murakan, who had always been with me from the moment I returned, seemed to have found happiness. Oh, the picture is nice. While Jean was smiling at Gilly, a small steel portal suddenly formed in front of the conference room. Now you come and go like it's your house, Orgel. You are not yet a member of our alliance. Behaving like a bastard. Does this body know what information it has just received? Orgel looked at Jean with a confident face. Jean shook his head and waited for his next words. Aina's Caligo. Have I ever explained how great that woman Bouvard is? We were aware of Aina's and Pirhop's dream abilities. Those two people did it, Jean Runkendal. I captured the meeting between Lokia and Kiliak through their dreams. Did I tell you? Lokia, I'm sure he's going to meet Kiliak. Celiac and Lokia met? Yes. Moreover, they even secured almost all the details of the transaction. Isn't it right that you should have welcomed me with open arms at this point? Jean raised his hands for a moment with a dull face. Orgel seemed satisfied with that and continued the story excitedly. First of all, Lokia has the ability to separate Malugia from the Demon Stone. It is through the power of Araction, the sun god possessed by Halin Runkendal. And Lokia threatened Kiliak based on that. I guess he threatened to destroy the Demon Stone. Yes. Once Malugia's power disappears, the current Demon Stone will be weakened to half. Maybe it could be worse than that. From Kiliak's perspective, he had no choice but to accept it. What did Lokia ask for? To keep you in check, kill more people, track down Soren with the Demon Stone, and hand over Aaron Viment. The first is something that would have been established even if it wasn't a transaction, and the second is probably related to Soderet's arrangement. I guess it's because of Aaron Viment's left arm. Naturally, while torturing Bligiet, Lucy confirmed to him the restrictions of Aaron, that is, the characteristics of the curse of the Melka people. It is unknown that Timar's intact body was needed to enter the subspace of the Black Sea, but even without that, Timar's left arm could be used in many ways. That's right. But it's a bit ambiguous. It doesn't seem like the bug will come to save Bligiet, so why would it need Aaron's body? There must be some reason. Let's look into that. I don't think they'll be able to track my father down easily. However, if they are tracked down faster, then I think my father will definitely contact me first. Is that all the information you got? There's more. First of all, this is a story about Macindy's position. The leader of the integrated Zippel is Kiliak Ziffel from another dimension, and they plan to destroy this world if they can. As Ilona said when she briefly came to her senses. Actually, there were a lot of similar things happening when I was active in another dimension. Orgel's expression darkened. However, his face quickly changed to a smile and he waved his hand. It's okay because we won't do anything like that here. In any case, Lokia asked Kiliak to submit a report to the integrated zip file. In this world, the resurrection of the sun god is still possible, so the destruction should be put on hold. The sun god has never been fully resurrected in any dimension. Orgel had already told me that fact the day he first came to visit. It seems like the resurrection of the sun god is a kind of long-cherished wish for the demon gods. Even though I have the completed demon god stone, do I need something else? Greed and greater greed. That's why Zippel has become an all-dimensional gangster today. The demon god stone can essentially be said to be an object that imitates the power of the sun god, so its original form must be even more amazing. You're going crazy because you want it right? The integrated Jeep destroyed numerous worlds while dealing with heroes including Orgel in each dimension, since they could not win every time they chose mutual destruction. Each time the possibility of the perfect sun god being resurrected was closed one by one. I don't understand. If this is really the final dimension and the demon goddess has the power to destroy this world, there is no reason for them to be obsessed with the sun god. Just destroy it and become the sole conqueror of the entire dimension. So it's probably not just greed. Jean was secretly surprised. I didn't expect Orgel to suddenly ask for so much information. Now there was no reason for him to try to plot nonsense like he did in the past, so everything he said was probably true. It's quite shocking that your dreaming ability was this high, Orgel. This is why Aina's potential is so great. Even that is shabby compared to recording magic. Oh, by the way, in return for using this dream ability, Pirhops lost most of his abilities. What? It means that it can no longer be called a magic hall. There's no way you could get this much information without making that much sacrifice, right? It's not even record magic that has reached its extreme. Still, since Aina's took over the position of the illusionist, there will be one or two more opportunities to ask for good information. At that time, Aina's will also lose that ability. I never thought the day would come when I would have to worry about Kinzelo's demons. Do you think you can get more information once or twice? Besides, isn't that ability very valuable to Pirhops and Ina's? It's precious. That's what I meant. It makes me want to cry. I'll tell Aina's and Pyrops that you were worried about them. Don't worry too much, because if you can end Jeep anyway, this kind of sacrifice is nothing. Orgel, what do you plan to do after the Jeep collapses? Suddenly? Are you going to confront us again like before with the sole intention of resurrecting the sun god? Well, I guess I'll have to go there then to find out. But now I don't think it would be a bad idea to just live comfortably with the members. The resurrection of the sun god. Well, that's still fascinating. Because of that, we will never be stuck with the integrated Zippel side. I didn't say that out of concern. I guess so. Anyway, the information delivery is over at this point. Anyway, the Kiliak of this world is a low-level spirit. I feel like I'm being swayed by something like Lokia. The Kiliaks I remember were much stronger. One guy in particular was enormous. Kiliak Jippel of the 33rd dimension, the leader of the demon gods. Orgel remembered him. Although I haven't confirmed it directly yet, I am confident that he is the head of the integrated Zippel. If the demon gods directly invade our world, that bastard will definitely come. Let's prepare well until then. Lokia meeting Kiliak is beneficial to us in many ways, because I got quite a lot of information. Above all, that bug took measures to prevent the demon goddess from destroying this world prematurely due to a mistake made by the discarded Kiliak. I think Lokia felt threatened, so after meeting Kiliak, for some reason he was detected by Kingelo's dream powers. Even if I had to endure that, it would have taken time. Anyway, even if we find out about their deal, there won't be much we can do right away. I think so too. However, there are a lot of things we can do, but it doesn't mean there is nothing. The selves of the sun god. Okay. Destruction postponed by the demon goddess. According to Lokia, for that the selves of the sun god are necessary. And now the Bamul alliance was tracking down the recently learned new selves Neptal and Velshin. We will deploy more manpower on the Velshin side. You should look further towards Nebder. That's right. Jean Runkendal, as you just said, Lokia used her powers excessively to meet Kiliak. So the faster the problem with the two selves can be resolved, the better. Before Lokia regains strength and scatters the ashes. For Jean, it had to be a moment of decision. If more manpower is deployed to La Perosa to search for Velshin, the number of people to keep the Tower of Story in check will decrease accordingly. This meant that more civilian massacres would inevitably occur. Although it is painful. Still, for now, I had to choose to focus on Velshin. Jean being dragged into the massacre of civilians was ultimately what the enemy wanted. Even if it's a day, an hour, even a second faster. We had to secure Velshin. Rather, we must attract the enemy so that they cannot dream of massacring civilians. To La Perosa, where Velshin is. Right now, the only troops Lokia can send are low-ranking soldiers like Joshua. They say they awaken thanks to Ganesto's power, but you know their level better than me, right? At best, I would hide and throw myself when I can catch Velshin. You may need to use special tools or something, so you have to be careful. Of course. Then I will go straight to track down Nebdal. Oh, and I'm saying this because I'm worried. You shouldn't kill Bligiet just because you're pissed. If he disappears, the resurrection of the sun god will be a failure, and this dimension will become even less valuable to the demon gods. Be careful. Of course we could win in an all-out war with the demons, but the more cards we can use, the better. Well then, hello. Oh wait, Jean, haven't you forgotten anything? What do you mean? You should say thank you to me, you idiot. Let's put that off until later. Jean replied and gently pushed Orgel beyond the steel portal. Orgel stuck his face out of the steel door twice, but Jean pushed him back like he was playing whack-a-mole. Orgel's curse echoed for a moment, and Jean immediately summoned his colleagues. I'm going to La Perosa. I'll leave everything about Nebdal to Kinjalo. The sortie forces are all forces except the fleet currently tracking the Tower of the Story, those who have gone out to provide civilian support, and the minimum mainland defense forces. Confucius, can I get ready right now? Yes, I will go right away. Thanks to the mobility of the Golden Fleet, the number of sorties was assembled in an instant. Jean, along with Mirakan, Lucy, and Bligiet, first boarded the flagship Sarah and headed to the Battle of Tucson. The reason I took Bligiet was with the intention of finding Velshin faster. You're lucky, Bligiet. Thanks to a change in plans, you were faced with a world outside that you would never see again. But if you do anything foolish, you will have a very long interview with me in the dungeons of Tychon Palace. Lucy said, patting Bligiet on the shoulder. Bligiet had no choice but to sigh and nod. Lucy, you've become quite brutal. The old saying goes that there is no business in Daguri. This is a saying that Mr. Mirakan has also often experienced. Let's beat up that Velshin or something and give those bastards a proper beating. Jean and the group entered the Tusingian Hall. Ban was sitting in the middle of the main hall of Tushingen with his eyes closed. Of course she recognized Jean and his party's arrival from the moment the flagship Sarah appeared over La Perosa. Brother Jean, you brought Bligiet. Yes, I was wondering if it would be helpful in finding Velshin. Have you made any progress? No, there was nothing at all. This Tusingian Hall is where I spent the most time in my life. However, I have never felt that something like the sun god's self exists, so it seems he is as good at hiding as Jonah. Soon Van opened his eyes and looked at Bligiet. Bligiet looked uncomfortable, as if she was a burden. I'm here to help, so don't look at me like that. Then hurry up and find it. That Velshin guy is really making me nervous. As a class, we couldn't help but feel angry. It was only natural that he and his brothers had such a monster in their house, but he never noticed it. There's no need to be too frustrated about the fact that you couldn't find it. Even if we are Changseong, it is impossible to find us who have ceased to exist. You stopped existing? Okay. To put it in an easier way for you to understand, it is like the hibernation of animals. The idea is to create a subspace, step into it and relax. To wait for the right time or to forget the pain. Forget the pain. Just as Bligiet could not bear the longing for the archetype, the egos of all sun gods had their own areas of suffering. In the case of Velshin, he was probably distressed about the delay in the destruction of the world. Malugia because she had been silent for too long. Anyway, we're starting now, so prepare for battle. As soon as Velshin wakes up, the fight will begin. How long will it take? Ends in 5 minutes. Jean immediately issued an order to the entire fleet via communicator. The golden ships moved in unison and surrounded the sky. It looked as if they were attacking La Perosa. To some extent that was true. If there is a battle with a being that is the sun god's ego, this place is bound to become a wasteland again. It was a sad moment for the Ming dynasty. Although it was finally out in the world and the city was being rebuilt, La Perosa was destined to be destroyed once again. I feel sorry for Luce. They were decorating our hometown very nicely. On the surface, Bligiette wasn't doing anything special. I just stood still. However, the chanters noticed that he was emitting some kind of invisible energy. Just as dragons summon other dragons in a language that humans cannot hear. Kududuk. Suddenly the main hall of Tsinjian began to shake. It wasn't just the ground and buildings that shook. After a while, the group standing near Bligiette encountered an unfamiliar scene where the entire surrounding space was shaking, and they felt their eyes turning yellow. This was because the sun was pouring down everywhere the eyes could see. Velshin was waking up. It's faster than I thought. Let's see what kind of face he has. Even though the self of destruction was awakening, no one was afraid. I just have a feeling that he too will soon end up like Bligiette. Even Bligiette had this premonition. Maybe it's Malugia, but Velshin. It's difficult for Velshin, who stopped existing until just now, to handle the mortals here. Just as an animal that has just woken up from hibernation is in a vulnerable state, Velshin was currently unable to exert its full strength. I don't know what's going on for me or Velshin. The vibration was gradually stopping. Instead, the sun that had colored the entire La Perosa suddenly became brighter, and a voice began to ring from somewhere. Bli, Ligit, you woke me up. Velshin. Something seems to have gone wrong, huh? Why are you imprisoned? Like you, I woke up vulnerable and unable to fight against these mortals. Try to overcome them well. You idiot. Pew. Suddenly a huge explosion occurred within the main hall of Tushinjin. Without any foreshadowing, like the space explosion of Kiliak. However, the Changsungs showed great strength by putting up a protective shield almost at the same time and even taking care of Bligiette, who was tied up in the restraints. You did a good job without resorting to manipulative behavior. I will assume there will be no interview. Thank you. Lucy, you and Bligiette returned to the ship. It would be better if only me and the kid in my class were involved in close combat. Murakin is right. Brothers form a fleet. Rattling dash. Kuduk. The pillars supporting the nave ceiling were collapsing. The hearts of the Ming dynasty people watching as they headed towards the ship seemed to be completely broken. Blood was gushing out on Ban's forehead. Don't you dare turn the main temple into this state and still live without it, Velshin. Oh my! The ceiling was cracking. As iron and stone chunks fell to the floor, Velshin's body, hidden in the ceiling, was revealed. Thousands of strange arms sprouting out from all over the huge eyes. All of those arms were holding spears. Velshin looked down at the collapsed ceiling as if he was looking into a cave. It's a bad thing once something happens. That's strange. Did you guys make Bligiette like that? But you couldn't have attacked Bligiette, right? And me too. He had already half-jumped and stabbed the center of Velshin's main eye. Although he had spread his protective shield like he did with Bligiette, this was not the first time Ban had faced the sun god's self. Since she started the battle assuming a protective shield from the beginning, her sword was that heavy and fierce. The blade containing the brain energy instantly tore through the layered protective film and dug deep into the eyeball. Pyuk squeak dash. Wow! Jean and Murakin also jumped up almost at the same time as Ban. Jean unfolded Eternal Flame to tie Velshin's arms, and Murakin used Black Chain to block the way for the pupil to retreat. And the three people could tell as soon as they climbed up to the main temple. The fact that Velshin's body was formed not only in these giant eyes but also throughout La Perosa. The energy that covered La Prasa, the solar energy that shimmered like a shining haze, was all the body of Velshin. Those who were watching this from the fleet far away knew this from the beginning. The entire fleet had already finished aiming and was waiting for Ban to give permission. Fire, fire. All you have to do is recultivate the land and put up the buildings again. It would be more beneficial to the world to end this guy as quickly as possible. Just like the day they invaded the Tower of Stories, the Golden Fleet's bombardment and Van's sword continued to resonate. The fireworks were also connected to the ship Sarah, and in an instant blue fires poured out into the sky. Add to that the advent of Mirakan's darkness, and Velshin's golden age was overshadowed by darkness. Velshin, the self of destruction. As soon as he woke up, he was very upset. The power of Bligiet, who woke me up, is bound, and these mortals are. Sun energy was flowing like sticky blood from his torn eyes. Although only half of the eyes were pierced, solar energy poured out from across Velshin's vast body. It's dangerous. It was a crisis that Velshin had never experienced before, and the Bamul coalition had no intention of showing him any mercy. You must be erased along with the world. Velshin explodes with solar energy and roars. But there was no way it was a threat. The same would have been true even if Velshin was at full power rather than in a weakened state like now. It looks like you don't understand the situation. Unfortunately, there is no escape for you. Still, there are two options. Disappear or become a power source for our fleet. Things that a lizard would not dare say. But it's not something you can choose. We have already chosen the latter. Mirakan's paws rushed in with the arrival of darkness and scratched Velshin's eyes. The eyes were no longer as intact as they had been before he scratched them. This was because Jean and Ban swung their swords in all directions of the pupil. The speed at which the two men's swords dug into the flesh was much faster than the speed at which Velshin regenerated. The Alliance members watching the spears and Velshins from the fleet could not possibly think of the scene as a battle. It was too one-sided. The thousands of arms attached to the pupils were often cut off before they could even throw the spear they were holding, and the body that covered the entire sky was obscured by the Mayanwang Dominion sword and artillery fire, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. Only the huge eyes are barely able to shine, constantly being torn and torn by the two blades and Mirakan's claws. They dominated from the start and won the game perfectly. However, the Union did not let down its guard. In order to prepare for an unexpected self-destruction or explosion, they did not hastily narrow the siege net, and after deploying a tight protective shield, they were even prepared to perform a short-distance spatial leap at any time. That is, there are no variables. It seemed that Velshin alone could not turn the situation around. It's much easier to deal with it than with Bligiet. Is it true that all Velshin can hope for is enemies who will create variables instead? Amaris, who was watching the battle over the bridge of the ship Sarah, said. Zippel and Ganesto. They will definitely notice that Velshin has woken up and come visit. However, the Tower of Story is concentrating on fleeing after being defeated by the Alliance just a few days ago, and its leader Ganesto has used his power excessively. In my opinion, it would be better to give up expectations and accept reality, Velshin. Isn't it? Bligiet. Bligiet could only nod, looking downcast. If there was ever a sight of a god being slaughtered, this would be it. Now about 30 minutes have passed since the battle began. Meanwhile, Velshin was not able to even mount a counterattack, let alone win the game. The pupils now only maintain the shape of a sphere. The thousands of arms attached to the pupil were all torn off and disappeared somewhere. Only the sun exploding intermittently in various places in the sky and on the ground showed that the Velshins were still fighting. However, the explosion did not cause any damage to the Changsongs or the Union. You evil bastards! Velshin may be the self of destruction, but he is your mother and father. Same goes for me. This is why this world must be remade. While Bligiet was internally swallowing bloody tears, Amaris saw right through his insides. Hey Bligiet, all of this is ultimately your choice. You when you were perfect. I never wanted anything like this. No, it's your choice, so don't even dream of rebuilding. Just forget it. Ever since I split from the original Kinjalo, I was made to pursue only that. You probably know best, the big snake. I don't know much because I've forgotten a lot of my memories. But you know one thing. You and Velshin who are being trampled mercilessly by the children over there. The truth is that both of you have become incomparably weaker than when you were perfect. So you want to laugh at me? No. Mortals sometimes get so caught up in their impulses that they can't think rationally. You were, as it were, mortals driven by impulse. You can't think of anything else other than one desire. But as the power has weakened, hasn't the impulse also weakened? Big Snake, what do you want to say? It means think carefully. Are you, the sun god's self, supposed to continue to live in impulse even in this weakened state? If you and the Velshins help us in earnest, the world can become a better place. Bligiet did not respond but watched the battle through the glass of the bridge for a while. As I was looking at the dizzy sky with a mixture of lightning blue and white and solar energy, memories of the beginning suddenly came to mind. What did Kingelo want to create this world? Such questions also arose. As Amaris said, as his strength weakened, his true nature became weaker. It felt like an unfamiliar feeling was piercing my heart uncomfortably, as if I couldn't remember anything. Well, the choice is yours, Bligiet. I'm just saying this because I feel sad that you who were once my only light are falling like this. Let's just watch the fight. Wow dash. Immediately after Amaris finished speaking, the first sight of a half-sword completely cutting Velshin's pupil in half followed. Velshin tried to regenerate but had no choice but to be pushed back by the flames rushing into the cutting edge. The eyes, which had become two lumps, slowly fell to the floor like a sinking ship. You, how dare you? There was no dignity in that voice anymore. The spearmen continued their violence with expressionless faces, and the fleet indifferently fired its main guns. The two eyeballs that fell on the floor just looked like shining meat. The only thing Velshin can do is self-destruct. But Velshin was certain. It is impossible to cause significant damage to the mortals who are currently attacking you by self-destructing anyway. Malu, where is it? It was a moment of desperate need for an alter ego that could self-destruct and amplify the power to destroy others. Especially if it were Malugia, it could wipe out half of the world at any moment. Maybe even more. That's why Velshin cried out Malugia's name endlessly. Since the time given to him is short, it would be a miracle, in the words of mortals, for other egos, including Malugia, to come within it. It looks like Brother Jean is about to explode. That's how I see it, Brother Tushin. It would be a good idea to send the brothers down, so that they can only protect the core facilities needed to fortify Tushingen in the future. It looks like it will be difficult to use this guy for good. I heard a story about Power Source from Bandojin. So even while I was angry about the destruction of La Perosa, I wondered if there was a way to use Velshin. However, even the spears could not prevent Velshin from committing suicide. In order to redeem him like Bligiet, he would have to either inhabit a mortal body like him or remain in a form capable of being redeemed in some way. Naturally, it was a meaningless story if one committed suicide. According to the information provided by Orgel, it is difficult for Velshin to completely disappear. I will be careful to control my strength, brother. And from what I've fought against Bligiet, these guys don't die easily anyway. Even if you blow yourself up, life will not disappear completely. It's a shame. With that in mind, Jean began preparing to endure Velshin's self-destruction. Malugia, hurry to me. That moment. A black and murky portal opened inside the spears and Velshin energy flowing like a convection. You're here, Ganesto. It was Ganesto's portal. However, the riders of Lokia and Ganesto did not escape from the portal. What came out of the portal was a piece of solar energy. Araction? The solar energy was quickly absorbed into Velshin without the spearmen even having time to use their hands, and Velshin immediately regained his strength. Araction, show me where you are. Let's wipe out these mortals together and meet Malugia. Of course, Araction did not react. Lokia simply sent some of the power of Araction that resided in Halen Runkendal to the battlefield to prevent the case of Velshin's annihilation. And that had some similarities with the purpose of the Union. Even from the Alliance's perspective, the disappearance of Velshin would be a burden. In the midst of many urgent situations, Jean kept his head calm as always. Rokia was in a hurry right now. It seems they have decided that we can just annihilate the Velshins. Now, if even one of the sun god's egos disappears, he won't be able to negotiate with the devil. Another portal was opening. This time, instead of a person, a piece of solar energy comes out of it and is absorbed by Velshin. Brother Jin's energy is growing stronger again. What are you going to do? It looks like Lokia is in a hurry. They think we will destroy Velshin. That's why I sent Arakshan's power. First you have to look around. Around you? Lokia has exhausted a lot of her strength while meeting Kiliak. However, in my opinion, sending such a vast amount of energy through the portal would also consume a great deal of power. This is especially true if the distance is far away. Ban nodded. I see what you mean. By the flagship, Deacon, please review the records of the outskirts of La Perosa immediately. The rest of the fleet should maintain a defensive formation and begin the search for La Perosa. There must be a Ganesto here somewhere. Jean was sure. There is no way the Ganesto group is safely supporting Velshin somewhere far away. If Lokia had planned this entire situation from the beginning, there was no reason to support Velshin in this way. Lokia doesn't know that we have no intention of annihilating Velshin. If only I could use that to strengthen Velshin and change it into a form that can be redeemed. It may be possible to use Velshin as a power source for the Battle of Gods. There is no problem as the strengthening is being carried out by Lokia anyway. But I have no idea how to change it into a redeemable form. Should I talk to Bligiet again? Bligiet has already told everything he knows thanks to his interview with Lucy. Seeing that Amaris, the being who knew the most about ancient secrets, had also not been contacted, it seemed like there was no good solution. As he began to worry, Jin's communication device vibrated. Jean Runkendal. Bligiet. You probably want to bind Velshin like me now. A way occurred to me. Send me down. Jean, from what I've heard, it doesn't seem like an adaptation. Even though it was only a short time after the battle started, Bligiet changed a bit. Thanks for talking to me. Should I take a look? I understand, Amaris. I will wait below the flagship. Velshin's eyes, which were split into two, were swollen to the fullest after receiving Arakshan's power. As if the pupils of the eyes had expanded into two before being cut in half. This meant that Velshin's power had become stronger. Now even spear stars could not overwhelm Velshin as easily as before. Gaia! Every time Velshin roared, the entire La Prasa shook with a shock wave and cracks appeared in the Golden Fleet's linked shield. Jean took up a position below the flagship Sarah under the cover of Ban and Murakan. Then the lower part of the ship opened and Bligiet descended, and Jean safely caught him so that he would not be swept away by the storm of energy. Jean Runkendal, I realized. I will give you everything. Suddenly? Understand that it is because big emotions and memories that you had forgotten about as the creator came to you. Anyway, it's very urgent right now. Take me to Velshin so he can see this. Bligiet spread his hands as if holding something precious. Above it was a lump of rainbow-colored energy. Is this a solar flag? The sun flag is correct. The colors are completely different though. This is not just energy but a memory from the beginning when I was perfect. If I show this to Velshin, he will obey me obediently. He must have completely forgotten this memory. The two Velshin eyes continued to emit shock waves. The shield of the fleet surrounding the sky was barely holding on. Jean looked at Velshin and Bligiet in turn and nodded. What are you going to do with that? Just show it. I am currently bound and have no strength, so please take me with you and approach Velshin. It is dangerous to bring Bligiet close to Velshin. In the first place, it was strange that Bligiet's attitude suddenly changed. However, Jean decided to trust Amaris instead of Bligiet. If it weren't for Amaris, I wouldn't have trusted you. From now on you will trust me a lot, mortal Jean Runkendal. As I said, I have now decided to bet my all on you, so the world will finally become beautiful again. Bligiet grabbed Jin's left arm. Soon Jean leapt at once and approached the eyes of Velshin, who was once again in the sky. Naturally, the shock wave tried to bounce Jean off more strongly, but Ban and Murakan also covered Jean more thoroughly. The solar energy, the brain energy, and the spiritual energy clashed again, forming a hot convection current that seemed to burn anything. Bligiet flinched and scratched Jin's nerves every time the heat penetrated the inside of the shield. Now try to block it. If this continues, it will burn before I can show this to Velshin. Don't make a fuss, you'll get in the way. Aha, hit it over there. Bligiet, were you always like this? Although he was speaking calmly, Jean could not help but feel nervous about Velshin's suddenly stronger power. It was even more so because I had to move while protecting Bligiet. Now if you make a mistake even once, you will not be able to avoid serious injury. Of course the wound was not fatal, so it was possible to recover as much as possible, but the battle time had to increase accordingly. Increasing battle time also meant that innocent people somewhere would face death at the hands of Zippel. To avoid seeing that happen, nearly the entire force was brought in. Jean gritted his teeth and swung Bradamanti. Every time Bradamanti moved, a huge trail was left in the sky, and the solar energy emitted by Velshin rained down on the ground. Jean was hidden from view by the continuously exploding shock waves. Ban and Murakan were not easily able to catch up with Jean. It was because there was no visibility. Jean or Bligiet could get hurt if he chased after them too hard, cutting down the sun flags at random. Araction. Unlike me, you seem to be in perfect condition, so why are you only sending me energy? Come, Malugia will be waiting for us. Velshin's counterattack was also getting stronger. The appearance of being cruelly overwhelmed by Jean and Ban Murakan was gone, and he now revealed a majesty worthy of the name of destruction. 2 eyes and tens of thousands of arms sticking out like serrated teeth. Each time the arms moved, a shining spear shaped like the sun was thrown in all directions. The spear eventually broke through the Golden Fleet's shield and struck directly into its outer armor. Prepare for impact, focusing on the entire fleet flagship, and follow Brother Jin's orders. Despite the armor being breached, the fleet did not panic and carried out Jin's orders. In particular, Leet had already gone to the outskirts of La Perosa and was tracking Ganesto's records. Found it. The location is near the southern city entrance to La Perosa. Lon Vigo Mu and Ganesto are operating the Portal of Chaos. Lord Baradin and I will go. Chief Steward Runkendal. Halen's first flagship, the Sword Emperor ship, immediately responded to the communication. Dante was preparing to sortie with Baradin's Tychon 9th Fleet immediately after the incident occurred. Okay, I'll keep track of the records. Dante and Baradin's fleet immediately began to land following the coordinates sent by Leet. In the process, most of the ships were pierced by Velshin spears, but no ships were shot down. The outskirts of La Perosa were the furthest areas on the battlefield from Velshin's solar flag, but even so the entire field of view was brightly lit due to the solar flag. Only me and Lord Baradin will descend. The fleet must spread a siege to prevent the enemy from escaping. I understand, Sir Dante. Dante and Baradin disembarked and settled down. Ganesto also knew of their arrival. Among them, Mew and An smiled as they saw the 2 people entering through the sun flag. Our youngest's foot scrubbers have arrived. What did you come for? Do you still not understand? We are not dying. Dante and Baradin burst into laughter at those words. It's a time when death has become a blur anyway, and Lunkendal. Your extinction will be the end of all of Ganesto. But our goal is not to eliminate you now. Exactly. We just have to mess up Lokia's work. Srung. The Ganestos drew their swords first. And at that moment Mu belatedly realized that his left arm had already fallen to the floor. When on earth did you use the intangible sword? The moment after recalling the intangible sword, the head fell, and the 3 remaining people hurriedly spread out to gather their senses. However, even if they had awakened Ganesto's power, they could not read the intangible sword. Especially in a situation like now where solar energy is everywhere and it is difficult to distinguish the energy. You can take care of those things. I will destroy the portal. I understand. Weruk. Flames rose from Baradin's staff. Annihilation, Dark Sky Flame, Jade Demon Emperor Type 1. Ryal Zippel's decisive battle magic, which was now completely under control, was blooming with his magic power. It's a magic that brings back memories, Lord Baradin. Right? I'm going to explode it so loudly that even the loser can see it, so just wait a moment. The huge flames of the annihilating heavenly flame jade were already heading towards the portal, which was glowing black and strange. The Ganestos originally planned to kill time by fighting. 5 minutes, no. If you hold on for just 3 more minutes, you can send out all of Araktion's remaining power. But this fucking gap? Yet, besides that guy isn't even the youngest, he's Dante Huron. Squeak. The sound of flesh and bones being cut by an invisible sword continued for every second. You may have forgotten, but I am the Emperor of Swords. Even though you can't reach Jin's level yet, you who are like waste should be honored to dare to mix swords with me. Even 30 seconds, not 3 minutes, is difficult. The Gnestos realized it in an instant. Dante wasn't even giving his all. If they had something on their hands, they were dealing with it in such a way that they had no choice but to bring it out. I'm hoping that people like Rocky and Joshua will show up. On the other hand, Baradin believed in Dante and was pouring all his magical power into the Hellfire Jade. This is the most fundamental solution that can diminish the power of Velshin, which is currently putting pressure on the Spear Stars and the combined fleet. As the red-hot flames melted Gnesto's portal, Jean immediately noticed the change in the battlefield. The head deacon found Gnesto. Dante and Baradin are fighting them. Although it was still subtle, I could feel that Arakshin's solar energy being transmitted to Velshin was weakening. Thank goodness Arakshin's power is being cut off. Bligiet also grasped that fact and was heartbroken. I missed hundreds of opportunities to attack Velshin while protecting you. It must be worth it. It will definitely work out. I feel like I've suddenly lost confidence, but I hope that's my mistake. Where in the world is there such a thing as unconditional? Jean Runkendall. If Velshin doesn't change his mind, can't you just look at the interview with Lucy? Jean was momentarily shocked and speechless. Still, it was a distance away from which we could soon see the main body of Velshin hidden by the sun. As Jean began to take risks and increase his speed, Bligiet closed his eyes tightly and waited for the breakthrough to end. As if a closed door was opening, all of the solar flags that covered Velshin's body were finally passed by. Underneath the two huge eyes, a being that looked like a person made of gold was crouching. That was the main body of Velshin. Arakshin Malugia. Unlike the roaring outside, Velshin was crouching in the sun, repeating the names of other destruction. Jean created a sword wind, fixed his position, and stabbed Bligiet in the side. Velshin. Bligiet? How dare you me? Wait. Before you get angry, take a look at this first. Bligiet raised the rainbow-colored sun flag. Then Velshin, who was about to rush, stopped walking and fixed his gaze on the sun. Memories of the beginning? How do you do that? I am free from bondage, Velshin. Just take a look at this and you will realize it. Why we created this world. Wah-wah! The rainbow-colored sun shined brightly and fell in front of Velshin. The first memory of Kinjalo, the perfect sun god, was a simple emotion that anyone can easily imagine. Velshin, we created the world simply because we were lonely. We couldn't bear the fact that we were the only ones existing in an endless void, so we created the earth, the sky, and life. But destroying it all? This cannot happen. This sphere was left behind by us who were intact. At Bligiet's words, Jean was once again shocked and speechless. You asked me to trust you just once, and this is all you got? Bligiet. There's no way something like this would work. Ugh. The moment Velshin, who was about to rush at Bligiet, suddenly sat down and burst into tears, Jean barely blinked in shock. This works. While he had no idea how to react, Bligiet hurriedly came close to Jean and whispered, Jean, hurry and cut that guy down. What? That is a self of destruction unlike me. I became sentimental for a moment because of old memories, but fundamentally I was a self of destruction. So you should quickly cut him down before he comes to his senses and tie him up in a restraint like I did so he can't recover. Now is the most vulnerable time, so cut it down quickly. Bligiet repeatedly shouted at him to cut down quickly and pointed his finger in Velshin's direction. Ugh, black. Seeing Velshin, who suddenly started sobbing, Jean felt mixed feelings. It's crazy that these people are destroying the world. There was no reason to hesitate further. Cutting it down now does not mean Velshin will die. If we can arrest him, it will be possible in some way to use him as a power source for the main temple of Tushinjin. Psi-dash. The sword energy extended from the light speed, stabbing Bradamanti pierced Velshin's chest. Velshin didn't even seem to be able to react at all, let alone block it by forming a shield with solar energy. Gasp! Before the scream ended, the blade stained with eternal flame cut into Velshin's abdomen again. As if the blow had already been severe, Velshin took a step back and glared at Jean and Bligiette. "Bligiette, you bastard! Is this why you showed me the memories of the beginning?" "No. Oh, I just wanted to remind you of those beautiful feelings from when we were perfect. Attacking you now is the reckless act of this evil mortal. Tell me to believe that now." Velshin hurriedly gathered his wits and prepared a counterattack, but before he knew it, Bligiette was pulling out the rainbow-colored sun flag again. "Trust me, and look at this again. We were lonely. I was lonely beyond words. This dog. Ha 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 ha. 100 million. Even while being mercilessly cut here and there by Bradamanti, every time Velshin looked directly at the memories of the beginning, he instantly became drunk with sadness and shed tears. Jean decided not to think any further about how he should perceive this battle, as he couldn't bear to laugh at this sight. "Remember, Velshin, this part is the moment when light was shown to creatures for the first time. It was a time when there were no mountains, fields, or even the sea. Stop. Stop, ugh. Black. We're going back to this time so calmly, except Jin's sword. They say it was Jean Runkendal who hit me on his own? Ah, that was the setting. I was mistaken. Look at this again. Ugh." There were already countless cuts and gashes carved into Velshin's body. Because my memories of the beginning kept interfering with me, my reaction was slow, so I couldn't do anything against Jean. As the main body was hit, the power of the solar flag spread outward was gradually weakening. Naturally, the pressure on the castles and fleet was decreasing. Moreover, due to Dante and Baradin's activities, the energy of Araction transmitted to Velshin was fading. "Bligiette, I am destruction itself. No matter what tricks you try, in the end, I will do anything just to destroy this world." Okay. The number you have left is obvious, right? Self-destruct? To prevent that from happening, I shared this precious memory with you. If you don't believe me, you can try it. This guy who will tear you to death. As a Velshin, all I could do was swear. Why self-destruct? Suddenly self-destruction is not attempted. It was as if something had blocked his inner self from heading towards destruction. It was a feeling. The loneliness of those days, brought back by memories of the beginning, was suppressing his impulses. Of course, as Bligiette said earlier, Velshin's weakness in front of the memories of the beginning was not permanent, but it was enough for Jean to subdue him. The solar energy has now become noticeably weaker. It would be a good idea to have the fleet approach soon and prepare to use the restraints. Outside, everyone was making appropriate movements without Jin's command. "It looks like your brother has almost sorted out the internal situation. I'll narrow the siege just in case, so you take a look around. There may be other Genestos besides the one Leet found." "Oh, I got it. I'm more worried about Jeepers than Genesto. They are not people who should be here. Luna will probably contact you first before you arrive. He is a persistent child, so it will be difficult to completely wean him off." The first thing Murakan noticed as he flew around was Genesto's riders, all of whom were kneeling with their heads cleanly blown off. Lon Vigo Mu and all four of them looked like they were defeated without even being able to give Dante a proper response. The portal used by Genesto also appeared to be completely destroyed. Baradin wiped the sweat from his forehead and concentrated his magic. "Are you okay?" "Well, there's no need to ask anything. Murakan. I dealt with them moderately to see if there were others, but all three were too weak. They can't be strong because they only rely on power and think that they can be resurrected when they die. These will ultimately be nothing more than consumables even within Genesto." "That's right. The fact that Joshua didn't come here can be said to be proof of that. Isn't Joshua quite incompetent? I don't know why I only care about him. According to Sir Lucy's explanation, it seems to have become useful in some way. Now we will split up again and continue to be on guard against Zippel and Genesto's intrusion." Murakan. "Oh no, Velshin's redemption will soon begin, so let's go quickly. For the Alliance, it was just a matter of finishing the restraints before Zippel and Genesto invaded again. Now it is not the Alliance that needs time, but the enemies. If things continue like this, they could easily achieve a great victory. We will prepare for the self-redemption of the Runkendal First Fleet Sun God. The flagship Sarah is ready to charge after opening her sword. Let the fleet below finish checking the restraint equipment. Yes, Deacon. It's not like I had any worries when I sent Bligiet down, but it went well, Leet. Yes, Amaris. Now all you have to do is give Sagaju's command. The time until the redemption is complete. If the solar energy continues to weaken at this rate, it will be around 10 minutes. The solar energy that had now spread across the battlefield was so dim that it was hard to believe that it had been spread by the ego of destruction. Even if Vale radiated solar energy with full power, it would be more powerful than this. It's not working anymore. Be it the memories of the beginning or anything else, they won't be fooled by your tricks anymore. Yes, you worked hard, another me, my friend. Now it's time to rest. Jean was already holding the communicator. By the time you say you have become immune to the memories of the beginning, it is already too late. To the fleet location before the detention begins. As soon as the command was given, Ship Sarah, who had already opened her sword, rushed into Velshin's eyes. Phew! Because his power was weakened due to the memory of the beginning and being tormented by Jin, only one pupil remained in Velshin's eye. Yuang Dash. The Golden Armada was unfolding around the flagship Sarah. The ships simultaneously activated the restraint equipment attached to the front for this task. The peninsula began to participate in the arrest, leading the brain flag that spread out like a cloud. Soon as Amaris and Lucy began to chant the spell, the restraint sphere and the blade of the Thunder Spirit ship Sarah resonated, creating hundreds of blue rays. Rays of light that looked like giant ropes were pouring into Velshin's eyes and body. I couldn't avoid it because Jean forced me to move. After living with mortals, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad. But it's gonna get better now. You probably will too, Velshin. So don't be too upset. We are creators. Yuwak. The moment when Velshin suddenly began to be swayed by the feeling that his whole body was being restrained. You're here as expected. Suddenly Jeep's fleet appeared near the Golden Fleet that had spread the restraints. There was no trace of the portal at all. Jeep's fleet was literally created in the sky. This is the Sagaju enemy fleet, created through reality manipulation. The creation of troops that had been experienced countless times during the all-out attack on the tower in the first story. Murakin spread his darkness and breath, completely destroying one of Ziffel's first formed fleets. However, Jeep's fleet continued to form new ones without rest, like cockroaches multiplying like crazy. Should you respond or focus on arrest? Jean chose the latter without hesitation. He was even smiling from the moment Jeep created the fleet. Murakin and the rest of the fleet are in charge of dealing with the enemy fleet, and we only focus on arresting them. The fact that the Tower of Story does not appear directly and is only generating troops means that they do not have much time to spare. It was nothing else but the sun god's ego at stake. It looks like the information is late. To avoid Luna's pursuit. In the meantime, they would have continued to try to massacre civilians, so I never thought we would end the Velshins so quickly. It was a problem that I felt intuitively to some extent from the moment I saw that only Ganesto supported Velshin first among Zippel and Ganesto. Since Ganesto was forcibly sending Arakshin's energy to save Velshin, he may not have had the power to quickly convey information to Zippel. Even the formed fleet appeared to be much weaker than the one experienced in the tower battle in the last story. Like back then, even though there was no fireworks connected to the fleet or the king's rain sword, Murakin crumbled like a fallen leaf every time he breathed. Ugh, Jean, don't you have to go and stop them? I feel anxious. How long until the sealing ends? If this goes wrong, we won't be able to stop Velshin's self-destruction. We already won, so wait quietly, Bligiet. Even if the Tower of Story appears in person, I have the confidence to stop it, but this kind of reality manipulation has no effect on the outcome. But it would be better to do it quickly. I understand, so now you can think of a way for us to safely utilize Velshin's power. At those words, Bligiet made eye contact with Jean with a confident face. Don't worry about that, Jean Runkendal. I told you that guy is the ego of destruction. If you restrain it, it will become drunk with anger and constantly emit solar energy. All you have to do is replace it, and the infinite power that mortals often refer to is completed. Karak! Velshin continued to roar. However, the rays of the restraint sphere that bound him only wavered slightly and showed no signs of loosening. It's almost over. If it weren't for Bligiet's change of heart, it would have been quite difficult. Bligiet's memories of the beginning. If it weren't for that, this situation couldn't have been made this easy. Velshin would have resisted much more strongly, so Ziffel and Ganesto would have ultimately not missed the moment. I curse you, Bligiet. You don't deserve to be me. Bligiet, who had been acting like a frightened tentacle the whole time, heard those words and suddenly approached Velshin, who was being tied up in restraints. Bang! Then he hit his head with all his might and shouted, "How ungrateful are you, Velshin, after I saved you as much as possible. If it weren't for me, you would have self-destructed and disappeared. It actually means that it was I who gave the opportunity. Keep talking bullshit. Since we will all be part of the same family anyway, it would be a good idea to decide the ranking in advance. You are under me from now on. Do you understand? You act like an ugly mortal. This keeps happening again and again. Are you still having trouble coming to your senses? I don't know. Now I am the only one who can attack you unilaterally. It's true here too. Act. In the midst of a childish fight that could not be trusted by the creators of this world, fleets created by Zippel were constantly shot down in the nearby sky. Sagaju's arrest is complete. The operation was a success. Soon Jean received Leet's communication, nodded, and looked around. Zippel immediately realized that there was no chance left and stopped creating troops, and he could not feel Ganesto's spirit at all. The destroyed La Perosa was also visible. The main temple of Tsingian looked almost like a ruin because the entire ceiling had collapsed, but overall the city was in a much less damaged state than the Bamel coalition had initially expected. La Perosa is like a second home to Jean. If this place had been irreversibly destroyed, or to the point where it was impossible to know when reconstruction would end, it would have been a huge blow internally in Jindo. That was also thanks to Bligiet. Jean was giving him a favorable look for the first time since meeting him. Velshin. Among the great powers that once again gathered in La Perosa to secure him, the victor was once again the Bamul Alliance. Bligiet. Why are you calling me? Your contribution is great. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I could trust him, but he did a great job. At those words, Bligiet smiled for a moment and then glared at Jean with a straight face. Thank you so much. This is not it. Sheesh. And yet you still show such a disrespectful attitude? The reason I decided to risk everything for you is simply because I recovered the memories of the beginning, so don't you dare think of treating me like a servant. If I become more trustworthy and can prevent more innocent people from being sacrificed thanks to your abilities, then I will treat you as an adult of the Union. For now, please be satisfied that I will use honorific language from now on. Jean was quickly grasping Bligiet's suddenly changed personality. Clearly he was the type of person who would do his job well if given a certain amount of respect. There was also a childlike side to him that got very excited when he was recognized for something. I'm not satisfied, but I'll try to understand for now. There was such a thing as a position. In particular, please know that I am not doing this because you are pretty. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Ban Murakan and the Union executives who disembarked from the flagship of the Golden Fleet were approaching Velshin one by one. Velshin seemed almost unconscious but woke up when everyone started looking at him closely. Kowuf. Are you coming to your senses, friend? Araction and Malugia, and the selves who share my will eventually lead you all to destruction. That's a very good attitude. Keep remembering that hatred. That way you will be able to continue to gain strength. Ninum. You will soon realize that you have no choice but to cooperate with us. You probably think that Araction and Malugia are captured by mortals like you and me and can't come to save me. Not at all. Araction may be like that, but Malugia is probably just pretending to be captured by those guys called Zippel. However, in the process, Malugia's power will inevitably be damaged to some extent. She can't handle these mortals alone. You bastard! What are you planning? What are we going to do in the future by gathering the people who were us like this? At those words, Bligiet looked at Jean. That's all it takes to stop the world from being damaged and destroyed by someone else. And we the Bamul Alliance will never miss you in the future, so it would be better to adapt like Bligiet as soon as possible. Velshin. The moment the word Bligiet came out of Jin's mouth, the nearby union members looked at him and Bligiet alternately in shock. Bligiet could not help but shrug his shoulders. The world of Lokia. Joshua visited the creator's space with a sad face. There Lokia Ganesto in his original form and Halin Runkendal, who had lost consciousness, were seen there. The writer's failed mother. In the end Velshin fell into Jin's hands. There's no need to be so gloomy, Joshua, as this is almost certainly expected. Anyway, sending the kids this time was just based on luck. Did you say luck? Okay. Jean Runkendal was always lucky, so he hoped the world would smile on us at least once. As expected, he only shows an expressionless face. No, it goes beyond that to a level of ridicule. While Joshua was silent trying to figure out what he was saying, Lokia brushed Halin's hair once and stood up. But if you're lucky, Joshua. If Velshin had faced extinction, the means to negotiate with the demon gods would have disappeared. There is still a clear reason why the demon gods will not dispose of this dimension. Are they so powerful that they can dispose of this entire dimension at any time? If the limitations of dimensional interference can be overcome, then it can be said to be so. In that case, it probably won't take even an hour for our world to disappear from the dimension list. Just expunge the record and that's it. It's not like that now. However, if Kiliak of the Unified Jeep and the elites of the demon gods attack directly, that would be catastrophic enough. I don't want to admit it, but the current alliance between Runkendal and Bamul that Jean has achieved is clearly the strongest in royalties. Yes, it can be a good fight. Also, as always, if we are lucky and a miracle happens, the Bamul alliance may win. However, it will only be a victory with scars, and even that will only be a victory in a battle, not a war. The integrated Jeep didn't send the entire force anyway. They have a next time, but the Bamul coalition can fight properly only once. It's a shame that the youngest and Bamul Union don't understand their mother's wishes. Mothers will Lokia's purpose. Lokia smiled meaningfully and made eye contact with Joshua. Do you understand me now? Joshua. Of course. I understood from the day my mother first awakened me. My mother wants to return this world to the time when there was only one dimension and create a more sane future. Will my thirst be satisfied by then? Yes. Rather than being fully involved in the world I created as a creator like now, will I be able to enjoy that light as an ordinary member of a proper world? I will definitely make it like that. I am ready to do anything for my mother. I hope that one day there will come a moment when I am truly moved by those words. More than that, Joshua. I think the reason Jean and his allies didn't destroy Velshin in this battle was because my information was leaked. Do you mean to say that you traced the meeting between your mother and Kiliak using recording magic? No, I didn't see any traces of that. It was probably the dream ability of phantom demons. From now on, I'll have to assume that the Bamul coalition and Kinjalo overheard my entire conversation with Kiliak. This is also not a problem. On the contrary, there are some good parts. Anyway, some of it was information I intentionally tried to convey. One of them was that the sun god's ego should not be destroyed. It hurts my pride that I was only defeated by dream ability due to my recent unreasonable actions, but it wasn't that bad for Lokia. From now on, the Bamul Alliance will try not to annihilate the selves of all sun gods. In fact, you are safer from the devil's actions. For now, it may be better for the Bamul Alliance to secure all of the sun god's selves. Even if Malugia can't help it. Wouldn't that make it easier to track us down? There have been several misjudgments and mistakes in the past, so we have no choice but to take more risks. However, I am the only one who knows the true significance of the resurrection of the sun god. Even if they get most of their egos, they don't know how to use them. The true significance of the sun god's resurrection was something that even Joshua had not yet shared. Instead of impatiently asking what he meant, Joshua quietly lowered his head. Anyway, now that Velshin has fallen into the hands of the Bamul Alliance, as soon as he begins to cooperate, the speed with which the Alliance tracks down the Tower of Story will also speed up. Just as I was able to find the Tower of Stories right away thanks to Araction. I think we need to take control from now on so that Kiliak doesn't die before the right time comes. June 12, 1804. After securing Velshin, Jean did not rest for a moment and immediately headed to the West Sea of the Lutero Federation to support Kinslow. However, he did not lead all the troops who fought the Belty in safety. Others, such as Van and Amary's Lucy, had to use their powers to stabilize Velshin's restraints and move him to where the main temple's power source should be located. Additionally, the remaining troops had to be deployed again throughout the territory in preparation for Jeep's retaliatory massacre of civilians, so it was the three who headed to the West Sea. Jean, Murakin, and Bligiet. Ah, this hurts my pride. We're just getting started, but you've already captured Velshin and provided support, Orgel said as he watched Jean and his colleagues just getting off the flagship Sarah. Orgel knew how to summon the self of the sun god who had ceased to exist thanks to his experience in battles in various dimensions and the solar energy he possessed, but he was not as fast as Bligiet. Because of this, Nebdal was just about to wake up. But what's there to hurt your pride? Our Kinslow was always busy getting robbed by you all the time. It would be good for my mental health to just think that good things are good things. Now that things have come to this, let's catch Nebdal faster than Velshin. Orgel was speaking condescendingly, but Bligiet was astonished by his abilities. I never thought that mortals could find us when we cease to exist. That's amazing, Orgel Remilias. That is something that not even Jean or Ban here can do. Even though I am insignificant compared to you, the creator of this world, I have lived quite hard in many dimensions. Okay, I'll wake you up now, so everyone get ready for battle. Those who haven't been to the restroom, go there. Seeing Velshin, the ego of destruction, beaten so one-sidedly, there is nothing to see about Nebdal. There are even memories of the beginning. Nebdal will communicate much better. Maybe there is no need to be as cruel as Velshin. Soon Orgel began to release invisible energy into the sea just like Vligiet did when he woke up Velshin. Paha! Then the entire sea trembled and swirls like flowers bloomed here and there. Before a few seconds had passed, the huge whirlpools were colored with solar energy and surged out like waterspouts, and the solar energy pouring in from them instantly dyed the entire sea in a dazzling golden light. What a minister! Very beautiful. A mortal? Woke me up. Nebdal's voice came from the air. Before long he appeared, and surprisingly he looked like an octopus. A golden shiny head was the first to rise through the sea, and equally shining tentacles rose up next to it. No matter how many times I see this friend, I can't get used to it. Is it said to be in this form because it is the ego that loves the sea the most among all creatures? That's right, Orgel. But there must have been many other cool things besides the octopus. Whales or something? While the party was momentarily dumbfounded by Nebdal's appearance, Nebdal quickly read the situation by scratching its head with the two nearest tentacles. Bligiet, another me who will recreate the world together. What happened? Why are you bound by mortals and helping them? As Bligiet said, Nebdal did not show an immediate hostile reaction like Velshin. Jean and his colleagues also did not take out their weapons. Dear Nebdal, I have woken you up from a long sleep because I have something to show you. You said you would show me? No, that's it. Yes, it is a memory from the beginning. Ugh. The reconstructed self is more vulnerable to primordial memories than the destroyed self. Jean shook his head, remembering what Bligiet had said a few hours ago. It is said that they are in a vulnerable state after just waking up from a state where they cease to exist. But at this point, the sun god selves are probably suffering from severe depression. Nebdal kept wiping away tears with his shiny octopus-like tentacles. The group suddenly felt a strange sense of discomfort as they saw a huge golden octopus with human-like eyes and wiping away tears like a human. It seems kind of cute. Doesn't it, kid? He liked how cute Strawberry Pie was. I want to show you. I have to restrain him and show him after he is safe. Yes, I think you'll like it. For a while the sun flag flashed in rainbow colors and Nebdal cried in front of it. Do you remember Yestel? We created this world because we were lonely, and I felt love. That love was complete because the world was imperfect. Since all beings have flaws, the ability to love one another is an immutable truth that has existed since the beginning of time. This applies even to us before we were scattered like now. Ugh, that's right, Bligiet. Love is filling each other's small and empty spaces. You can only delve into it if there is a gap. In response, Bligiet wiped his nose with his thumb, walked up to Nebdal, and held out his hand. There was something moving about the sight of Bligiet, who had the size of an ordinary human, and Nebdal, who looked like a giant monster trying to shake hands with each other. Yes, if you have realized that precious heart again, come and be with us from now on. There is no need for you and I to act like the destructive selves who say we have to rebuild the world. Little by little the hands and tentacles of the two sun gods facing each other were getting closer. Then, just as the tips of the hands and tentacles were about to touch, Neptal's tentacles suddenly swatted Bligiet like a fly. 100 million. Stop talking bullshit, you crazy bastard. That's right, love is beautiful for imperfect beings. But what about reality? How did the mortals we created treat each other? They hated, killed, and insulted each other for seemingly trivial reasons. People like that don't deserve to know or love. This world must be remade. Bang, knock, knock, knock. While shouting in an excited voice, a barrage of tentacles continued to hit Bligiet without stopping. Every time the sea turned over due to a tentacle strike, Bligiet bounced up and sank like a fish. Oh, that must be quite painful. In many ways. Why are all the creators like that? In general, it's at the level of non-immortality. Wow. Yes, I tried to treat it as well as I could because it was the same reconstructed self, but it just couldn't be done. You are my subordinate number 2 winner. Bligiet managed to bring back memories of the beginning and shouted in front of Nebdal. Ugh. Of course, Nebdal was again overcome with intense sadness and was defenseless, and the members of the Alliance and Kinzalo drew their weapons as if they had no choice. Did you say how long it would take to reuse the true restraint equipment? 2 days. So that means we have to fight for 2 days. Let's think of it as an exercise in putting things together, because there will be a lot of work to entrust to each other in the future. Except for you, I guessed most of the rest of your colleagues. Jean did not respond but quietly watched Orgel. It wasn't the first time seeing Orgel fight after becoming allies, but it was the first time seeing him give his all. He was already leaping toward Nebdal wearing a dark spirit like that of Halurum-like armor. The next blow was so perfect that even Jin's eyes lit up for a moment. All of the countless battles we have had in other dimensions have been completely melted into one sword. Every time Orgel swung his sword, Neptal's huge tentacles were cut off helplessly. And before solar energy regeneration even began, soldiers from the Abyss Legion appeared from nowhere and stuck to the affected area. Orgel Remilias. He was clearly the most battled mortal on all planes. If they put their mind to it, it could cause our union as much trouble as the Tower of Story. Suddenly I felt fortunate that he had come to form an alliance on his own. I still don't like him enough to call him a colleague, but I feel like it's okay to trust him to some extent. Even if it is just to deal with Jeep and the integrated Jeep giants. Soon Jean naturally entered Orgel's attack orbit and began to engage in joint attacks. Oh, the sum is good from the beginning. I made a rough guess referring to the theories I had experienced and Luna's tendencies, and it turned out to be the right choice. Looking at it, if you keep hitting it like Velshin and miniaturize it and then subdue it, I won't have to stay here for 2 whole days. Rather, what I'm worried about is the intrusion of Zippel and Ganesto this time, but since they didn't have much power even during Velshin, I don't think it will be a variable. That is correct. If we capture Nebdal, we will have more sun god egos than Ziffel. But Vligiet, Velshin, Nebdal. Even if you combine the 3, they can't compare to Malugia. Still, we can control the 3 selves without difficulty, while Zippel's Malugia, Sir Ilona, can be said to be a time bomb in some ways. According to Bligiet. I must hope that the bomb explodes in a way that is beneficial to us. Jean, Murakan, Orgel, and Kinzalo took on Nebdal very leisurely. It took less than 5 hours for Nebdal to transform into a small restrainable form. Kyuk kyuk. Unlike the Velshin, the miniaturized Nebdal maintained the appearance of an octopus. Nebdal, which had transformed into a golden octopus, the size of a watermelon, was so cute that it was hard to fight anymore. I think Orgel and Murakan can return now. It was quite fun to fight together. Leave Bligiet here. We have to monitor Nebdal together until the restraint equipment arrives. Are you telling me to leave the sun god's 2 selves in your care? As soon as Orgel heard Jin's answer, he got angry, rolled his eyes, and tried to shout that he still didn't believe me. However, Jin looked at the reaction and smiled and answered like this. It's a joke. I'll trust you and wait for you, so finish well, Orgel. Top of the story, June 13th, 1804. Dawn was getting deeper. Kiliak Zippel cleared his pounding mind and looked back on the recent situation. There were so many changes suddenly. As the truth of the multiworld is consumed, the enemy becomes more and more powerful, including the recent negotiations that are close to Lokia's threats. Of course, Kiliak still did not feel any sense of belonging to the integrated Jeep. Of course, it is true that they strengthened the Demon Stone and overcame several crises with their support, but according to Lokia's explanation, the integrated Jeep was closer to the upper level, which could turn hostile at any time, than to the allies. Okay, don't make a mistake. If even one of you or I does something foolish, the devil will completely erase this world. And under no circumstances should you meet Kiliak of the integrated Jeep in person. People like you will be eaten right away. He has the same name as you, but he is a different monster. Of course, we cannot trust everything Lokia says. But there is nothing to be suspicious about. If this continues, we will soon be reduced to disposable minions of the integrated Jeep. I've already fallen to hell and hit rock bottom once, but I can't believe I'm in this situation again. Just thinking about it made me feel like a bitter taste came out of my mouth. Today's Jeep was no different from the strongest except 1,000 years ago. However, even with that power, it was unable to achieve hegemony, and even that was only hegemony in one world. What's wrong, Kiliak? Yes, it's all just unpleasant. Rhaegal shrugged his shoulders and looked at Kiliak. Even Jito seemed to be feeling dizzy when he who had been controlling her, as he wanted, showed such a distraught expression. There is not even a breakthrough in either direction. Dealing with the Bamul alliance without the support of the demon goddess is not easy and is impossible to achieve. If we don't follow the command of the demon gods, we will be discarded. I didn't know it would suddenly become this dangerous. Those guys called Misleading, are they really that strong? Their power was already proven the moment they strengthened our demon god stone. It's just that we can't reveal everything because of dimensional interference restrictions. Tisk, that's why things are going wrong, because we can't overcome that interference. If they had provided support on time, every time two more of the sun god's egos wouldn't have passed over to the Varmal alliance, right? Following Bligiat Velshin and Nebdal. The Tower of Story also knew that all of those egos had fallen into the hands of the Bamal alliance. We just couldn't stop it properly because we didn't have enough power. The Bamul coalition will utilize the sun god's ego in some way. Just like we use Alona now. Alona Ziffel. She who possessed the power of Malugia, the ego of destruction, was now the only means by which Jeepel could rebound on its own. I guess so. According to the demon godstone's calculations, Velshin becomes a power source of some sort. They said that once the ship used as a power source is completed, it will be much more difficult to avoid tracking than it is now. It was truly a disaster. If I were to add one element of a rebound to Alona, it would be if Jean falls into a demonic state due to the continued massacre of civilians, but that also seemed unlikely to come true. What do you think, Rhaegal? What? It means what should we do? Oh, Brother Kiliak, you finally recognize me as an advisor. If so, I'll answer you. I think, well, first of all, your friend is right. We're screwed. Even with the Lokiana Bamul alliance, the biggest problem is the Misleading. It's not a problem even if we become independent from them. Grumbling, Rhaegal imitated Kiliak and filled himself and his teacup. The Lokiana Bamul alliance is a visible enemy. One side threatens us with demon stones and the other side seems to be slightly ahead of us. But they are not demon gods. They're just a huge unknown. In that case, I think it would be better to leave Misleading out of this fight first. Let's organize the drinking table? Okay. I think the answer will come only if we exclude them from this battlefield. Anyway, when your friend Kiliak decided to regain hegemony from hell, you never thought about the support of the demon gods, right? Kiliak nodded. Of course, he only recently learned the truth about the multiple worlds. So first of all, excluding Misleading, it makes sense for people from this world to fight each other. If that happens, the problem that we can be discarded at any time disappears, right? You may fall while fighting the enemy. I wasn't expecting much, but this is a strangely refreshing answer. But how can we prevent the interference of the demon goddess? Haha, I don't know that either. After a moment of silence, Rhaegal cleared his throat and looked at Kiliak. But wouldn't it be possible to find a way by calculating with the demon god stone? It is clear that dimensional interference has enormous limitations in the first place, so I think we who have relatively less power than the demon goddess will be able to tire them out. The moment I said that, Kiliak and Rhaegal suddenly felt a vibration. The Tower of Stories Inflate was shaking like a ship caught in a typhoon. Is this an enemy attack? There was no reaction from the demon god stone? Rhaegal looked at the demon stone in surprise. Kiliak also went down to the center of the tower with him and checked the condition of the demon god stone. Alona Ziffel, what's wrong with you? As soon as the two arrived at the central part, they were able to see Alona's appearance change. Alona's hair was naturally long, but it wasn't that long now. Hair shining golden yellow completely covered the central part of the tower like the roots of a giant tree exposed above the ground. The tree shape at the bottom of the demon stone was wrapped around the hair and almost looked like a golden pillar, and there was only one thing in the center that wasn't stained golden. Only Alona Ziffel's eyes, as if the universe was flowing through them, were sparkling and standing out in various colors. The moment they met, those gazes Kiliak and Rhaegal realized at the same time. Malugia! The fact that it is Malugia's self, not Alona, who is waking her up now. And that power was so great that not even Kiliak could dare control it, and even all the restraints prepared to fuse her with the demon god stone were of no use. Cold sweat broke out on my back. If she wanted to, Malugia felt like she could end not only the two people in front of her at any moment but even the Tower of Stories. Was what Bligiette said true? Malugia is just being captured by us. They are being caught. I couldn't help but think that way when faced with the solar energy being emitted right now. What is this, Kiliak friend? What should I do? Should I jump? Ugh, buddy. While Rhaegal was shouting, Kiliak was walking towards Malugia with great strides. This is the moment when I don't feel so sorry for betraying Bligiette and the like, since he promised to protect us from them. For what purpose did he finally reveal his true face for the first time? Malugia. Kiliak spoke in a calm voice. If he was going to kill himself anyway, he already had enough strength to do so. It was grounds for confidence that she had some special purpose. Celiac Zippel. Q-u-u-u-u-u-u-u-u. The moment Malugia's voice rang out, Rhaegal let out a scream and fell into his seat without realizing it. Rhaegal's whole body was weighed down by a terrible pressure that he had never felt even from Jito during his Jinma world days. It's completely different from the selves of the sun god we've seen or heard about. Kiliak also faced Malugia, enduring the pressure that felt like his head would explode. You're bold. I know I won't kill you. Isn't it because you need me anyway that you settled here? So why don't you stop being afraid? Malugia looked down at Kiliak with interest for a moment. It's such an amazing thing. A weak being like you wants to rule this world. But I too am caught in a contradiction. Even though I have the power to turn you into ashes in an instant, I still need your hands. Tell me what you want. Does Malugia, the ego of destruction, just want the destruction of everyone like its name suggests? If me and my family can't be the only losers in this world, I'll be happy to join in. First of all, it is necessary to close the numerous worlds that have differentiated from you. All of the leftovers created when you manipulated history from 1,000 years ago. Malugia's goal is literally ultimate destruction. For her, the demon goddess of the multiverse was a huge obstacle. Even if this entire world is destroyed, if a world remains in another dimension somewhere, it is not the end. 1,000 years ago, when we manipulated history, many dimensions were created. It must have been very unpleasant as it was. We are no different from having created the world that you who were so perfect worked so hard to create just by revising a few lines in the history book. I was sealed and used many times in those countless dimensions, so it was a very shameful thing. TSK. Suddenly Kiliak grabbed his neck. When Malugia gestured, the pain felt as if her neck had been cut and blood was flowing. However, only the skin on the neck was torn, not deep enough to fall off. The solar energy seeped into the affected area and the wound healed in an instant. The scar left on his neck was Malugia's imprint. Kiliak's life now belonged to Malugia. That is the punishment for not being able to spare words. From now on I will go looking for Kragos, my alter ego. After waking him up I will go back to sleep. What should I do after waking Kragos? Do whatever you want. Because I chose you. That's an answer I really like. You just have to keep one thing in mind. In the end, the only thing waiting for you at the end is the end. Eventually everyone will die and disappear, leaving no trace. Even a single speck of dust blowing in the wind. Another day has passed. The Bamel Alliance was able to successfully arrest Velshin and even Nebdal. And Nebdal surprisingly adapted to the Bamel Alliance very quickly. Bligiet is right. Looking at the way this world is going, if I don't help you it's going to be a big problem. It was thanks to memory of the beginning. As soon as Nebdal weakened, Bligiet shared the memories of the beginning with her without resting for a moment, and Amaris and Lucy also helped them. Nebdal very quickly remembered the loneliness of his days of sanity. The truth of the multiverse also influenced her decision to join forces with the Bamul coalition. Well thought out, subordinate number 2. Don't keep calling me that, Bligiet. You actually have weaker powers than me. But what is the reality now? I am the self of the sun god who first realized the memories of the beginning. Be polite. You only say stupid things. Anyway, I'm going to add strength to the driving force of the fight. The coalition chose Velshin as the power source for the main temple of Tushinjan. However, unlike Vligiet, Neptal, Velshin still showed hostility to the Union even while imprisoned. If that Velshin friend had come to his senses like us, he wouldn't have been tied to the power source. That part was unfortunate. Bligiet and Nebdal were responsible for preventing Velshin's runaway. Even when Velshin is restrained, he is constantly emitting enormous amounts of solar energy, and when it becomes severe enough to damage his power, his two selves block it. Power development will be completed in the near future. It could be over in as little as a few days. The sun god selves nodded at Jin's words. From the moment Velshin was captured, the most important part of the power source was already completed, so all that was left was to develop devices to improve stability. Even that was at the level of remodeling parts used in the Golden Fleet, so it had to be done quickly. Everything regarding the development of the Tisingian aerial fortress was going smoothly. In the past 2 days since the battle with Neptal, no civilian massacres have occurred by Zippel. There have been no reports yet regarding problems informed by dream abilities. Instead, the coalition was sensing another danger. No matter how fast it is, it won't be finished today, right? Jean. Yes, Nebdal. Wow, this is a big deal. Kragos is clearly waking up. Kragos, the self of destruction. The sun god selves were sensing that he had awakened. It's just that some huge force is interfering with their sensing abilities, so they are unable to determine its location. As far as the sun god's egos knew, the only one who could wield that much power was Malugia. Apparently Malugia is preventing us from finding Kragos. Moreover, he would have shared some power with Kragos. Nebdal said, trembling as if he were afraid. As subordinate number 2 said, we must now move on the assumption that Malugia has begun its activities in earnest. That means that Kiliak Zippel has become a puppet. In front of Malugia's power, that mortal will be nothing more than an animal. Tsk Kiliak was already on a leash by Lokia, but he was caught by an even worse one. Hasn't Lokia's threat to Kiliak now come to nothing? Murakin shrugged his shoulders and Jean shook his head. We don't know that yet. According to my dream ability, when I first tried to separate Malugia from the demon stone in front of Kiliak, Malugia did not show any particular reaction. So this means that Malugia's current activity status may not be constant. That's right. Malugia must be active by showing his power intermittently. But that alone has already awakened Kragos and is hiding him from us, so wow. What on earth is he thinking? It would be easier if I were stupid like Velshin. From the moment Velshin woke up, he cried out only for destruction, and was defeated easily, but Malugia was moving extremely meticulously in many ways. From the time it began operating as Alona Zippel, which has been around for 1,000 years, it has never revealed itself to its enemies. Lord Alona. No, it is highly likely that Malugia was aware of the truth of the multiple worlds long before the sun god selves were revealed to the surface as they are now. If the goal was simply the destruction of this world, there were countless opportunities 1,000 years ago. Dimension 677, if the goal was to destroy this world, Malugia could make it happen at any time. Before the Bamul coalition reached its strongest level in history, there was a long period in the history of Ints where there was no one at all. But Malugia never did that. Additionally, Halin Runkendal's words to Lucy were meaningful. We need Lokia Ganesto to destroy all worlds. Mom and Marco stay here. Malugia, who dwells in Lord Alona, and Araction, who dwells in Lord Halin, have already recognized the dimensional differentiation from the moment the manipulation of 1,000 years of history began, and are therefore waiting for the right time to destroy all dimensions. The two sides fit together perfectly. You do it. Moreover, Bligiet said that Malugia has now been captured by Zippel. Just as Malugia was captured by Jeep, for some reason Araction may also be in a similar situation. In that case, not only Kiliak but also Lokia can be said to be puppets of the egos of destruction. I wonder why Malugia chose Ziffel and Araction chose Ganesto. Well, I agree with that too, Bligiet. In many ways it would have been better to choose the class that inherited the most power without the authority. Jiffel are the ones who created dimensional differentiation through the manipulation of history, and Ganesto uses the power of chaos most freely among mortals. I think it's because those two factors are closely related to the destruction of the entire dimension. Oh, I guess that's possible. History, manipulation, and chaos. You and your family have been resisting it most strongly for 1,000 years. Then that must be why Sodaret chose you, Runkendal. To fight against Malugia and Araction. If your father finds Sodaret's arrangement in the Black Sea, all clues will be solved. More than anything, the current Zippel is close to a kind of bridgehead for Misindi. If I were Malugia, I would think of using the Zippel to drag the demons into this dimension and eliminate them. Or by drawing the demon gods into this dimension, we can create a situation where they can directly attack their base. That also makes sense. If this assumption is true, the forces of chaos will most likely be used in connection with interdimensional interference. It would be good to get confirmation from the witch through Orgel. Tada Orgel appears. I heard it all. I heard it all. That part is Masalun Srivi Karmash. I'll tell the three demons to meet Hilurim. Of course I may not meet you. Even when Jean saw Orgel suddenly popping out, he no longer shook his head or said anything disapproving. It is true that he and his third-rate terrorist group Kinzalo have committed some ugly things in the past, but at least for now they can be said to be trustworthy allies. Orgel and me. In the end, one day you will have to dedicate your life to atonement. The evil he committed in this world before he found out the truth, and as a returnee I am the one who ruined the lives of countless people. As soon as Orgel arrived, he touched Nebdal's smooth hair and burst into laughter. How cute. This kind of gentle guy has become the material for a demon stone in another dimension. Get your hands off me. What brings you here this time, Orgel? Now we have to go catch Kragos, right? I also came to help. That damn self of destruction must be somewhere safely under the protection of Malugia planning to destroy this world. Jean, but you have to be careful this time. Caution. Isn't it an established fact that he received Malugia's power? If we don't fight properly, or even if we fight properly, our side will inevitably suffer considerable damage. In some cases, quite a few colleagues will die. Orgel spoke in a cheerful voice, but buried within it was the emptiness of someone who had lost countless comrades while crossing multiple dimensions over a long period of time. I mean the feeling of a fellow comrade dying. Even someone with as much experience as me can't get used to it. Moreover, Kragos is not the only enemy. In the worst case, you may have to deal with the Tower of Story or Malugia Araction as well. Jean nodded slowly. Has Kragos, who received the power of Malugia, ever fought in a similar situation in another dimension? Yes. It's not exactly the same. But be prepared. Even if someone dies, you shouldn't fall into demonic fire. The most important thing now is the aerial fortification of the main temple of Tsingian. Except for search and defense personnel, we are giving all our efforts. Speaking of this reminds me of something. Bouvard Gaston, send him to the drying yard. Ah, Duvar. Yes, everyone hates him, but we can't help but acknowledge his abilities. Surprisingly, he's a very loyal guy. Let's send Cole Joe along with Bouvard. I didn't think of that. Soon Orgel opened the steel door again and looked back at Jean. I don't know about others, but you must never die, Jean. Then I'll send the two people away and come back, so let's start searching for Kragos. I get it. Don't die either. The moment Orgel left and the Bamel Alliance began preparing for the search in earnest. Kragos had just appeared in an important area of the Bamel Union. It was the land of Dante, the imperial capital. Everyone living in the imperial capital was looking at the sky. The sky was colored with flowing gold, and in the midst of it, a being with a human-like appearance holding a sword was seen. He was Kragos. Ah! Whose eyes are my eyes? Ka-hak! The people who looked up at the sky were screaming. The burning pain in their eyes, as if they were facing the sun directly, was making them sit down. It wasn't just pain. The people who looked at Kragos and the golden sky he created even for a moment were actually blinded. Less than 3 minutes had passed since the golden sky opened, and more than 40% of the capital citizens had lost their light. Only those who were asleep, those who lived underground, and those who were extremely disciplined, such as the Knights of Hiron, were avoiding blindness. I am Kragos, your creator. Mortals, listen. The true end has begun. You have no right to even enjoy this dirty land that I created. There were so many people who suddenly became blind. Anywhere people gathered in the capital quickly became chaos. Amid the screams, people were hearing Kragos' voice as clearly as if it was ringing in their ears. Pure absolute malice like I've never faced in my life. Those who were not disciplined had no choice but to stiffen just by facing that malicious intent. Even the instinct to hide or avoid didn't work at all. Everyone head to death quickly. Chuha! Soon as Kragos continued talking, raindrops began to pour from the golden sky. It was a raindrop as thick as old blood and as round as a human head. The falling golden chunks melted everything they touched. As the terrible rain began, the noise of pain in the capital city was cut off at a rapid pace. As if the doors to the festival were closing. Stone, iron, land, and people. Everything was melting. Everything that the raindrops touched turned into golden water, filling the floor and forming a torrent that was already flowing somewhere. Kragos seemed to be satisfied with the sight and was smiling as he sat down in the sky. Even those who endured blindness could not endure the golden ratio. The capital garrison was also melting away and being swept away by the torrent. Your king has gone through a meaningless struggle. Kragos' gaze turned straight ahead. Highland's golden fleet was approaching, sailing through the sun. If it weren't for the golden fleet's uniquely strong protective shield, the entire ship would have sunk before it even reached this point. Dante Huron. He calmly captured in his eyes the horrific, unbelievable scenery. It continues from the beginning of Hiran all the way to the previous Sword Emperor Ron Hiran himself. It has always been their duty and pride to protect the empire, the city turning into a lump of molten gold. Something more cruel than ever was happening in this land. A destruction that far surpassed even the tragedy of the Sword Emperor's crusade and the atrocities of the evil spirits was coming. Calm your anger, everyone. You can't fight properly if you're steeped in hatred. The moment you and your knights lose your cool, the few remaining survivors die as well. Dante maintained his composure with that single thought. There is still no communication in California. Space leaping is also impossible. Kragos' solar flag was not only concentrated in the capital but encompassed the entire empire. The solar energy that has spread like that is blocking communication and space jumps. I can't help it. Still, Jean and the Union must have already figured out the situation. Because they can't contact us. I will hold out until reinforcements arrive. Are you really saying that you are going to go out and fight? Dante was silent for a few seconds in response to the knight's question. If honor is everything in life, you should go out and fight. Even if I lose and die. It would have been more comfortable that way. Because as the Emperor of Swords, it was simply unbearable to remain still. If it were me in my weak days, I would have done that. But not anymore. We must hold out until Union support arrives. Now that you have confirmed the situation, begin the retreat flight. So that we don't lose troops pointlessly. These words were uttered with the feeling of cutting off one's tongue. Bloody tears were flowing from Dante's eyes, which had turned red, as if they were bursting with hatred. But it was definitely a wise choice. Huh? Turning the bow? Were you afraid to oppose me? Even if the mortals who depended on you died in vain like this, was your life really that important in the end? Kragos's sarcastic shout spread beyond the capital and throughout the empire, so that all areas outside the capital where the golden rain of destruction has not yet fallen can hear. But you cannot run away from me, Dante Huron. Sigh! Kragos' sword struck the rear of the sword that had just spun around and increased its speed. The protective shield that withstood the golden rain was torn like a piece of paper, but thanks to the external armor, the damage to the hull was not significant. But it was only a blow. Kragos took a bite with interest and fired his sword energy at the same location again. Since even short-distance spatial jumps were limited, evasion could not even be attempted. Never use power in attacks. The entire fleet will focus all its energies on escape and defense. Even minimal response is meaningless now. As Orgel predicted, Kragos was showing a fighting power that was on a different level from the sun god selves that the Alliance had confirmed so far. This was because, unlike the previous selves, he did not wake up weakened or limited. It even became stronger than before thanks to Malugia's power, so fighting back with just the Empire's might would be like throwing a stone into a lake. Effective damage can only be inflicted if a huge force capable of delivering an essential blow is united. At the very least, it seemed like this would only be possible if all the Union's leaders worked together. Although Dante had not yet reached Changxiang, he was able to estimate its extent. It's pathetic. Jin Runkendal seems to be waiting for that mortal. But he cannot come here. Keeping mortals out of the way isn't that difficult for me either. But since Malugia herself has blocked the road, how dare you go against her? Dante does not know Malugia's power. However, the egos that became allies trembled with fear when they expressed Malugia, and even Kragos, who should never have confronted her on his own, was in awe of her. Well, it doesn't really matter. Either die holding on to fleeting hope or die in resignation. It doesn't change the fact that you will return to nothingness anyway. Feel free to complain as much as you want my ugly works. The moment Kragos finished his story, the Hyron fleet witnessed another enemy appear on the other side of Kragos in front of them. Zippel? The pure white disk of the Tower of Tales, which seemed to continue as endlessly as the horizon blocked the fleeing fleet of Hylan. Oh, I almost forgot about the mortals who were briefly allowed to live by Malugia. You too would like to enjoy the end of this world. For her sake, I will leave some specially for you to enjoy. Dante Hyron and the mortals who follow him. It was a fucking empire. Jean gritted his teeth and shouted. We have just received a report that Kragos has awakened in the empire. The Union was preparing to immediately dispatch all its troops. The empire is the land where the most people live in the world. If the ego of destruction were to awaken in such an area strengthened by Malugia's power, the casualties that would occur would be immeasurable. Besides, Dante is there. Although there was the Golden Armada Hyron and numerous knights, there was only Dante who could be called the elite superhuman of the Alliance. There was no way he could survive alone. In fact, this situation was predicted to some extent. The Union had been deploying superhuman personnel to as many areas as possible in preparation for Jeep's indiscriminate massacre. When fighting Jeeps, it has never been a big problem because immediate support is possible even if deployed in that way, but this case is different. As a matter of course, space jumps were blocked and communication was not even possible. There is no way to know how long it will take to support the Empire. Flagship Sarah is ready to sortie. First of all, I and some people will go first and clear the passage. The rest of the troops should finish preparing for sortie and wait until I receive orders. His voice was calm, but his mind was not. As soon as Jean boarded the flagship Sarah, the spatial leap began. After several attempts, the possible jump coordinates were found at the end of the southern territorial waters of the Empire. From there, you have to travel purely by air to the capital. However, what stretched out in front of the flagship Sarah was a vast golden wall that completely blocked the sky and the sea. Valeria immediately began tracing Dante's records, and the spearmen covered her outside the bridge and gave the order to fire. Sir Dante is still alive. But following Kragos, the Tower of Stories is also attacking Sir Dante? Quaya dash. As soon as Valeria finished speaking, the main gun of the ship Sarah struck the golden wall, but the wall did not even have a small crack. This is a protective shield created by Malugia. You have to destroy it. Even if the entire coalition forces, including you, rush in, it will take a few days. It is inevitable. Even if Ban unfolds the final chapter of the Emperor's Rain Sword, it will take at least a day. Even if it's only half, if you hold that sword all day, you'll be in a state where you won't be able to fight. Nebdal and Bligiet came up next to Jean and said. Jin's eyes were shaking. What Nebdar and Bligiet said was true. Ban agreed with their opinion and closed his eyes with a sad face. The fact that Dante was able to take on Kragos and Zippel's attacks alone meant that the threat of death loomed every second. Damn it! Hey sun gods! Is it really impossible? Really? We should just sit back and watch the weak guy get killed by these guys? Murakan shouted in an excited voice. To him, Dante was no longer just a little friend, but a colleague. Dante was not only important to Jean. To the people of the Empire he was the perfect regent, but to everyone in the Alliance he was a sword emperor they could always rely on. I can't help it. Malugia's power is absolute. Even if you release our restraints, it won't be of much help. For now I'll keep track of the records, so that we can check whether Sir Dante is alive or dead, and find even the smallest clue that could lead to something. Jean couldn't really hear what they were saying. Dante is dying? So vain. Even with my heightened senses, it was not easy to control my heart, which was beating as if it was about to explode. My ears felt like they had stopped working, and I felt like I was submerged in water and couldn't breathe. Brother Jean. No kid. Demon Xianghua is coming. Valeria was also concerned about this, so she deliberately did not mention the record of the Empire's people being instantly exterminated. Above, the blue record window numbers that did not feel realistic were continuously being updated. However, Jean could not have been unaware of the tragedy. Anyone can tell. The massacre of Zippel continued several times, and the tragedy that unfolded again in an empire that had suffered several deep and great tragedies in the past, and even the fate of a friend who would die fighting alone in the midst of it. All of this was trying to break the line that was so thinly maintained within Jean. Anger, hatred, guilt, and madness, the emotions that I had always managed to push away, saying that atonement comes after everything is done, were about to bubble up to the surface. What makes Jean even crazier? The point is that there is nothing you can do right now. There was nothing I could do for my friend, for the people who died there, for the people who died there. Even though he formed the Bamul Alliance and liberated La Perosa, he built up such a huge force. Jean had to make a choice. It was a choice that excluded Dante. Bringing in all the forces of the Alliance for a friend who is bound to die with an absolute probability is of course a choice that a leader must avoid. With just one decision, he makes tens of millions of lives change between life and death. If for Dante's sake Ban unfolds the Netherworld Sword for an entire day and all the superhumans and fleets of the Alliance break through Malugia's Golden Wall, what happens next is quite obvious. As planned, Dante will die and the Alliance will suffer great damage and be dragged into the hands of their enemies once more. How can I suppress this? How on earth? The heavy duty of being the head of the Bamul Alliance and the responsibility of being the only returnee will lead Jean to make a reasonable choice this time too. However, before he was the leader of the Bamul Union, he was essentially a human being. There was bound to be a moment when one loved one felt more precious than the countless people whose lives would depend on one's decision. That was now. The urge to pour out all of himself and the Bamul Alliance, whether Dante could be saved or not, pierced inside him like an awl. Jean! Hey Jean! Bah! Suddenly someone hit Jean on the head. Baradin grabbed Jin's shoulder as he raised his head and shook it violently as he continued talking. You idiot, don't you know? Dante must have seen with his own eyes the people of the Empire dying there. You must have wanted to fight. You would have rather died fighting. But he's not dead yet, he's still alive. Baradin. What does that mean? That guy is running away. Because that's right. If you fight sloppily before reinforcements arrive, you will only lose your troops. It's the same for us too, Jean. You have to step down. Dante is... Blood flowed from between Baradin's lips. He was unconsciously biting his tongue and clenching his teeth the whole time he was speaking. If Dante found out about this situation, he would want us to do that. Because that's right. Because you will think that the world should not end up in danger if your energy is wasted because of you. He only knows what's right. So wake up, and if you falter, the world will end. There's no one who can replace you, huh? Tears flowed from Jin's eyes. Baradin could barely hold back the tears that threatened to burst out. Cancellation of the entire fleet gathering. I will not support the Empire. All next. I'll prepare for the next fight. The line did not break but sank into the deep wound that had just opened up inside Jin. Those who received the communication lowered their heads. Imperial officials residing in the Garden of Swords and Tychon sat down and wept, and many even fainted. Dante went beyond the pillars of the Empire and was no different from the Empire itself. Beep! Jin closed his eyes tightly due to the tinnitus that overtook him, along with the feeling, as if something had exploded both inside his body and inside him. Soon Jin put down the communicator and stared at the golden wall with empty eyes. I couldn't picture my friend's face on the other side of that wall in my head. As for Valeria's records, please keep track of them. We need to know what happened, so we can respond later. There were tears in Valeria's eyes as she silently nodded without looking back. It's the feeling of a fellow comrade dying. Even someone with as much experience as me can't get used to it. Moreover, Kragos is not the only enemy. In the worst case, you may have to deal with the Tower of Story or Malugia Araction as well. Jin was thinking about what Orgel said a moment ago. As I said, I could never get used to this sadness. Jin, although this may not be a consolation, you are not monsters because you can be sad. Nebdal said, holding Jin's hand. As creators, she and Bligiette felt indebted to everyone in the Alliance, including Jin. A feeling of debt for making the world such a painful place. Jin's eyes remained fixed on the golden wall. No matter how strong you are or how great you are, if you can't be sad about anything. You weren't much different from us or those horrible mortals before you realized it. Huh. Nebdal suddenly stopped talking and narrowed his eyes. Yes, this is it. At the same time, Bligiette also raised his head as if he sensed something. Only the sun god selves were aware of the changes that had occurred on the battlefield. Another sun god self is coming here from somewhere. What is it? Nebdal Bligiette. Could it be that another sun god self has come? Immediately after Murakan shouted, Jin and the Alliance were able to see a huge portal of a type they had never seen before open between the flagship Sarah and the Golden Wall. Pokal. This is Focal. Focal is here. Wow! Focal. The name of Kingelo's ego sleeping on the altar is Focal. He is the ego that wants to maintain the world. Zippel once used him as a material for the demon godstone. When he wakes up, he will become a strong ally of the Alliance. What Silkia Arcia said in the Kingdom of Mila a while ago. From that day on, the Jinma world received the Sun Sword Tetalon from Jin and prepared to awaken Focal. And today it was successful. Jin, we're here. Silkia has woken up Pokal. Focal said the situation was bad, so we came very quickly thanks to Silkia and Focal's abilities. Are you okay, Jin? King Jin. Misseltilia's Silkia. The voices of my Jinma realm colleagues were heard. They were flying in the sky wrapped in the solar flag that had newly appeared on the battlefield. And behind the three Focal, who was the last to come out of the portal, was seen. Like Kragos, she resembled a human and was very small. However, that small body contains the infinite love of the Creator who loves this world. You poor mortal lost in sorrow. In an instant, Pokal came in front of Jin and made eye contact with him. As soon as Jin looked into her eyes, he felt as if the sadness inside him was washed away. My vision, which had become blurry with tears, was finally becoming brighter. Soon Focal hugged Jin, and beyond the bridge the portal through which she escaped was closed and the golden wall was seen melting. It was a wall that was said to take at least a day to destroy, even if the entire force of the Union rushed to it. Naturally, the egos of Yuji are the ones that most strongly oppose the egos of destruction. Among them, Focal was the only one who could stop Malugia to some extent on his own. Go cut down your sorrow. I will give my strength to you who exist to protect the world. Focal had already released Jean from his arms and was flying him down the path he had opened. The golden walls were constantly collapsing like melting snow. "Let's go!" Murakin and the half-flagship Sarah also began to advance along the path formed by Focal. It didn't take long for Dante to reach the capital of the Empire where he struggled alone. Every time the golden wall collapsed, Focal and Silkia narrowed the distance and opened a new portal. Dante! After crossing 5 portals in about 10 seconds, Jean was able to stand next to Dante, who was barely holding his sword while lying on the half-destroyed sword ship. Jean? Is it really you? Is it in vain? Dante, you bastard. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm sorry. Baradin and his colleagues arrived at almost the same time and took a seat next to Dante. Jean put his hand on Dante's shoulder and said, "Rest now, Dante. Thank you for being alive. Now that my friend was saved, it was time to avenge my people."